The Way to Joy by Mallory Ford. Thanks for listening. If you haven't already, please subscribe to my channel so you never miss an upload. Chapter 1. The chill of late November nipped in the air, causing Violet to tighten her cloak around her shoulders. Fall had well and truly turned to winter, despite the fact the temperature would still bounce around for the next month or so. At least the weather outside had finally caught up with the chill she'd lived with inside for months, years even. Clouds formed overhead, but they weren't thick enough that Violet needed to worry about an early winter storm. She traveled the last few steps to the church and paused long enough to collect herself. Voices rang out from inside the service, declaring the coming of the Christ child and celebration of the Christmas season. If only she felt a little of their spirit. It was a shame, really. Christmas had always been her favorite holiday, and decorating the house with her sisters had brought such joy over the years. Taking another deep breath, the cool fog of her exhale filling the air, Violet remembered one particular Christmas she'd had as a child. Mama was pregnant with Bonnie, but she hadn't succumbed to the melancholia like she did once the child was born. Papa had been in a good mood, less concerned about earning more and more money than he would become over the next year. He could even be described as jovial as he helped them string popcorn and ornaments around the tree. The house had been warm, the scent of the cider Mama had simmering on the stove filling the air as though welcoming the Christmas season. Rose and Violet giggled at the sight of the ornaments they'd made as toddlers, ones that couldn't really be distinguished from the image of paint spilled on a piece of paper. But Mama had loved them, so had Papa. They wouldn't let the girls replace them with better ones. So on the tree they went even as Mama waddled back and forth from the kitchen in her heavily pregnant state. That had been the last Christmas before everything changed. Once Bonnie was born, Mama's nerves and melancholy took over. She took to bed, only able to be up often enough to nurse baby Bonnie until even that became too much, and they'd had to get goat's milk for the baby. Rose had taken on the lion's share of the infant's care, while Violet did her best to help their mother. It was at that point Papa retreated into his work, staying at the bank long past close and starting down the path that would eventually bring their family to ruin. Violet's hand clasped the large brass handle on the door of the little white church, pulling it open with the telltale squeak that always announced latecomers. A few heads turned her way, but the melodies on the air continued loudly enough that most didn't notice her tardiness. Were it up to Violet, she'd not be there at all. Unfortunately, the only stipulation of her staying at the cottage on the parsonage property was to attend weekly church services, so long as she was well. She didn't think Pastor Alex and his wife Lily would put her out should she balk, but it seemed ungrateful to cast aside their generosity. She'd simply sit and let her mind wander as she had for months, the sermons having lost their meaning right around the time Papa cast her out of their house. If she were honest, they'd already begun to lose their shine well before. Alex took the pulpit then and gestured for everyone to take their seats. Welcome, friends. Today begins a season of joyful expectation, of gratitude and love. For the next few weeks, we will move through a few of the key stories in Scripture that prepared the way for our coming King. It will all culminate on Christmas Eve with a special program from the children of Pine Creek and the traditional Christmas festival. I hope you'll all attend, as it's bound to be a tremendous blessing. Violet sighed. She'd somehow been roped into helping Lily Hall, Alex's wife, head up the program. It was ironic, really. She couldn't imagine someone less suited for the job, save for the fact that she'd always loved children. She'd even worked as a nanny for a while until the children's widowed father received a new job and moved them out of town. In terms of Christmas cheer, though, she'd be well down the list. If only Lily Hall wasn't so sweet and disarming, she'd have likely been able to say no. As it was, Lily had 2 small children of her own and did need the help. Violet's mind wandered as she'd known it would, and before long, she was startled to notice those around her standing for the closing hymn. "We hope you'll all stay for lunch after service," Alex said. "It's a mite chilly out today, but that never stops us from enjoying each other's fellowship." The church picnics had been going on as long as Violet could remember, but she never stayed. Bonnie and Rose would stay with Rose's husband and his family. Mama was still not quite up to attending the service with so many people, but Violet generally scooted out the door as soon as they were dismissed. She had to speak with enough people during the day in her job at the bakery, She'd rather not have to feign contentment on Sundays as well. Just as she began to move toward the door, a gentle hand stilled her shoulder. "Oh good," Lily said as she spoke over the first few bars of their hymn. "I worried you'd scoot out, and I would miss you. I hope you'll stay for lunch today. We need to discuss a few things about the Christmas play." The pretty blonde woman's gray dress still seemed cheerful on her. The most drab of dresses would likely look special on Lily, her beauty emanating from within her. Lily's eyes somehow still sparkled despite the fact Violet knew how little their newborn daughter slept. Rose told her Lily had needed to function on only a few hours of sleep a night since the baby had been born. Still, even with light shadows under her eyes, they had no effect. Her kindness matched her beauty, and Violet couldn't find it in her to say no. "Of course, I'll be happy to." A smile spread over Lily's face, and she clapped her hands. "Wonderful. I'll just gather Simon and Nicholas to discuss the sets, and we'll get started." Lily had already moved out of earshot by the time her words registered with Violet. Simon and Nicholas Carson were building the sets? It took everything in her not to outwardly groan. Nicholas Carson had been pursuing her attention for months, despite the numerous times she'd made it clear she wasn't interested. He'd never been disrespectful, his unique combination of generosity and levity not allowing for that, but it still grated her. At least it made sense why Lily had asked her to be part of the program now. No doubt, Nicholas's big sister knew of her brother's intentions and set out to play matchmaker. Violet shook her head and headed toward the door with the rest of the congregation. Their family, the one her sister Rose had married into not long before, could scheme all they wanted. She wouldn't fall for their plan, despite how well-meaning it might be. She'd not make a good wife, not with all the demons that haunted her due to her father's misdeeds. No, it wouldn't be fair to any man to subject him to that, and she refused to do so. It'd be easier to ignore him if he wasn't so handsome, but he'd inherited as much of their parents' good looks as Lily had. All four of the Carson children shared the same light blonde hair, Nicholas and his twin Simon taking after their father's tall, muscular build. Hit once again with the chill in the air, Violet joined the line of folks waiting to fill their plates with the spread set before them on groaning tables. Someone had roasted a turkey, a tradition the town had held for years on the first Sunday of Advent. Potatoes, beans, bread, and a host of other side satin dishes from nearly every household in town. Violet had just taken her place in the back of the line when a familiar, and annoyingly pleasant, voice sounded behind her. "I hear we'll be working together on this play." She turned, knowing exactly who she'd see behind her. Nicholas Carson was a handsome cowboy, leaner than his older brother Malachi but still strong from his hours on the ranch and on the large plot of land he farmed. "So I heard," she said coolly. "I wasn't aware when I agreed that you and Simon would be involved." Nicholas grinned, the combination of his blue eyes and blonde hair disarming. "Then what a happy surprise for you." Rolling her eyes, Violet took a few steps forward as the line moved. "I'm not sure happy is the word I'd use, but it doesn't matter. You'll be building the sets at the ranch, I imagine. We won't be around each other all that much." With a chuckle, Nicholas hooked his thumbs under his suspenders at his chest. But that's where you're wrong. The sets Lily has dreamed up are too much to transport once built, so Simon and I'll be doing most of it out here." Of course they would. "Look Nicholas, we've had this conversation and you know where I stand. We can be around each other every other day for a month, but that's not going to change." Nicholas's smile faltered briefly, and Violet felt a twinge of sadness at not being able to accept pursuit from a man she once would have fancied. "I understand, Violet, but that doesn't mean I can't be your friend." He ran a hand through his shaggy blonde hair. "Seems like you could use a few of those these days." Turning back toward the front of the line so Nicholas wouldn't see the tears misting in her eyes, Violet breathed deeply to try and keep them from falling. "I don't think I'm a good friend to anyone anymore," she said quietly. Nicholas's voice carried from behind her, just loud enough for her to hear. "Maybe, but that doesn't mean you don't need a body to be a good friend to you." Unable to respond, Violet simply moved forward as the line continued towards the tables. Nicholas had been a good friend to her. When their family was all but starving due to Papa's crimes, Nicholas had brought her and Rose multiple baskets of his produce to help them through. He'd continued the practice since Violet moved into the parsonage, often leaving the baskets on her porch while she was working at the bakery. He never left a note, but she'd always known it was him. If only she wasn't too broken for romance, he'd be the perfect man for her. Straightening her shoulders and sniffing back the last of the threatening tears, she pushed those thoughts from her mind. Papa had ruined her ability to trust any man, and that wasn't going to change just because she sulked about it. Might as well move forward and try to pick up the pieces of her life herself. The only one who knew the dark depths of her soul was the Lord, and too many things had happened for her to believe he cared anymore. Nicholas watched Violet as she moved towards the quilts where his family sat. Under other circumstances, the sight would make him smile, but not this time. Violet took a seat between her sister Rose and Lily, clearly doing her best to avoid looking in his direction at all. He'd meant what he said, he was all right being a friend if that's what she needed, but it didn't look like she'd even be willing to accept that. A clap on his back jarred him from his thoughts and nearly made him drop his plate. His twin brother Simon stood next to him, his own plate balanced in his other hand. "I still don't get it, little brother." His gaze followed Nicholas's until it rested on Violet. "She's pretty, sure, but there are plenty of young ladies in town who aren't so prickly." "First of all," Nicholas responded with a roll of his eyes, "you're only 6 minutes older. Second, maybe you ought to mind your own business and focus on your bevy of admirers." Simon puffed out his chest and grinned. "Happy to. Since you started rebuffing all their advances, they've decided I'm the more desirable twin after all. Whatever you want to believe, see." Nicholas sighed. "I've tried to forget her, to move on as she's clearly not interested, but I just can't." It wasn't even about the fact that he wanted to court her, though that was part of it. The Violet he'd known growing up was vibrant and full of life. They'd never been close as school children, but he'd always admired her from afar. If only he'd have pursued her earlier, rather than listening to Simon's rambles about enjoying themselves before they shackled themselves to a family. "She's special, and she's hurting. I can't just forget about her." His brother, for all his bluster, wasn't without compassion. "I know, I just hate to see you pining over her when she's let the bitterness take over her like weeds after a big rain. You know I'm always on your side." Grabbing a roll from his plate, he took a bite. "Enough with the girly talk. Let's go get this meeting over with so Lily doesn't skin us alive." Shaking his head, Nicholas followed Simon to the quilts where Lily held her youngest baby Lottie and flipped through her multiple pages of notes. "Perfect," she said when she spotted them. "Now that we're all here, we can get started." Nicholas tried to catch Violet's eye, but she refused to look up from her plate. He appreciated Lily's attempted matchmaking in enlisting Violet's help, but a nagging feeling told him Violet's issues were much deeper than what a little proximity could fix. She was angry with her father, and like Simon said, she'd let it make her bitter. As much as Nicholas would like to run a fist into the face of Frank Gilbert for causing his family so much heartache, he knew that couldn't be the answer. No, Violet had to find her own peace with her father, and that wasn't something Nicholas could do for her. "Now," Lily said as she pierced both brothers with stern looks, "the practices and events surrounding the Christmas program will have absolutely no pranks committed. I'm calling a temporary truce until after Christmas. Do you both understand?" Simon chuckled. "We accept your terms." The long-standing prank war between the twins and Lily was town folklore at this point. She'd always teamed with their older brother, Malachi, but his hands were full with a wife and children of his own, not to mention his job as Pine Creek's deputy. Her husband, Alex, had joined her efforts to take up Malachi's slack, and every few months one side or the other would execute a harmless prank on their siblings. "Good," Lily said with a nod. "I just don't have time to be looking over my shoulder this whole month." Violet glanced up, and Nicholas caught her eye with what he hoped was a disarming wink. "We'll call a ceasefire for the time being, Lil. You don't have to worry." With a sigh of relief, Lily glanced back into her notes and launched into a discussion about what the next few weeks before Christmas would look like, and what she expected from the sets. Simon was the more talented builder and actually had a small workshop on the ranch Pa had outfitted for him. He was talented, Nicholas would give him that, and the building side of things would find Simon at the helm and Nicholas as his lackey. When it came time to paint them, though, that was Nicholas's expertise. He'd inherited their mother's artistic ability in painting while Simon's came out in the furniture he built. Lily paused her speech for a moment, and Violet spoke up softly. "What is it you want me to do?" "You're going to help me direct the children," Lily said gently. "Not to mention, Rose tells me you have quite the voice if you ever let anyone hear it. I don't expect you to sing in the program, but you're welcome to if you'd like." "Interesting." Nicholas had no idea Violet enjoyed singing. "Oh," Violet shook her head quickly, "no, I'd rather not. I'll just help you with the children." Her brows furrowed, and she dropped her attention back to her plate. "That's fine," Lily assured her. "The children will be a big enough job all on their own." As his sister continued moving through her notes about the program, Nicholas couldn't help but feel pity for Violet. If she kept running from the Lord and making peace with her father, she was in for a long road of hurt. Chapter 2. Violet finished washing up the last of the dishes from their lunch rush just as Rose arrived to take over her shift for the afternoon. "Hi ladies," she chirped as she swept through the door. Rose had finally begun to feel better after the difficulty of the first weeks of her pregnancy, and she was back to her old friendly self. Of course, Violet was happy for her sister, but the contrast between the two of them was clear. Before Violet answered, Helen turned and met Rose with a wide smile. "You're here. Come tell us, how was your appointment with Edie?" Edie was Helen's cousin and the town doctor. Somehow, she made it work to split her time between her 3 children, the clinic at her husband's sawmill, and the one in town. Violet couldn't imagine having that much energy, but Edie made it look easy. "Everything seems to be progressing well," Rose beamed. She said, "I won't feel the baby for a few months yet, but I'm just grateful to finally be feeling better. I know Callum has been worried even though the nausea and exhaustion were completely normal." Helen grinned and hugged Rose, a moment Violet couldn't help but feel left out of. Both of the women before her deserved the happiness they were experiencing. Rose had married Callum and lived in a beautiful ranch cabin with him, Mama, and their sister, Bonnie. The peace and contentment on her face was palpable. Helen had just begun an official courtship with the town banker, Jesse Pritchard. He'd originally come to town to get to the bottom of the bank fraud Rose and Violet's father had been part of, but ended up falling in love with both the town and Helen. Violet didn't begrudge the two women their happiness, but she doubted she'd ever feel it again. She knew it would be rude and hurtful to Rose to go back to cleaning up, but the routine of doing so was comforting to her. Something about the monotony soothed her. Wiping a happy tear from her eye, Rose turned to Violet. "What time does practice start, Vi? I'm so glad you're helping. I really think it'll be good for you." "I'm not sure about that," Violet grumbled, "but practice starts in 20 minutes, so I'd best get going." Rose's eyes filled with compassion as she made her way toward her sister. Placing one hand on each of her shoulders, she pulled Violet in for a quick hug. "You used to love Christmas, Vi. It was always your favorite time of year. I hope you can find some of that again, and I'm praying to that end." She could pray all she wanted, but Violet was certain no one listened to prayers regarding her. Others, sure, but not her. "I'll be back after practice to make sure you don't need help cleaning up." Rose didn't comment on her sister's abrupt change of subject, but she nodded quickly. "I'm sure we'll have everything handled, but you're welcome to come back. I'd love to hear how practice goes." "Me too," Helen said with bright eyes. "Not only will some of those boys try your patience, but Lily says Timmy Corden has taken Randy Wyatt under his wing as the school prankster these days. Not to mention, anytime the twins and Lily get together there's bound to be some shenanigans." Violet shook her head. "Lily has warned both Simon and Nicholas there is to be no continuation of the prank war through Christmas. After that, the truce is over." "That's a relief," Rose said. "I'd hate for all the hard work everyone is bound to put in to be compromised by some silly prank. Though, I'll admit, it is entertaining." Helen huffed. "It's entertaining until you decide to make a batch of cookies with your cousins as girls and discover the boys switched the salt with the sugar," I was washing the taste out of my mouth for a week. Thankfully, Violet replied, that shouldn't be an issue this time. Simon and Nicholas have both agreed to refrain from any tricks. Helen's eyebrows rose, and a wicked grin spread across her face. Speaking of Nicholas, how are things there? Truly, Violet didn't want to talk about Nicholas, especially with one of his cousins who would like nothing more than to spread the love she now experienced over the rest of her family. There is nothing there, Violet said coolly. Nicholas is a friend, but I'm not interested in anything else, with anyone. She hated to be so abrupt, but at times Helen tended to steamroll ahead with her well-intentioned plans, regardless of what others wanted. She'd matured a great deal in the past few months, but old habits died hard, and Violet wasn't taking any chances. Masking her look of disappointment, Helen waved her hand in front of her face. No matter, all in the Lord's time. My days of trying to move ahead of him are behind me, mostly. She winked and gratefully changed the subject back to Rose's baby, and when Edie thought it might be due. Violet excused herself with a raise of her hand and hurried out the door lest conversation turn to her once more. The cold air hit her quickly, but Violet didn't mind. She'd always preferred the nip of winter to the sweltering heat of summer. Something about it calmed her, even when little else seemed to. With a deep breath, Violet steeled herself to undoubtedly see Nicholas again and headed down the street toward the church where practice would take place. They decided to do it right after school since some of the children lived further out and still needed to get home before dark. A rumbling wagon not too far ahead of her held identical blonde men donning Stetsons and carrying a load of wood. No doubt, it was Simon and Nicholas riding in from the ranch to begin the process of building sets. There'd been a time when the thought would have made Violet's heart race with excitement as it had when he brought that first basket of produce from his crops. For the first time in many years, she'd felt valued by a man and treated with care. Unfortunately, things with Papa had gone quickly downhill after that, and Violet couldn't seem to move past it like her sisters and mother had. How they managed it, she didn't know, but it didn't seem to be in the cards for her. Oh well. No use dwelling on things she'd not be able to change. Embracing the hand she'd been dealt, Violet surged onward to keep her promise to Lily. She'd do the best she could with the Christmas play and be grateful once December 26th arrived. After a quick stop at the mercantile for a few extra supplies, Nicholas and Simon rolled into the churchyard with all the wood Lucas had donated from the sawmill for the sets. The plan was that Simon would take the lead on building, and Nicholas would follow his instructions. Once the sets were built, Nicholas would take over to paint the backdrop Lily wanted. Really, it was best if Simon left the painting solely to him. He could be a bit clumsy with a paintbrush. Children ran around outside, burning off the energy from a long day in the classroom. It was chilly, but many of them had shed their coats and donned the sheen of sweat from the exertion of their game of tag. Rudy Potter, Jack Thompson, and Eddie Williford were in a standoff of sorts, though Nicholas couldn't tell who was it. Bonnie Gilbert stood to the side with some of the other girls her age and chatted, just as he'd seen his sister and cousins do many times. There you are, Lily said as she rushed toward them. Her 3-year-old son Hunter ran after her, while baby Lottie dozed on her chest in the sling-like contraption Mama had fashioned for them. I'm so thankful Papa was able to spare you both for the time we'll need you. I can't imagine how difficult it would have been to build the sets at the ranch and bring them here. Nicholas tipped his hat with a smirk toward his sister. It's our pleasure. Ranch and farm work is lower right now anyway, aside from making sure the cattle stay fed, watered and safe. It was easy enough to spare us. Though, we do expect plenty of your blackberry pies come spring as payment. You've got it, Lily said. Do you need me to send some of the older boys out to help you unload, or are we free to get started? Nicholas looked around for Violet but couldn't find her. She was probably already inside. We're all right, he said. Y'all go on and round up the rugrats. Lily laughed and rolled her eyes. They're school-aged, you know. He does, Simon said as he playfully jammed an elbow into Nicholas's side. He's just distracted by a certain assistant of yours. It was Nicholas's turn to jab an elbow that time, but Lily responded before he could. She's inside with some of the younger children. Her face pinched into worry. I hope she comes to enjoy herself a little bit during these rehearsals. The children can be quite charming if you let them, but it's clear she's got her guard up. A swell of shouted voices sounded from the churchyard, and Nicholas looked over to see a few of the boys in a heated argument, likely surrounding their game. Lily shook her head and grabbed the bell off the porch, clanging it loudly. To his surprise, Lottie barely stirred as the bell clanged and Lily called the children inside to begin practice. It must be easier to keep a second kid asleep due to the noise of their older sibling. You gonna sit around all day lollygagging? Simon joked as he jumped down from the wagon, or are we gonna get moving? Can't impress the pretty girl if you let me do all the work. He winked, and Nicholas hopped down himself. Though, we do look so much alike that she might not know the difference. She'd know. Most people could tell from their builds, though people who knew them well could also tell immediately based on how they walked. Simon was a bit bulkier than Nicholas, but nowhere near as much as Malachi. Nicholas studied the boards in the back of the wagon. Did you tell Lily how you'd expanded her ideas for the set? Simon was a dreamer, one who frequently took a small idea and turned it into something much larger. He also got foolhardy ideas in his head on occasion and was mostly the reason their mama had gray hair. Though, Nicholas had to take credit for some of that as well. I figure what she doesn't know won't hurt her. Simon grinned as he pulled a couple of boards off the wagon. After all, by the time she realizes the backdrop will be bigger and better than she could have imagined, they'll be nearly done, and she'll have no need to worry. His chest puffed out as he moved toward the lean-to Alex had fashioned to protect the lumber and firewood from any December storms. Besides, the longer we're here, the longer you have to impress Violet. Though, just so it's clear, I still don't quite know why you're so hung up on her. Nicholas's gaze shot to the door of the church that was thankfully closed. With all the ruckus the children were making inside, there was no way she'd heard. Violet knew well his feelings for her, but she'd likely not appreciate feeling like she was the subject of their conversation. I'm not all that sure myself. He sighed and pulled a few more boards from the back of the wagon. She's made it clear she's not interested, but for some reason I just can't let it go. Simon tossed another set of boards on the pile and approached Nicholas. Clapping a hand on his back, he took on the feigned countenance of a wise old man. He stared off over the creek and lifted a hand. Women, the most confusing creature known to man. This, my friend, is why settling down is a fool's path. Keep your options open, and don't waste time on trying to rein one in. They're easier spooked than a wild filly. Nicholas knew Simon was only half serious, but he definitely didn't understand what it was like to care deeply for someone. Not too many months before, Nicholas might have felt the same way. I think I'll take the advice of men happily married over my chronically single brother, if it's all the same to you. He shrugged Simon's hand off his shoulder and chuckled as they continued their unloading. Simon, always with the dramatics, clapped a hand onto his chest. You wound me, brother. I think my advice is sound. I'm sure you do, see, Nicholas said as he pulled 3 more boards from the wagon bed. I'm sure you do. Chapter 3. Jim, Grady, and Paul, I need you to stand in the back there. Lily glanced at the paper she had in her hand and extended one hand to point to where they should stand. You're the wise men, so you'll come in later. Snickers sounded from some of the older girls on the other side of the room, and Violet recognized Penny Thomas as the ringleader. Wise men? Those 3? The girls around her burst into laughter while Jim and Grady turned red. Paul, on the other hand, just took on an air of defiance. Yeah, and if you don't pipe down we'll make you one of the stinky sheep. The boys may have been a few years younger than Penny and her friends, but Paul's courage seemed to bolster them, and they stood straight once more. Lily shook her head. Focus, everyone. Penny, you're playing the angel so you won't come in for a bit either. You can stand off to that side of the stage for now. The pretty girl tossed her long blonde hair behind her. From what Violet knew of her, she was anything but angelic. Still, she did have a beautiful voice and would close the program well. Of course, Mrs. Hall. Holding down a groan, Violet recalled the Penny she'd known before she graduated. She was about 5 years older than the girl, but they all went to school together so her antics were well known. Penny was a chip off the block of her mother. She could be mean, loved to gossip, and often sent one or more of the younger children home crying. Lily knew exactly how she could be, but she'd also needed Penny's voice for the closing song. It made sense, but Violet still wished Paul had been right and the girl was cast as a sheep. Lily herded the youngest children into their huddle in the center of the stage, where the manger would be. They'd serve as some of the farm animals and have the best time doing it. Lily's mother Beth was making all the costumes, so they'd no doubt be spectacular. "That's it, Caroline," Lily said with a grin. "You're a cow, so I need you to moo with all you've got." Caroline dropped to all fours, then lifted her head to the sky and let out a loud moo. It sounded adorable in her tiny voice, and Violet couldn't help but laugh. As she did, she glanced up and noticed Nicholas staring unashamedly her way from where he and Simon had begun measuring the stage. His smirk was full of mischief, but his eyes turned thoughtful. Feeling the heat rise up in her cheeks, Violet turned back to help Lily herd the smaller children into their places. She could still feel Nicholas staring at her, but did her best to ignore him. After a bit, he turned back to the job at hand and continued measuring different parts of the stage and relaying them to Simon. Once all the children knew their places, or as Lily called it, blocking, Lily had them sit and handed out the lyric sheets to everyone. "Settle, children," she said quietly. Continuing to speak in a low voice so the children would have to hush to hear her, she directed one of the older girls who played the piano to take her spot. "Tessa Jackson has agreed to be our accompanist for the program this year as Mrs. Jones is busy with things on the homestead. We're so very grateful to Tessa for stepping in." Most of the students smiled at Tessa, as she had always been kind and personable. The only ones who didn't were Penny and her friends, and Violet wondered if that had more to do with how more than one of the older boys stared admiringly at the pretty brunette. "Thank you, Mrs. Hall," Tessa said. "I'm happy to do it." She swept gracefully to the piano and took her seat on the bench. After a quick sweep of the keys, she opened the sheet music before her and nodded at Lily. Turning to Violet, Lily lifted her eyebrow. "Violet, can you read music?" She could, and in fact had been told she was rather good at sight reading through the years. It wasn't something she'd done in a while, as the music had disappeared from their home around the same time Papa started losing his temper more often. He'd been the one to teach her, his voice a rich baritone. "I can." Beaming, Lily lifted her hand to the children. "If you don't mind, you're welcome to demonstrate the melody for the children. I can do it, if you'd rather, but I'm afraid my voice might scare them all away." Chuckling, she held Violet's gaze hopefully. The song wasn't a familiar one for Violet, but the melody didn't look difficult. Doing her best to avoid even glancing in Nicholas's direction, she nodded at Tessa to begin playing and followed along as she went. She hadn't sung in ages, but the moment her mouth opened it was as though the music took her away. She didn't even know the words, but was able to feel the pushes and pulls of the music well enough that she had no trouble singing those written to the correct tune. The song sang of the nation of Israel waiting for their coming king, the prophets foretelling his birth, and the hope he would bring to all men. If she were honest, she wasn't even certain what she believed about all those stories in the Bible, but music had always been something in her life that made her feel close to God. At least it had been. She finished, and Tessa played the few closing notes of the song. Looking up, Violet realized the children stared at her with wide eyes. She shifted uncomfortably in her seat and caught a glance of Nicholas accidentally. His face held much the same expression. "Violet," Lily breathed. "That was beautiful." Casting her eyes toward the sheet music in her clammy hands, Violet wished everyone would stop staring at her. She didn't know how to respond without being rude, so she simply muttered a polite, "Thank you." Lily took over from there, pairing some of the smaller children with older ones to help them learn the song. Tessa played the melody for them to match over and over again, and by the end of rehearsal they'd started to get the hang of it. Violet did her best to throw herself into helping the children learn, and it became easier to concentrate once Nicholas and his brother went back outside to begin their build. Once they finished, Violet and Lily followed the students into the churchyard. While Lily made sure each of the younger students had someone older to walk home with them, Violet took deep breaths and stared out at the creek. She'd interacted more with the children today than she'd done with anyone in months. For a moment, she'd even felt like her old self again. It didn't last long, but it was nice. The bright blue sky and gentle breeze calmed her quickly, so a tug on her skirt didn't startle her like it might have. "Miss Violet?" Violet turned and looked down into the sparkling green eyes of Caroline Parsons, her curly locks as unkempt as any Violet had ever seen. Despite that, she was one of the most adorable little girls in town, and Violet secretly hoped she never tamed her curls too heavily. "Yes, Caroline, what can I help you with?" The little girl turned shy at that moment and cast her eyes to the ground. "I just wanted to let you know that you did a great job today. When I grow up, I want to be just like you." Caroline clasped her hands and gazed up at Violet through long lashes. Violet knelt down to where she was eye level with Caroline. She didn't want to grow up to be like Violet, not who she turned into. Pulling the girl into a hug, she swallowed down the tears that threatened. "I think you'll grow up to be much better, sweetheart." When Caroline pulled back, she waved goodbye and skipped off toward her brother, Amos. "Oh," she said as she turned but kept moving backwards. "My brother and his friends all think you're real pretty too." Unable to hold back, Violet burst into laughter at the sight of the boys all turning beet red. With her attention on Caroline, she didn't even notice Nicholas approach until he spoke. "They're right, you know." Violet narrowed her eyes at the tall, lean cowboy. "Right about what?" "That you're real pretty," he said with his hands casually resting in his coat pockets. "And you should do that more often." "What should I do more often?" Violet wanted to just walk away, but she couldn't bring herself to do it. It wasn't about the compliments he paid her. It was something else, something about his presence that made it difficult to leave. "Laugh," he said quickly. "Your whole face lights up when you laugh. It sure is something." The corner of his mouth lifted, and he lifted one hand to push a lock of hair back that had blown in her face. "I'd missed seein' it." Like a herd of cattle stampeding toward a large rock face, Violet's whirling emotion screeched to a halt. She took a shaky step backward and started to turn. I need to get home. I'll see you another time." With that, she moved as quickly as she could without breaking into a run. Nicholas had feelings for a girl he'd once known, one she couldn't be anymore. It wasn't fair to him, and he'd eventually realize it. She just had to rebuff his advances until that happened. Nicholas stared after Violet's retreating figure and shook his head. They'd had a nice moment, but she closed up again. Simon watched her scurry away and turned back to Nicholas. "What did you say that upset her?" Lily approached then, the three of them the only ones left in the churchyard. "He probably didn't say anything wrong," she said with understanding in her eyes. "Violet's fighting her own battles, ones she has no intention of letting anyone into." Still staring off in the direction she'd disappeared, Nicholas sighed. "You think she'll ever get there?" "At this point, it'd be all right even if she didn't court me, I just want her to be happy." It was true. It'd be a punch in the gut to see her with another man, but the smiles he saw on her face today would be enough if she was truly content. Lily stood at his side and wrapped an arm around his waist. She was a good bit shorter than he was, but brought comfort just like Mama did. "I'm afraid that won't happen until she forgives her earthly father and surrenders to her heavenly one." She was right, and he knew it. "I've been praying she will." "We have too," Lily said sadly. "I had hoped that inviting her to stay at the cottage would bring the same healing to her that it's brought to so many others, but she's fighting it with everything she has." Stubbornness can be a good thing, but it can also be our undoing. Simon had been quiet, but spoke up then. How is it that her sisters and mother can forgive him, but she can't? Was it really that much worse for her? He'd wondered the same thing, if he were being honest. It was frustrating that somehow the other women of the same house had been able to move forward, but Violet had stayed stagnant. "Everyone feels things in different ways," Lily answered. "We also all experience things from our own perspectives." Rose was rarely home during the worst of the time with their father because she worked so much. Bonnie was often at school or shielded from it to the best of her sister's abilities. At the time, Mrs. Gilbert stayed in her room most of the time. Rose told me that Violet took on the brunt of the housework and taking care of their mother whenever she wasn't working as a nanny. That's quite a bit of time to work in the quiet and stew on things. Not to mention, she was often the recipient of her father's bad moods upon his arrival home. As he often was, Nicholas was struck with the desire to give her father a taste of his own medicine. He didn't think Gilbert had ever been physically abusive to the girls, but he'd certainly been hypercritical and harsh with them. For someone like Violet who'd always worn her emotions near the surface, it was bound to have an effect on her. I just wish I knew what to do, how to fix it for her. You can't, little brother. Lily tightened her grip to give him a quick hug. Only the Lord can do that, and he's not going to force it on her. Keep praying, and keep being her friend. It does more than you realize. Nicholas could only hope that was true. He and Simon loaded up in the wagon and asked Lily if she needed a ride. No, she said as she waved them on. I have a few stops to make on the way home, and I think I'd rather walk. Her husband, Alex, had taken the children with him when he left for the day, so she'd likely enjoy a quiet moment. As Simon steered them down the road back to the Circle H, he chattered on about the rodeo circuit coming to Texas in the next few months. He'd mentioned it before, but Nicholas couldn't make himself pay attention. No, his thoughts were squarely with Violet and the laugh he'd seen from her today. She had a beautiful voice. The song brought a peace over her that stole his breath, but the laughter was what he couldn't let go. Are you paying attention to me at all? Simon nudged Nicholas in the ribs and scoffed. For what it's worth, I finally got it. Nicholas narrowed his eyes at his brother. What did you finally get? Why you can't get her out of your head, Simon replied casually. I'd forgotten what a pretty voice she had and how pretty she can be when she's not scowling. It makes more sense. Unsure how to respond, Nicholas chose silence. As they closed the rest of the distance home, he did what he'd been doing for months. He asked the Lord to heal her heart and bring back the person she'd always been. If for no other reason than he hated to see her so sad. Lord, I don't understand why Violet can't seem to move past the things that seem to haunt her. It doesn't make sense to me, but I reckon it doesn't have to. Help me be a good friend to her, Lord. If she never likes me back, I guess that'll be all right, but it'd be real nice if she did. Either way, I just want to see her laugh more. Chapter 4. Rehearsals that week felt more like herding cows than actually getting much done, but they managed to get the first half of the program figured out. Between Tucker and Otis James's inability to be serious and Penny's apparent desire to draw the eye of every older boy in the room, it could be pretty difficult. It seemed Penny was following in the footsteps of Belle Thurston, doing her best to step on the other girls in order to make herself look special. Thursday had been particularly frustrating, but Lily continued to remind Violet that each of the children were at different points in both maturity and their faith. Actions generally spill over from what's in the heart, she'd said. As Violet rode her rented mare down the road to the Circle H for lunch, she thought about Lily's words. It's easy for Lily to say, she muttered to no one but the old gray mount she rode. Lily's got the patience of a saint and somehow manages to make everything look so easy. The mare snorted and bobbed her head as though in agreement. With the sun shining down, the air was still chilly, but it was quite comfortable with Violet's heavy cloak and gloves. Rose had all but begged her to come out to their house for lunch, and she really couldn't bring herself to disappoint her sister. Not to mention, she saw Bonnie regularly at rehearsals, but it had been a while since she'd talked with Mama at all. With any luck, she wouldn't come across Nicholas on her way into the land where Callum and Rose raised their cattle. A rabbit hopped across the road just as a hawk swooped down in the distance. The bunny didn't see it, but Violet hoped the hawk wouldn't spot the little thing. It was so tiny, almost like it was a baby. Pulling her mare to a stop, Violet slid off the gentle giant. She guided the mare over to the side of the road where a small tree stood and quickly tied off the lead rope. Hey, little one, she cooed to the rabbit she realized now was very much a baby. Where's your mama? The little fluffball backed up a step or two, eyeing Violet with fear, but approached her closer as the hawk drew near. That's it, baby, she said as it hopped closer to her. It shot glances at the hawk that had clearly set its sights on the pair. She should let nature take its natural course, but something in her just couldn't do it. The little guy was so helpless, and the hawk felt like everything that was wrong in the world. Rationally, she knew they both had to eat. The hawk wasn't doing anything wrong, but still she found herself coaxing the rabbit closer to her and holding him close to her chest. "There you go, Chester," she cooed. "Do you mind if I call you that? Chester seems like a good name for you. That is, if you're actually a boy." The bunny's nose and whiskers twitched, and Violet imagined he was pleased with his new name. The hawk did one more circle around the area, but apparently decided his lunch's protector was more trouble than it was worth and flew off. For a moment, Violet debated leaving the baby there but couldn't see anywhere that might serve as his den. Had something happened to his mama? Hoping she made the right decision, Violet stood and held Chester awkwardly while she mounted back on her horse. "I'll take you to Rose, maybe Callum will know what to do with you." They rode the rest of the way in peace, the hawk long gone. Chester burrowed into the lapel of her cloak and fell fast asleep. By the time she passed the big house at the Circle H and arrived at Rose and Callum's land, his head rested peacefully on her, and she smiled at the realization he felt safe there. Bonnie came bounding out the door, with Mama close behind. Rose and Callum followed, but Rose didn't move with quite the speed Bonnie did. She still had quite a few months to go in her pregnancy, but her energy wasn't what it normally was. "Violet," Bonnie squealed. "I'm so excited you came to help us decorate." "Decorate?" Violet narrowed her eyes at Rose. "I thought I came for lunch." Without even so much as a hint of guilt, Rose grinned. "I decided we'd decorate for Christmas after lunch. Callum already found a tree for us, but it doesn't have anything on it just yet. Mama's been working on a beautiful wreath for the door as well." Spotting Chester's white fur curled up on Violet's chest, her eyes lit up. "What's that?" "This is Chester," she said as he started to stir. "He's just a baby and all alone. I found him hopping along the road and brought him with me so this hawk didn't get him. I'm afraid his mother might be looking for him, but I just couldn't let him get eaten." Bonnie jumped up and down, every bit the 12-year-old she was. "Oh, can we keep him?" "Rose, please? I'll raise him like my own." This was exactly what Violet had been hoping for, but a baby rabbit might be too much for Rose in her condition. "I'm really sorry about this. I just didn't know what to do." Rose smiled and raised her eyebrows at Callum. "What do you say?" He sighed good-naturedly and pulled her in close to his side. "I'll tell you what. You tell me exactly where you found him, and I'll go search to make sure we haven't taken him from a comfortable den and family. If I can't find one, we'll ask Aunt Abigail for some goat's milk and do what we can for him." He turned to Bonnie and pierced her with a serious gaze. "But he stays in the barn, got it? We'll set up a little den for him there." Bonnie nodded wildly and raised her hands to take her new pet. "Yes, sir." Mama and Rose exchanged a smirk, and Violet let her shoulders drop with relief. Violet realized they'd done more to the small farmhouse since she'd last seen it. The porch didn't wrap all the way around like it did at the big house, but it looked like an idyllic place to watch the sunset if one was so inclined. Rose hadn't had a chance to plant much since they moved, but Violet imagined Mama had already begun to plan what gardening she'd do that spring. Gardening had been one of the things Violet shared with her mother until she took to bed following Bonnie's birth. She'd done her best to keep Mama's roses as healthy as possible, though even she didn't have quite the touch Mama did. Handing Chester down to Bonnie, who immediately tucked him under her chin, she dismounted. "Thank you so much. I can help you get the goat's milk if you need it." "No need," Callum said with a wave of his hand. "I'm taking Rose out there later anyway for the ladies' sewing circle dash." "You're welcome to join us," Rose said hopefully. "I know everyone would be so happy if you did." Violet shook her head. "I can't, but thank you for the invitation." She was happy to spend time with her family, but the sewing circles felt a little overwhelming lately. She'd attended a few with Rose before, but it always felt like she brought down the jovial mood the ladies carried. Masking her disappointment quickly, Rose waved them all inside. Well, come on everyone. We've got a roast, carrots, potatoes, and fresh baked apple cinnamon bread for dessert. Lunch was pleasant enough, though Bonnie had a harder time eating with one hand while holding Chester with the other. It seemed Callum might have already gone back on his decree that the bunny stayed in the barn. Bonnie chattered on about rehearsals, while Rose talked a bit about how her pregnancy was progressing. Mama was quiet as she normally was, but Violet was pleased to see that she'd gained even more color and weight back since the last time she saw her. Occasionally, Mama would catch Violet's eye and smile softly at her, her eyes communicating more than Violet likely knew. After lunch, Rose pointed to 2 crates on the floor of their parlor. Here are some of our childhood ornaments that haven't fallen apart. I thought we might start with those and string popcorn if we have time. The boxes of ornaments were the same they'd hung on the tree for years, the ones Violet and Rose had always giggled at as they got older. There were crudely cut snowflakes pasted onto pieces of fabric and paper baubles hung from string. How in the world they'd survived, Violet had no idea. The most special ones were the fabric ones Mama had taught Rose and Violet to sew as children. Some were stars. Others were simply whatever shapes the girls came up with. They'd stuffed them with scrap fabric, and somehow the stitches still held despite being so poorly sewn. Then, Mama may have fixed them at some point. Violet didn't remember a time when Mama had acted quite the same as all the other mothers in town, but she'd been much more present for their childhood than she was for Bonnie's. "Oh Chester," Bonnie giggled as the bunny sniffed her cheek. "I think we're going to have the best time together." Bonnie had reached the age where some days she looked far too grown for Violet's liking, so seeing her giggle with Chester was sweet. The next few hours were spent hanging ornaments and stringing popcorn while Mama, Rose, and Bonnie sang Christmas carols. A few times, Violet found herself singing along and almost felt like they were children again. Then, one of the ornaments would bring a memory of Papa and set her to scowling again. "Well," Rose said as she stood back from the tree and placed her hands on her hips. "I think this tree is perfect. I'm a little surprised some of these ornaments haven't been lost to the dust bunnies, but here they are." Mama put her arm around Rose's waist. "Some definitely have, dear. But I suppose the Lord has been gracious to allow us some of these sweet memories." She smiled down at Bonnie and Chester before pinning Violet with a watery gaze. "Girls, I'm so very sorry I haven't been the mother you deserve. It wasn't fair to any of you, and I will regret the years I lost until the day I leave this earth." Rose pulled her into a gentle hug. "You did the best you could with what you had, Mama. You were sick, and we don't hold that against you." Fury rose up in Violet at the thought of who was truly responsible for stealing their childhood from them. "If Papa had gotten you to see Dr. Light when we begged him over and over, you'd have felt much better years ago. This isn't your fault, Mama. It's his and his alone." The bitterness she'd worked to swallow so as to not ruin this special afternoon for the others burned in her chest. "I'm sorry, I can't do this." Violet shook her head and strode toward the door. "I know all of you have somehow moved past it, but I can't seem to." Tears filled her eyes as she snatched her cloak off the hook. There was no need for her to spoil the rest of their day. "Thank you for inviting me, Rose." Yanking her cloak on as she went, Violet nearly ran down the steps of Rose's farmhouse. Tears streaming down her face, Violet grieved for all Papa had taken from them. It wasn't fair, and it never would be. Thankfully, no one followed her, as she didn't know how she'd respond if they had. Letting out a sob, she pulled up onto the gray mare and tried to clear enough of the tears so she could see where she was going. No, whatever they had that allowed them to move forward, she didn't have it. Nicholas trudged through the muddy rows of his winter crops, proud of how well some of them were doing. This far south, they didn't tend to have a hard freeze until mid to late November, but a few varieties of squash and all his winter greens had held up nicely. If anything, some of them looked even happier in the cold than they had before it turned. The gallop of horses' hooves sounded behind him, and he turned to see someone racing across the pasture from the direction of Rose and Callum's house. Squinting his eyes, he realized it was blonde hair and not the red he might have expected from Rose or Helen that trailed behind the rider. She hadn't spotted him yet and appeared to be wiping her eyes furiously. Was that Violet? And if so, why was she crying? Before he really thought through his course of action, Nicholas stepped out of his garden plot and raised his arms. "Hello there, might want to slow down." She finally noticed him, having gotten within only 20 or 30 yards. It was indeed Violet, and she continued to wipe her eyes, but it was little use. Her tears kept falling anyway. Jogging over to her, Nicholas held up his hands to help her down. "Violet, what's wrong?" The despair on her face cut him to the quick, and there wasn't an enemy he wouldn't battle for her if only she'd let him. She allowed him to help her down, and her tears began to slow. "It's nothing for you to concern yourself, Nicholas." Her words were clipped, but they didn't have the chill he'd have expected. No, these words came from the pits of a broken heart. "Of course it is," he said as he smoothed back some of the thick blonde hair from her face. "I told you I'd be your friend no matter what happens. Not to mention, I'm told I can be a pretty good listener." He winked at her and pulled out a clean bandana to wipe her tears. "It may just be because Simon won't let me get a word in, but the effect is the same." Violet's lips lifted in a small smile, but it didn't reach her eyes. Still, a smile was better than nothing. "It's nothing." Taking a chance and very lightly clasping her elbows to pull her a step closer, Nicholas studied her reaction. If she gave any indication she didn't want him to, he'd have let go immediately. As it was, her walls seemed to crumble as she took a large step forward and buried her face in his chest as the tears started up again. Surprised, Nicholas wasn't quite sure what to do. He'd never been quite as steady with female emotions as Malachi had, but he did what he'd seen Pa do a few times to Mama. Wrapping his arms around her, he rubbed her back gently and whispered soothing words. The sound of her sobs broke his heart, but he'd stay there all day if she needed him to. If only he knew what had happened, maybe he could fix it for her. Then, if it was the same thing that had been wrong for months, there wasn't much he could do. Much too soon, Violet pulled back and wiped her eyes again with his bandana. Suddenly, her eyes widened, and she took 2 steps backwards. "I am so sorry, Nicholas. I'm not sure what got into me." She turned toward the mare Nicholas recognized from the livery and started to mount up again. "Wait," he said as he hurried forward. "You didn't tell me what's wrong." "There's nothing to be ashamed of, Violet. I just want to help." If only she could see how much. The mask of indifference was firmly in place again. Unless you can somehow go back and change the past, there's not much you can do. There it was, the past that haunted her. "I can't, but I can pray God guides you into a much better future." The walls she'd brought down earlier shuddered for only a second as the sheen of tears filled her eyes once more. Without waiting for a leg up, she swung her leg over the mare and shook her head from atop her mount. "Feel free to pray, Nicholas, but I'm not sure anyone is listening." With a flick of her reins and a gentle squeeze of her feet, she took off into a gallop. Nicholas watched her disappear over the hills and didn't notice Callum approach until he placed a hand on his shoulder. "You all right?" With a deep sigh, Nicholas looked down at his boots. "I just wish she'd stop fighting so hard." "It's not you she's fighting, Nick. It's the Lord, and until she surrenders those demons to him, she'll keep fighting." Chapter 5. "Welcome, friends," Pastor Alex boomed from the pulpit Sunday morning. "It surely is a beautiful day to be in the house of the Lord, gathered to celebrate the Christ child. We've only a few more Sundays until Christmas, so before we begin, I want to recognize all those who are working so diligently on all the town festivities for the season." Violet squirmed in her seat. She'd arrived late again and found a spot toward the back. It was her preferred spot, so she didn't have to speak to everyone. Falling apart in front of Nicholas had embarrassed her, and she'd wished she could skip church that morning. Unfortunately, she'd given her word to Lily and Alex that she'd be there any time she was well, and she didn't think her current state could accurately be considered ill. Few people had noticed when she opened the creaky door, as they'd been well into their singing by that point. Now, she had a feeling she wouldn't be able to hide much longer. Every year, Alex continued from his spot at the pulpit, we celebrate Christmas heartily in Pine Creek. Of course, the Christmas festival will take place on Christmas Eve on either Main Street or in an indoor location if necessary. He held a hand out to Forrest Underwood and his family. Forrest has graciously offered their large new barn as our backup location, as the extra room they provided for Nathan and his horse training will be perfect for our dance. Polite applause sounded, as did the excited whispers of children. Forrest Underwood still raised beef cattle, but ever since his great-nephew Nathan Archer took over as head wrangler, they turned out some of the finest horses in Texas. Folks came from all over to purchase them, and Nathan even taught riding lessons during the summer for some of the town kids who didn't generally have a reason to learn. The festival will take place after our Christmas program, and I'll tell you more about that in a moment. First, I'd like to recognize the hard-working ladies who've committed their time to help our town get in the Christmas spirit. Beth Carson is spearheading the decoration committee, and Abigail Jones, Carissa Carmichael, Jamie Griggs, Melinda Hightower, and Sarah Carson have agreed to help her with different parts of planning the festival. I've already seen some of the decorations they're working on, and I can tell you they will be beautiful. Polite applause rose again, and Violet spotted Sarah blushing from where she sat with Malachi and their toddler Eliza. She'd be having a baby not long after Rose would, but didn't seem to be dealing with the same nausea and fatigue. Of course, Alex said, Pine Creek Bakery will be providing refreshments at the dance, as well as some of their delicious apple cider. As the applause rose again, Violet realized she hadn't heard anything about that, despite working at the bakery. It didn't matter, since Helen was the master in the kitchen, and Rose had been the one to develop their cider recipe. Violet had to admit, it was delicious. All Violet did was help them keep up with cleaning and act as waitress. She'd also been a bit less present than normal due to rehearsals. Alex turned to his wife Lily, and a warmth took over his gaze. And last but not least, our Christmas program. All of you with children know they've been hard at work learning their parts, and I couldn't be more grateful to each of you for helping them. My beautiful wife, Lily, and Violet Gilbert are working hard to make this the best program yet. Not to mention, Simon and Nicholas Carson are building sets this year. We know, if we can keep the pranks at bay, he said with a twinkle in his eye, they'll be perfect. Chuckles rumbled through the audience, as everyone was well aware of the ongoing prank war between Lily and her brothers. At this point, it had gone on so long that it was town folklore. Simon stood and jokingly bowed. We've been threatened within an inch of our lives if we so much as think of pranking our dear sister before the day after Christmas. After that, all bets are off. With an exaggerated salute to Nicholas and an eye roll from Alex, Simon sat back down as the town laughed once more. Thankfully, Simon's antics distracted Alex from mentioning any more about her or Lily, and he had them all bow in prayer before launching into that morning's sermon. She caught bits and pieces of his sermon on the days leading up to Christ's birth and Mary's visit from the angel Gabriel, but mostly, she found herself glancing over at Nicholas more often than she cared to admit. He'd been kind to her as she cried, but she had no doubt she'd spooked him. It was for the best, though, as perhaps now he'd back off his intentions where she was concerned. No man could hold out when the woman he fancied continued to be disinterested and aloof, could they? And if they happened to sob in his arms, surely any man in his right mind would walk away. Her father certainly did. As children, he'd been a kind father, but as she moved into her teen years he became cold and hurtful with his words. The distance he put between them had shaken Violet to her core, and she threw herself into the normal concerns of an adolescent to dull the ache. Once, when she'd been upset over a couple of girls leaving her out of things, he'd told her to buck up and stop whining. Then, of course, he'd gone back to work. The old papa would have scooped her up in his arms and held her while she cried, even if it made him uncomfortable. But the man papa turned into, he'd refused her affection and simply left to earn more money. Rose had done her best to comfort Violet, but even she'd never felt things as deeply as Violet. Once upon a time, her joy had been the presiding emotion over Violet's days. Now, it was an entirely different emotion. Settling back into the pew, Violet did her best to listen to the sermon. As her eyes drifted toward Nicholas time and again, she chided herself for her lack of self-control. The last time, just before they stood to sing their closing hymn, Nicholas happened to be looking at her as well. When he caught her eye, he smiled softly and winked at her, something he had a habit of doing. She jerked her head back toward the front, working to cool the flush that had risen in her cheeks. After the hymn, Alex had them sit back down. I hope you'll all stay for lunch today. The clouds we experienced earlier this week are gone, and the day is perfect. Be sure to thank all those I mentioned early on for their contribution to the best Christmas season Pine Creek has ever experienced. In fact, if any of you have a role in this year's Christmas festivities, please stand. All around her, both adults and children stood. Violet had no intention of following suit, but Caroline Parsons spotted her from a few rows ahead and pointed. Miss Violet, you need to stand too. Her curls bounced just as she did, and most of the congregation glanced back as Violet reluctantly got to her feet. Intentionally keeping her eyes firmly on the front of the room, she sat as quickly as she could get away with. The cheers of the congregation continued, but no one seemed to notice she'd sat back down, not even Caroline. The moment Alex dismissed them, she'd head back to the cottage. The weekend had been draining on her in multiple ways, and she'd be grateful for an afternoon of solitude. Seeing Violet's eyes soften at Caroline Parsons when she told her to stand gave Nicholas an idea. Just as Alex dismissed them, Nicholas turned to the pew behind him where Edie and Lucas's brood sat. Holding out 2 nickels, he grinned at Titus and Penelope, the other set of twins in the family. Say, is there anyone here who might want to go ask Miss Violet to stay and eat lunch with us? I've got a shiny nickel for my helper. Penelope jumped off the pew, followed closely by her brother. Us, Uncle Nicholas. We will. Nicholas wasn't technically their uncle, but the twins had long ago started calling all of Edie's cousins as though they were siblings. It made things easier, and as the other children grew and began talking, they followed suit. I knew you were the right ones for the job, he said with a wink. Now, hurry and catch her before she leaves. Glancing up, he saw Violet already making her way to the door as inconspicuous as she could. Titus and Penelope nodded and shot off toward the back of the church. Violet hadn't spent as much time with them as she had the school children, but she'd come to enough family gatherings with Rose that she wasn't immune to the charm of the adorable twins. Edie placed her hands on her hips, a smirk firmly in place. Don't you think that's a bit manipulative, Nicholas? She raised an eyebrow and reminded him of her own mother, Aunt Carissa. Sometimes the end justifies the means, he said confidently. She needs people who care about her, regardless of anything else that may happen. She does, Rose said as she turned from where she sat next to Carissa. But she also might not appreciate being tricked. Sighing, she glanced back to watch Violet likely doing her best to let the bouncing children down easily. Though, I suppose it's better than nothing. Nicholas followed her gaze and noticed Violet's surprised expression transform into something else when she met his eye. Her brows furrowed as she eyed him suspiciously. Lifting his shoulders in a teasing shrug, he did his best to keep his expression light. With a small smile and a roll of her eyes, Violet turned back to Titus and Penelope with a nod. They cheered wildly and ran back to their parents. She said yes, Uncle Nicholas. She said yes. Nicholas made a great show of handing them their nickels, praying Rose was wrong and Violet found the move charming rather than infuriating. She approached the group slowly and crossed her arms over her chest, staring Nicholas in the eye. Paying children to do your bidding now, Nicholas? Not the least bit ashamed, Nicholas only grinned and high-fived the twins. Whatever gets the job done. With a huff, Violet turned and moved over to speak to Rose and Bonnie. She probably didn't realize it, but it was the first time she'd intentionally teased him since the Harvest Festival before her father was caught. Her wit had always impressed him, and he'd missed it. He was jarred from his thoughts as a heavy arm came down across his shoulders. Simon stood next to him with as mischievous a face as Nicholas had ever seen. Yep, I'm starting to get it. You gonna ask her to the Christmas dance? The dance was still weeks away, and Nicholas had only just gotten her to agree to eat lunch with their family with the help of 2 adorable children. Don't count your chickens, see. One step at a time. What about you? Have you decided which young lady will have the misfortune of spending an evening in your company? Simon chuckled and stroked his chin. I haven't decided yet, but I'm thinking of going alone and dancing with all of them. Don't want to send the wrong idea, you know. It seems like we're at the age now where a fella can't even ask a lady to a dance without her thinking it's an act of courtship. Nicholas rolled his eyes and shrugged Simon's arm off his shoulders. That's because it is. Or at least, it would be if he could somehow convince Violet to go to the dance with him. He'd definitely be wise to leave her alone until she got past her bitterness against her father, but he just couldn't seem to. He'd certainly not ask a gal to marry him who had such big questions about her faith, but he could sense the subtle change in the ice around her heart. It was beginning to thaw, and he wanted to have a front row seat to watch it happen. Chapter 6. The next day at practice, the children seemed to be more antsy than normal. More than once, Lily had to tell Billy Jenkins to stop trying to climb into the windowsill, and Jeremiah Costin could barely stop talking to say his lines. Penny and her friends were also in fine form. Every time a child forgot their line or messed up a solo, they giggled amongst themselves. Both Violet and Lily told them to cut it out, but their attention was pulled in so many different directions that they'd undoubtedly gotten away with more than they should. As Penny made doe eyes at Harry Randolph, a boy nearly 3 years older than her who barely noticed she was alive, Violet watched carefully. In her time as a nanny, she'd learned that picking one's battles was an important part of any child rearing, regardless of the adult's role. Penny flirted shamelessly, and while Harry was kind, it was clear he'd rather be with his friends. Lily approached and watched the scene unfold as well, as the students were supposed to be running lines with a partner. It's fascinating, isn't it? This was one of the most interesting parts of teaching to me, watching the boys and girls navigate relationships with one another and wondering what would become of their efforts. Her last year in school, Lily had been Violet's teacher. It felt like a lifetime ago, but Violet had always appreciated her patience and enthusiasm. Would she ever be that girl she'd been again? She'd love to be the one who could fit her pain into a box and ignore it like she'd done in adolescence. It just didn't seem possible anymore. Do you ever have regrets? It probably wasn't the question Lily expected, but she took it in stride. Lily thought for a moment, watching Penny and Harry as she did. I don't typically think regrets are fruitful. We can't change the past, so I suppose I'd rather focus on the present and future. She paused for a moment. Do you? So many. Violet wasn't sure where to begin. Sometimes she wondered if she'd stood up to Papa sooner, maybe things could have been different. I guess I just wonder why things have to always be so hard. The compassion in Lily's voice nearly brought her to tears. They're not supposed to be. We're not meant to carry our burdens alone. Before she could say anything more, Tessa scooted out from where she'd been practicing behind the piano and moved quickly out the door. It didn't take much to know she was holding back tears. A quick glance at the triumphant look on Penny's face and the stricken one on Harry's told Violet most of what she needed to know. Oh dear, Lily said. Do you want to go after her or should I? I'll do it, Violet said. I've got some experience with bullies. Did she ever? Lily looked uncertain, but nodded all the same. All right, we'll get back to rehearsing in here. Violet headed out the back door and spotted Tessa standing at the base of the creek with her arms crossed protectively over herself. The way her shoulders bobbed up and down betrayed her tears, and Simon and Nicholas had noticed from where they worked outside. Both sighed in relief when Violet emerged, and she caught Nicholas's eye before heading to comfort Tessa. Approaching as gently as she could, Violet decided to announce herself. Tessa? What happened? The girl shook her head and wiped a tear from her cheek. Just Penny being Penny. She's a few years younger than me, but we were friends as children. She's well aware that I've fancied Harry for years, yet she still throws herself at him every chance she gets. She looked toward the sky and took a deep, shuddering breath. I try to ignore her, but today she intentionally brought him over where I could hear to run their lines. Jamie told me yesterday that Harry was planning to ask me to the Christmas dance, but then she started laughing with him and saying how she couldn't wait to dance with him. I didn't want to hear any more, so I just ran out. I'm sorry that happened, Violet said. Bullies will do everything they can to make you feel inferior, but you can't let her win. You've got to fight back, stand up to her. It was a realization she'd come to not long before, the night she'd finally stood up to her father and gotten kicked out of their house. It's not pleasant, but it's the only way to get them to stop. Tessa looked confused. But what about turning the other cheek? Violet scoffed, knowing Pastor Alex probably wouldn't like her advice, but also knowing its necessity. Sometimes, that's not enough. If you want to deal with Penny's meanness until you graduate, go ahead. But I think you're stronger than that, and you can make it so she doesn't mess with you anymore. Turning thoughtful, Tessa wiped her eyes again. Thank you, Miss Violet. I think I've been going about this all wrong. Maybe I should change my approach. Satisfied, Violet put a hand on her shoulder. You don't ever have to let the bullies win. If only someone had told her when she was Tessa's age. By then, her father had solidified himself as the biggest bully in her life. If someone else had told her to grow a backbone long before she did, their outcome might have been different. With a determined gait, Tessa turned and set off toward the church again. Her shoulders and head held high, she stomped up the stairs and prepared to face her bully. Violet stared after her, a sense of discontent tightening her stomach. She firmly believed everything she'd told Tessa, so why did her own advice suddenly sit so poorly? Pushing it from her mind, Violet followed Tessa back inside the church for the last few minutes of rehearsal. Nicholas gave her a small wave, one Violet returned with a nod. Perhaps, as she saw Tessa finally stand up to Penny and her antics, the knot in her stomach would go away. She opened the squeaky doors just as Tessa took her seat at the piano again and started up the opening melody of one of their songs. Music filled the air, and Violet was once again comforted by the sounds of words she wasn't even sure she believed anymore. Nicholas pounded the last of the nails into the frame that would become the program's backdrop. They'd been blessed with good weather thus far, but Pa's knees had started tingling, which generally meant a change was coming. He'd given them a little extra time off to work as quickly as they could on the set, no doubt Lily playing some role in that decision. You don't want me to attach this to the main backdrop yet, do you? Nicholas was merely a pawn in Simon's plans. He knew his way around a hammer and nail, but Simon was the master when it came to woodworking. He'd ensure the finished product was not only sturdy but also beautiful. Nope, Simon said as he cut another piece of wood from the other side of their makeshift shelter. The temporary lean-to Alex had built off the church would make the coming rains much easier, since their supplies and pieces already finished could rest under it and be protected. It'll be impossible to get them through the doors if they're already attached, so we'll do that once we get them inside. Then, it's all yours. I didn't quite get the artistic gene. He had, just in woodworking rather than painting, but Nicholas didn't correct his brother. Got it. Finishing the piece he'd been working on, he moved over to build the triangle-shaped supports that would help keep the back secure. He didn't think they were necessary because of how Simon had shaped the frame, but he wouldn't argue. It'd be his luck if he'd convince his brother the supports weren't needed, then it would topple backwards during the performance. Just as he picked up the 3 pieces Simon had cut, the door to the church swung open and Tessa Jackson ran out. She was a nice girl, but Nicholas didn't know her very well. Low sobs filled the air as she stopped beside the creek, her back to both them and the church. Simon put down his saw and approached Nicholas. What in the world? Shrugging, Nicholas debated what to do. I don't reckon there's anything we can do to help. Do you? Simon stuffed his hands in his pockets and pursed his lips. Surely, Lily or Violet will come out in a second. I'd hardly think 2 grown men would be the best ones to comfort a teenage girl. No, definitely not. Just as Nicholas finished speaking, the door swung open again, and Violet appeared on the top steps. Her face was drawn, but her eyes remained alert and scanning the churchyard. She spotted Tessa and made her way down the steps with a quick acknowledgement of the men. Phew, Simon said dramatically as he wiped non-existent sweat from his brow. Dodged a bullet there. As Nicholas continued to watch as Violet spoke to Tessa, he was overcome with the urge to pray for them both. Here were 2 young women with very different situations, but their hurt was clear. Whatever happened with Tessa, Violet apparently wanted to help her. Closing his eyes for just a moment, he asked the Lord to heal them both and bring them to a place of joy once again. It was, after all, the predominant emotion of the Christmas season. A rag flew through the air and landed on Nicholas's shoulder from behind. "Hey, you gonna make me do all this myself while you keep ogling your girl, or are you gonna help me?" He snickered as Nicholas tossed the rag back. "I mean, I'm obviously doing the hard work here, but I'd rather you not drive a nail through your finger because you can't keep your eyes on the job. She's not my girl, and I'll not be driving a nail through any fingers." Picking up his hammer and the support boards once again, he did his best not to watch as Tessa and Violet continued talking. "In that case," Simon said with a grin, "you might return to my side of things and quit breaking all the young ladies' hearts around here. I know quite a few who'd be happy to go out with you." "No thanks," Nicholas said good-naturedly. His brother meant well, but it was no use. "One day, you'll meet some girl who turns your head, and she'll turn you inside out too." Simon barked out a laugh. "Not a chance, brother. The family life is fine for all of y'all, but I'm an unbroken stallion and intend on remaining one." He puffed out his chest and returned to his work, a look of pure resolve on his face. "Whatever you say," Nicholas responded. Simon might never marry, but Nicholas couldn't see that happening. And when some girl did come along and turn him upside down, Nicholas only hoped that he could watch it happen. With any luck, the girl Simon fell in love with would actually welcome his advances, unlike Violet. With a sigh, Nicholas went back to work. He'd continue to give the situation to the Lord, the only place it belonged. Chapter 7. Violet counted the cash they'd collected that morning from the brand new cash register Helen's beau Jesse bought for them. The old one had been damaged after a group of outlaws broke in and trashed the place, but between Jesse and the town, they'd managed to bring the bakery back better than ever. The smells of Christmas cookies wafted through the space, and Violet couldn't help but close her eyes and take a sniff. The cinnamon and vanilla were her favorite, but everything Helen made was delicious. At the moment, she was working on a gingerbread display to place on a table in front of the window. It had undoubtedly started as a simple idea, but had since turned into a complicated and daunting project. "Come on," Helen grumbled aloud from the kitchen. "Why won't you stay up?" She stood back from the counter and placed her hands on her hips impatiently. The windmill she created for the top of the house lay beside the rest of the elaborate cottage, the green cookie crumbs beneath it mimicking grass. Violet placed the money back in the register and made her way to stand beside Helen. "I thought you'd nearly finished. Did you decide to add the windmill?" "Oh, I finished that one." Helen gestured behind them to a counter full of different types of gingerbread homes. There were those resembling farmhouses, clapboard homes, not to mention those paying homage to other places around the world. A tiny gingerbread castle rose up, turrets and all. "I decided to go with a gingerbread village instead of just one house, representing as many kinds as I could." In awe, Violet approached the beautiful village. Colors she had no idea could be worked with adorned the frosting, and Helen had created such lifelike structures that it was a wonder. "How in the world did you get all that color so perfect?" Helen's grin grew wide. "I've been coloring some things all along. Beets, berries, coffee, and different spices are all great for that. But recently, I've been experimenting with this new product I purchased when Mama and I went to New York City. All the bakers there are using something called food coloring that's only recently become available." She lifted a small basket from beside the oven and pulled out small vials of different color liquid. "It's amazing what it can do." Helen and her mother, Abigail, had recently gone to New York as a prize for the bakery's win in a national baking competition from Carter's Bazaar. Rose had been supposed to accompany them, but her morning sickness had been so bad that there was really no way she could. Still, the ideas and products Helen brought back were a stroke of genius, particularly in the hands of someone with her talent. "These are beautiful." "Thank you," Helen replied. "Now, if only I could get this windmill to stand up. Icing has worked well to this point, but I'm afraid it might not be strong enough here." Violet thought for a moment. "What about molasses?" Eyes wide, Helen clapped her hands together. "I can't believe I didn't think of that." "Thank you, Violet." Rushing forward, she pulled Violet into a startling hug just as the bell above the door jingled. 3 of the school children skipped inside, Caroline Parsons among them. "Hello, girls," Helen said as she released Violet. "Why aren't you in school today?" Another little girl, Samantha Butler, spoke up. "Miss Turner had to leave quickly for a family emergency back home. We don't know when she'll be back, but tomorrow Mrs. Hall is going to start filling in for her." Lily had only taught Violet for her last year of school, but she remembered the time fondly. It had been particularly challenging for Lily to teach her little brothers, and Simon and Nicholas hadn't made it easy on her. At some point, their parents must have warned them because they settled down around mid-year. "I know you'll enjoy that. Mrs. Hall is a good teacher. We love her," Caroline said. "If Miss Turner can't come back, maybe she'll take her job." The girls giggled, and Violet bit back a smile. Miss Turner was an older woman who'd come into town after their last teacher got married and moved away. She'd only been there a short while, but every interaction Violet had with her told her the woman brooked no nonsense. Helen dried her hands on a dish towel and rounded the counter. "I doubt she'll do that, her babies need her at home." Eyeing Violet, the corner of her mouth lifted. "Violet, have you ever considered sitting for the teacher exam?" Little did Helen know, it was all Violet wanted to do as a child. Papa had strongly discouraged it through her adolescence, and she'd settled for becoming a nanny when she needed work. "I have, but I imagine it's too late." Waving the rag in front of her face, Helen scoffed. "Nonsense. You can sit for it in Lehigh, probably within the next month or 2. You're so smart, Violet, and great with children. I can't imagine why you didn't study for it when you first graduated." "Oh, Miss Violet," Caroline said as she and the girls bounced in place. "Please come be our teacher. We love you, and you're so much less grumpy than Miss Turner." Violet leaned down and smoothed the girls' flyaway hair back. "I think that ship has sailed, but I imagine you didn't come in here to recruit a new teacher. What can I get for you girls?" Distracted by the large case of treats, each girl picked out their choice, and Violet rang them up. Outside, Samantha's mother stood with a basket from the mercantile and raised her hand in a wave. Once the girls each had theirs, they took turns hugging Violet and ran out the door, giggling the whole way. "You know," Helen said as she leaned against the pastry case. "It's really not too late. You're so good with them. It's like you come alive around children." Helen didn't say it unkindly, but her words reminded Violet of all the reasons the children deserved better than she could give them. "I did want to be a teacher," she said. "Papa said only women content to be spinsters were teachers, or they'd leave after a year or 2 when they got married. At the time, I figured marriage was in the cards for me, so I didn't try." Fire rose in Helen's eyes. "That's hogwash. I don't mean to disrespect your father, but he couldn't be further from the truth. Sure, Aunt Carissa and Lily stopped teaching when they got married and had children, but that doesn't mean everyone does. Pine Creek no longer has the stipulation that a married woman cannot be the teacher if she chooses to do both. Goodness, if Aunt Beth, Mama, and Edie are any indication, a woman can balance both a career and children if she wishes." "None of that matters anymore," Violet said quickly. "I don't ever plan to marry, but I also don't believe I'd be a very good teacher." There was a time she would have been, but not anymore. Children needed endless patience, and hers had all but disappeared over the last few months. She'd never grown frustrated with them at rehearsals, but she only had them for a few hours. Helen held up both hands in surrender. "Fine, I won't say I was looking forward to losing you here anyway. But I do want you to be happy, and the children seem to make you happy." Moving back around the counter and pulling the broom off its hook on the wall, Violet forced a small smile. "I appreciate the sentiment, but I'm just fine." She jerked her head back toward the kitchen where Helen's windmill had begun to droop again. "Now, you might want to go fix that." Helen groaned and scurried back to her workspace. "This is infuriating," she grumbled. "I will make you stand up," she said to the windmill. "If it's the last thing I do, I will win this battle." Shaking her head, Violet continued sweeping. The windmill didn't know who it had picked a fight with, and that it was destined to lose. When Helen Jones got an idea in her mind, she typically got her way. Nicholas brought his axe down on the frozen spots in the creek. The sun had come out and turned the air fairly comfortable with a coat, but some of the shadier spots along the creek had remained frozen from the night's cold snap. A heifer stood by and watched, her head cocked to the side as though in amusement. "What? You think you can do this better?" Nicholas chuckled and brought the axe down again as the heifer continued to study him. "I'd like to see you try. Talking to the cattle, are we?" The voice behind him was as familiar as his own, and he turned to find the ranch foreman Ray riding up on his gelding. "Can't say I blame you. My pa used to say that sometimes talking to himself or the cattle was the only way he could get any intelligent conversation." As though in agreement, the heifer let out a loud moo and snorted. With a laugh, Nicholas backed away from the now flowing water. "Well, we know how she feels." Turning to the cow, he clicked his tongue. "Go on, girl. It's all yours." He moved the rest of the way up the slope that led down to the creek and watched the beast hurry to the spot he just vacated. "At least she knows what she wants." Ray dismounted and approached. "It's refreshing, isn't it? Sometimes, Paula's mind will be completely set on something, only to change her mind overnight." "Mama says it's a woman's prerogative," Nicholas replied. "But I reckon it's not all bad. Sometimes, it'd be nice for a woman to change her mind. If Violet would change hers, they wouldn't be in all this back and forth." The day after she left Callum's, Nicholas had barely allowed himself to hope that they might turn a corner soon. She'd allowed him to comfort her, could it mean she was softening? Nope. That week, she'd gone right back to doing everything she could to politely ignore him. Only the occasional glance his way when she thought he wasn't looking betrayed her thoughts. "You boys get yourselves into some real pickles with women, don't ya?" I remember speaking with Malachi as he worried over his relationship with Sarah, then talked to Callum many times about Rose. Ray ran a hand over the dark skin of his face. "Let me tell you, brother, relationships between men and women are complicated at best, but there's not much that'll make you surrender more to the Lord. Other than raising young uns, I can't think of anything else that's brought me to my knees in prayer more often." Nicholas had been praying for months, yet it felt like the Lord was silent. "I wish I knew the right thing to do. She's so bitter at her father, and she's letting it destroy her piece by piece." Turning to look out over the pasture where the cattle munched on the hay they'd spread that morning, Ray grew thoughtful. "There was a time when my pa lived the same way. He was so angry at the family who'd owned his family as slaves, not to mention the foreman whose cruelty haunted his dreams. It nearly ate him alive." It was hard to think of a time when Ray's pa hadn't been quick with jokes and a smile. "Really? I can't even imagine it. By the time you got old enough to notice, he'd had what Mama called his burning bush a moment with the Lord. He realized the bottom of a bottle wasn't going to lead him anywhere he wanted to go, and forgiveness was the only option that would. It wasn't for them, not for the ones who'd hurt our family so badly, it was for him." Nicholas could understand that. Mama always said the same thing about her, Aunt Carissa, and Uncle Cade forgiving their father. Marcus Jones had been one of the most notorious outlaws of the West, cruelty his signature move. She said it was the only way she'd ever have gotten any peace. Nodding, Ray eyed Nicholas. "I'll tell ya, son. Miss Violet is a special young woman. We've watched her grow up, and she's just about the only one who can match you wit for wit. But you don't want a bitter wife. I know that's tough to swallow, but you need to just stick to prayin' and encouraging her as a friend until she lets go of all she's been carrying. It was never hers to carry, but it's not yours either." He was right, no matter how much Nicholas wished he wasn't. How can I do that when it seems like the Lord isn't answering? The Almighty has His own ways, and they don't always make sense to us. He's listening, you can be assured of that. With that, Ray clapped a hand on Nicholas's shoulder and moved back to his mount. "Keep praying, son. It's the greatest weapon we have." Chapter 8. Helen burst through the doors of the bakery, 2 bags in her hands. Her beau, Jesse, followed with a large box in his arms. He smirked at Helen's exuberance, but his eyes were tender as she called for Rose and Violet to come to the front. "Girls, come quickly. Look what I've got. Wrapping up the last of the cookies they hadn't sold that morning, Violet moved around the counter as Rose came up from the back. Helen was dressed in a festive deep green that complemented her bright red hair perfectly. Between that and her forever sparkling smile, it was no wonder she'd been the belle of town before Jesse stole her heart. He might have had the kind of past that would send most women running for the hills, but Helen had somehow moved past it. I wasn't sure if they'd come in before we went to decorate the tree, but they arrived at the post office just this morning. Helen placed her bags on the floor and dug around. Pulling out a large silver star, she grinned. I ordered extra ornaments and ribbon for the town tree a month ago but feared they wouldn't come in before we decorated. Jesse chuckled and shook his head. What was wrong with the ornaments they had already? Helen cut her eyes playfully at him and pursed her lips. They're all hodgepodge, and some of them can't stand up to another season outdoors. They'll fall apart on the tree if we try. Not to mention, these are so festive and coordinated. Removing the box from Jesse's hands, she placed it on the table that their last customers had vacated just after lunch. Inside was a beautiful assortment of red, green, white, and silver baubles along with small carved Christmas presents, stars, candy canes, and other things painted in the same colors. Helen, Rose gasped, these are beautiful. Where on earth did you find them? I saw them in a catalog a while back and remember all the trouble we had with ornaments last year. We tried to convince Mayor Hinson to buy more, but he said it wasn't a priority in the budget. She placed her hands on her hips, looking satisfied with herself. So I took it into my own hands. They're beautiful, Violet said as she took a white ribbon from the bag. Do you think they'll hold up to the elements? The baubles looked so delicate, she didn't see how they could. That's the best part, Helen nodded excitedly. They're made of some special strong glass that should hold up well. It's possible I was duped, but I'm really hoping they last. Removing one of the red ornaments from the box, she smiled. They're just perfect. Rose placed the one she held back inside and raised her eyebrows. Then I suppose we'd better get going. I'm sure your mother and the rest are waiting, and we don't want them to start with the old ornaments. She took care of that, Jessie said with a grin. She spotted Edie on the way from the post office and told them not to start without her. She had a surprise. Helen stood on her tiptoes and quickly bussed his cheek. And I do love surprises. It was good to see Helen so happy. Rose had shared that she'd had somewhat of a crisis of faith over the summer and early fall, but it seemed her relationship with the Lord was just fine again. That, combined with her utter infatuation with the tall, dark, and handsome man beside her, made for a content Helen. I'll lock up here, Violet said quickly. You two have fun decorating. They'd invited her to help the other women of the family decorate both the tree and the boardwalk around town, but Violet couldn't think of much she'd rather do less. The women of Helen's family were all kind, but she didn't want to spoil their fun with her attitude of late. She'd already ruined the time with Rose and her family. It wasn't fair to do it to someone else. Rose took her arm. Oh, Vi, please come. I know as well as you do that you'll just spend the time sitting alone in your cottage. Bonnie was just saying how much she hoped you'd come, and I know the other ladies would love to see you as well. Shaking her head, Violet spoke. I don't dash. Without waiting for her to finish, Helen took her other arm. We really want you there, Violet. You're part of the family. If you don't want to join us for cider at Aunt Carissa's after, we understand, but please come help us with the tree. The bakeries closed this afternoon, and it would mean so much to Rose and Bonnie. Turning to her sister, Violet saw the sheen of tears that Rose worked hard to hold back. Her pregnancy had her crying much more easily than normal, but Violet couldn't deny her. All right, I'll come for the decorating only. It's just going to be the women, right? Helen nodded quickly. Oh yes, the men are all out at the ranch adding on to the barn and workshop at Callum and Rose's place. Jesse will be heading out there shortly as well. That's right, he said. But not if you don't let us get going so I can drop you girls and these ornaments off for decorating. I'm still trying to impress your father and Robert. I'd rather not be late. With that, the ladies gathered up their things and made their way to the center of town where the tree stood every year. It had already been placed, something Helen's Uncle Jake and Aunt Beth had done every year for as long as she could remember. Carissa Carmichael, Beth Carson, and Helen's mother, Abigail, were all there, as well as each of her female cousins and Sarah, Malachi's wife. Bonnie stood next to Beth but took off into a run when she saw Violet. "Vi," she squealed as she slammed into her sister. "I'm so happy you came. Callum wouldn't let me bring Chester, but I just wanted you to know that he's doing well. They couldn't find any sort of a den, but he's turning into quite a snuggler." Rose laughed. "He's supposed to sleep in the barn, but he comes inside more often than not." "Of course he does," Violet replied. Who can say no to Bonnie? With that, Bonnie took her arm and led her into the bevy of women that made up Helen and Rose's family. Carissa Carmichael was the functional matriarch of the family, from what Violet understood. She was married to Sheriff Matthew Carmichael, and Callum was her only son. Her daughters, Edie and Emily, were both there. Edie's daughter, Penelope, ran around with the other children that were old enough to play close by. Edie's husband, Lucas, the owner of the sawmill, must be out at the ranch with the rest of the men. Beth Carson, Nicholas's mother, was there as well. She stood next to her daughter-in-law, Sarah, and held Eliza. Violet didn't know the whole story surrounding Sarah's arrival in Pine Creek, but she knew Nicholas's brother, Malachi, wasn't Eliza's natural father. Instead, he'd married Sarah and adopted the little girl. Seeing her with him, one would never know she hadn't always been his. Sarah placed a hand on her stomach and took a deep breath. She hadn't had the same nausea Rose had as she also carried a little one, but it wouldn't surprise Violet if she grew queasy now and again. Lily stood on the other side of Sarah and nursed her baby girl, Lottie. Her son, Hunter, ran with Edie's twins as little Eliza begged to be put down to toddle after them. Bonnie followed them as well to keep them out of trouble, apparently thrilled with her role. With hair as red and her face just as radiant as her daughter's, Helen's mother, Abigail, approached. "All right, my love. What's this surprise you told Edie about?" Jessie placed the box down at their feet and kissed the top of Helen's head. "If that's all you require from me, ma'am, I believe I'll head out to the ranch." Beaming with love, Helen shot Jessie a wink. "You're still coming out to the homestead for dinner, right? Wouldn't miss it." With that, Jessie tipped his hat to the rest of the women in the family and headed off toward the livery. Switching from love-struck to excited, Helen opened the boxes for her family to gush over. "Look what we have. They'll just be perfect for the tree." "Oh Helen," Beth Carson said as she crouched beside the box. "These are perfect. We've been saying our ornaments would only last another year or two as long as I can remember." She pulled one of the baubles from the box and gently held it up. "And look how they reflect the sunlight. I thought we could use these as the main ornaments, and then any sentimental ornaments in good condition could be placed throughout." Helen was clearly pleased with the way the ladies of her family fawned over her purchases. "Of course, we'll want to keep the cross Grandpa Thomas and Nana Charlotte gave to the town before they left for New Orleans, the beautiful manger scene Dr. Light carved before he retired, and other sweet mementos like that. These can just replace some of the ones that have seen better days." Violet hadn't known Thomas and Charlotte Foster very well, except that he'd been the pastor during her adolescence. They'd always been kind, but Helen's family had gotten close to them somehow over the years to the point she saw them as grandparents. They weren't blood related, so Violet wasn't sure of the connection. Abigail Jones pulled her daughter to her side and gave her a squeeze. "These are perfect, dear. Thank you for blessing the town with them." With that, Helen's Aunt Carissa began to captain the ship. "Well, I guess we better get started. Helen, these ornaments are so special. The town will love them for years to come." She proceeded to break the large group into smaller ones that would divide themselves to decorate the tree, the town's boardwalk, and store fronts. For a time, businesses themselves hung wreaths or did whatever they had time for, but as the family had grown, they'd more or less taken over. With the exception of a few who truly enjoyed doing it and continued the task, most were happy to give up the extra responsibility. Papa certainly had been a few years back when they asked if they could decorate the bank for him. No, she'd not think of Papa today. The Christmas spirit might be far from her, but that didn't mean she needed to drag everyone else down with her. She joined Rose and Helen as they began working on the storefronts to one side of the town center, while Edie, Beth, and Emily worked on the other side. The rest of the ladies worked on the tree. As they hung garland from the boardwalk rail, conversation flowed mostly between Rose and Helen. They were used to Violet's lack of input from the last few months, so they didn't press her. "I so hope Grandpa Thomas and Nana Charlotte can come for Christmas this year," Helen said wistfully. "Last year, there was a new girl brought to the orphanage the day before they were to leave, and she needed them more than we did." Rose tied off the garland with twine on her end of the rail. "I hope so, too. I haven't seen them since Callum and I got married, and I'd love to thank Charlotte in person for the precious baby gowns she sent us." Her earlier curiosity got the better of Violet. "Helen, how is it that the Fosters essentially became part of your family? I know there's a story there. I've just never heard what it is." Helen smiled and looked out with pride over her aunts. "My father, along with Aunt Carissa and Aunt Beth, grew up in a childhood no one should endure. I won't share the whole story, as it's not mine to tell, but you should ask them about it sometime. When my aunts arrived in Pine Creek, Grandpa and Nana more or less adopted them and allowed them to live in the guest cottage on the parsonage. They were grown women, but they needed that guidance as much as any of the children at Hope House. Hope House was the orphanage in New Orleans that Helen's mother had started right around the time she married Helen's father. The Fosters had moved there as sort of house parents and mentors from what Rose shared with Violet. That was so kind of them. Our family is bound by love, not blood." Helen stood back from where she fluffed a wreath on the door of the post office. "We welcome any and all who need us." Helen Jones was many things, but subtle wasn't one of them. Still, Violet wasn't offended. If anything, she was thankful that Rose, her mother, and Bonnie had found refuge in this large family. Looking out over the town center while Rose and Helen chattered on, Violet couldn't help but watch Carissa and Beth. She didn't know the particulars, but somehow they'd been able to move past whatever wrongs had been done to them. Their eyes held none of the pain she knew hers did, their smiles were open and honest. Was something irreparably broken in her that she didn't possess that same ability? Mama had been hurt the most, and while she was still in the slow process of venturing back out into the world and hadn't come that morning, she didn't seem haunted anymore. Rose and Bonnie had more or less moved on as though their father wasn't sitting in a jail cell for the next 3 years. What was Violet missing that everyone else seemed to have? She was certain Rose would tell her it had something to do with her faith, but she'd been right beside her sister on the church pew since she was tiny. She'd heard every sermon Rose had, and yet it didn't seem to help. Blowing out a long breath, Violet picked up a large ribbon that Rose had tied into a bow and attached it to the garland with twine. Whether she would ever be able to have that same easy rapport with those around her, she didn't know. But that didn't mean she had to let it all out either. No, no one deserved that. Nicholas brought his hammer down with a sharper thwack as they finished framing the addition on Callum's barn. Malachi worked on the same section he did, while Simon and Jesse worked on the roof. Between Uncle Cade, Uncle Matthew, and Robert sawing, the rest of them had been able to get the addition framed in no time. "That looks good," Ray shouted from the other side. "Is the rope secure?" Papa, Alex, Mateo, and a few other ranch hands would push up on one of the sides as Ray pulled the rope attached to the top. "It's ready," Alex replied. 3, 2, 1. With low grunts, each man pulled or pushed with all the strength needed to secure the frame for that wall. Once it was in place, they worked quickly to nail it in while Ray continued to hold it steady with the rope. Malachi stood up from his squatted position next to the section of frame they pieced together. It's amazing how quickly these things move when there are plenty of skilled hands. I remember when Callum was building his house, and it was right in the middle of the busy season on the ranch. It would have been so much faster if everyone had been able to pitch in all at once. He was right about that. Callum had been in a hurry to marry Rose and get her out from under the thumb of her father, so he'd not been able to wait until the weather turned cooler. They'd all given every minute they could, but being here all at once made things much easier. If he had it to do over again, I still bet he'd have done it the same way. I've never seen a man so eager to marry a woman as Callum was Rose. As he spoke, a familiar face popped in his mind. He couldn't say he was eager to marry Violet. Ray's words about a bitter wife had run circles in his head since they spoke that day at the creek. Still, he couldn't deny the feelings he had for the beautiful blonde with the battered heart. No, Malachi chuckled, I'd say you're probably right. I didn't have to do any of that waiting with Sarah for the actual wedding day, but I know the feeling of being anxious for your gal to give her heart to you. Malachi's wife, Sarah, had been an abused wife on the run from her late husband's family. In self-defense, she accidentally killed her husband and left New Orleans with little more than the clothes on her back and baby Eliza snug in her belly. She met Malachi on the way while he was on duty with the Texas Rangers, and what had begun as a marriage of necessity turned into much more. If anyone would understand loving a woman who needed to get right with the Lord, it was his brother. Mal, can I ask you a question? It's about your courtship with Sarah. I know y'all were married already, but you courted her anyway, right? Nodding thoughtfully, Malachi squatted back down to get back to work. I suppose I did. It wasn't easy in the beginning, and there were times I wondered if she'd ever open herself up to me. You said her relationship with the Lord was rocky when you married, right? Nicholas realized he'd never really spoken much with Malachi about Violet, but it was only that moment that he wondered why. With a grunt, Malachi drove the nail he worked the rest of the way into the board. That might be an understatement. It wasn't until the night Eliza was born that she really surrendered to him. Not only had her childhood been one that made it difficult for her to believe God loved her, but her dog of a late husband drove the point home every chance he got. Frank Gilbert hadn't been physically abusive that he knew of, but he'd definitely given Violet some wounds. Was that hard? Being married to a woman who had so far to go in her faith? Sometimes it felt impossible, Malachi said. And I don't regret marrying Sarah for a moment, but it would have been much easier on us if she'd have reconciled with the Lord before we tried to build a relationship. Love and attraction, they're a shaky foundation to build a marriage on. God's word and surrender to Him, it's much more firm. He paused for a moment and eyed Nicholas. You thinking of anyone in particular, or just asking? You know the answer to that, Nicholas replied with a smirk. I have feelings for Violet that I can't get rid of, but Ray warned me about getting too serious about her until she can move past what happened with her father. Not that she'd let him get close enough for that, but it was hard not to hope. Ray's a wise man, Malachi responded as he glanced at the man who'd been like an older brother to them both. Right now, the future feels further away than you can wrap your mind around, but the Lord's plan is perfect. If Violet is the woman He has in mind for you, it's worth waiting for. Many a marriage has been ruined by folks thinking their spouse can fill a hole only the Almighty can fill. Don't let yours be one of them. With that, he stood and waved the rest of the men over. Their side of the frame was done, and Nicholas was grateful for a moment to gather his thoughts. Before he had much of a chance, however, a splash of cold water jarred him to his bones, and he wheeled around to find Simon clutching his gut in laughter, holding a bucket he'd no doubt filled from the creek. Nicholas's muscles froze for a second at the shock, but they thawed quickly in the bright sun. If I can't prank Lily right now, Simon said through a wheezy laugh, I reckon you'll do. After a quick shake of his head, Nicholas spotted a large cow patty behind his brother. Simon was still in the throes of laughter, so without much thought, Nicholas crouched and drove forward into his brother's gut. Both men hit the ground, but only Simon's backside was covered in cow waste. I'd rethink that if I were you, brother. The rest of the men in their family guffawed, clutching their stomachs at the sight of one very wet twin and another rather smelly one. Papa shook his head as he did the same. Some days, I wonder how we raised children in grown men's bodies. Chapter 9. Be very careful, Helen said softly. We're almost there, perfect. She and Violet stood back and admired the Christmas village display in the window of the bakery. They just finished placing the last of the gingerbread houses, and, thankfully, none had fallen or broken. Helen's war with the windmill was also won, though not the way she originally intended. It was smart of you to add a stand inside the house and make the windmill multi-dimensional, Violet said as she admired the structure. I'm not sure I'd have thought of that. I didn't, Helen said with a grin. Jesse came one evening to take me home and found me working with it. The stand was his suggestion. Her pride over the pieces was clear, as it should be. Violet didn't know that she'd ever seen anything more beautiful created solely from edible materials. Glancing at the clock on the wall, Violet realized Rose was late. It was getting close to time for rehearsal, and she hadn't shown up for her afternoon shift. Where do you think Rose could have gotten to? I'm not sure, Helen said with a bit of worry in her eyes. Oh wait, there's Edie now. She was supposed to go out to the ranch this morning, so maybe she knows something. The bell above the door jingled, and Edie breezed in. Her long brown hair was tied back in a loose bun, her burgundy dress festive and flattering on her. Edie was one of those women who thrived with being busy, and Violet had never understood how she ran 2 clinics and raised her children without dropping any of the plates she juggled. Hi, ladies, Edie said brightly as she swept inside. I'm a little later than I intended to be. Juan's youngest has a nasty case of the croup, and I didn't want to leave until I knew his breathing was less labored. Juan was one of the ranch hands at the Circle H. Violet hadn't ever spoken to him, but his wife, Sophia, was so kind. Oh no. He'll be all right, won't he? He will, Edie said confidently. He just needs to rest for a few more days. Hopefully, the tinctures I gave them will help as well. The main reason I came by was to let you know that Rose is under the weather as well and likely won't be in today or tomorrow. It's just a cough and some congestion, but she doesn't need to be out riding to and from town. Between Callum and me, we essentially forbade her from coming to work. She winked, and Violet couldn't help but grin a little at how protective Callum could be. Rose being sick while pregnant did worry her a little, though. Does she need anything? I don't think so, Edie said. Your mother and Bonnie have things well in hand. Not to mention, Aunt Beth's never gotten out of the habit of cooking for a crowd. All through the winter, she still cooks as though they have all their seasonal cowhands and ends up giving away half the food. I think they'll be just fine. Helen handed Edie a small paper bag she'd filled with treats from the pastry case. Are you headed home? To Mama's first, to get the children, then home. Edie's schedule was baffling to Violet, and it seemed to change every day. Though, any woman who could be one of the first handful of female doctors in the country could no doubt get things done. A twinkle in Helen's eyes told Violet all she needed to know about where her boss's head was at in terms of a future with Jesse. Give the babies a kiss for Aunt Helen, and let them have some treats. You too. You work too hard. Edie rolled her eyes and turned to Violet. Her attempts to bribe my children with sweets are incredibly obvious. But also incredibly effective, Helen cut in. The way to most people's hearts is through their bellies, and I just so happen to be a master at keeping bellies happy. Edie pulled her into a quick hug, then waved to Violet. I'll get going now, but I've stopped by Lily's and let her know you may not be there today. I wasn't sure if Helen would be able to cover the place by herself. Turning on her heel, Edie flew back out the door as quickly as she came in, the bell jingling once more. Well, Helen said with her brows furrowed. Normally, I'd be happy to stay so you can get to rehearsal, but I promised Mama I'd help her process some soap this afternoon. Do you mind staying? I'm so sorry. I'll plan to be here tomorrow. It's fine, I don't mind. Violet would miss the children, but she'd see them again the next day. Besides, it made it much easier to avoid Nicholas if she wasn't constantly in the same space he was. I'll take care of the place this afternoon and lock up before I leave. Helen sighed in relief. Thank you so much. The soap really is a 2-woman job, and Mama almost never asks me for anything. I understand, Violet said. You go on, I'll see you tomorrow. After a quick goodbye, and grabbing her things from the hooks in the back, Helen moved through the door just as a few of their regular afternoon customers came through it. Violet went about her duties, waiting on customers and ensuring the coffee stayed fresh. Between Rose and Helen's happy lives, she couldn't help but wonder what it would be like to have someone care as deeply for her as Callum and Jesse did. The look on Helen's face as she spoke of Jessie just then was nothing short of giddy, and Rose was often much the same. Her life had become a bit more complicated as of late, but the thing that had always been her sister's constant was Callum. He steadied her in a way she needed, and Jessie clearly did the same for Helen. Where Rose was hardworking and tended to take on the weight of the world, Callum eased her burden and forced her to rest on occasion. Where Helen was lively and vivacious but had a tendency to leap before she looked, Jessie was calm and logical. Both couples balanced the other well, as though they were designed for each other alone. Without warning, thoughts of Nicholas stampeded through her mind. There was a time when she'd have said he was perfect for her. Thoughtful, generous, and always able to bring a laugh when she needed one. Rather than seeming opposites, Violet and Nicholas had always had similar personalities in their adolescence. Still, she could take things a bit too seriously while Nicholas and his brother always worked to lighten the mood around them. Jealousy over her sister's life wasn't something Violet frequently experienced, especially now since their father had gone to prison. Still, as she bagged up scones and cleared a table for Mr. and Mrs. Hollis to enjoy their afternoon coffee, she couldn't help but feel a little wistful over the idea. It wasn't in the cards for her, but it was still a nice thought. Nicholas watched as Simon stood and stretched his back, glancing around the churchyard. "Where's Violet today?" "I'm not sure," Nicholas replied honestly. "Lily had already started rehearsal by the time we got here, and I didn't get a chance to ask her." He hoped everything was all right, but figured Violet might have gotten stuck at the bakery. Word around the ranch was that Rose was under the weather, so it would make sense if she'd had to fill in. Simon smirked and stretched his neck as well. "I probably wouldn't have noticed, but the way you keep popping your eyes to the road every time you hear a body go by is difficult to ignore." All right, he'd been distracted, and he was man enough to admit it. "I just hope she's not caught the same thing Rose has." No one lived with her to know if she took a turn for the worse, and Violet wasn't apt to tell folks when she needed help. Her independence was one of the things he'd always admired about her, but it had grown to frustrate him in recent months. "I'm sure she's fine," Simon said. "Besides, Lily would know if she's sick and would send Edie to her faster than you could even get over there to check on her." "You worry too much, brother, it's turning your face into a permanent scowl." He chuckled before bending back over the sawhorse and starting on another piece. "No one listens to Ole C," he grumbled. "But this is why getting your heart all tangled up with a woman isn't worth it." "Believe what you want," Nicholas grunted. "It's not always something a man can control." The rest of rehearsal passed at a snail's pace, and by the time Lily came outside, Nicholas was almost ready to take off down the street and check on Violet himself. Simon had chattered through much of their work about mostly nothing, but he hadn't really paid attention. Instead, his mind had conjured up all sorts of reasons Violet hadn't come today, each one more difficult to dispel than the last. "Lily," he called as his sister moved down the steps, "hold up a second." She turned from the conversation she had with Tessa, a bit of frustration showing on her face. "Yes?" "I was just wondering where Violet was today," he stammered quickly as Tessa hid a grin. "She's not sick, is she?" Lily's face softened. "No, but she had to fill in for Rose today at the bakery." "I meant to let you know, but I suppose I forgot during our break." Relief washed over Nicholas. "Thank you. That's good." Checking her watch, Lily lifted an eyebrow at him. "If you're interested in a sweet treat, it's open for another hour." She winked, her grin matching Tessa's. No longer even attempting to hide his intentions, Nicholas tipped his hat toward the ladies and waved at Simon. "I'll meet you back at home, see y'all later." Simon rolled his eyes and waved impatiently at his brother. "Get me a cinnamon roll if there are any left." Doing his best to appear nonchalant as he hurried through town, Nicholas realized how he'd gotten used to seeing Violet most days. It didn't make much sense since she barely acknowledged him, but the pull was there nonetheless. He greeted a few folks along the way and felt a surge of pride as he crossed through the town center. Not only had the women in his family done an incredible job on decorating the tree and storefronts, but he'd worked with Mama to grow some of the plants they used for cuttings to add color. He reached the bakery to find it relatively slow that afternoon. A few older couples lingered at tables over cups of coffee and the last of their food, but Helen had told him before that most of their afternoon business was packing things up for folks to take home. Violet stood behind the counter wiping it down and packing up the last of the day's fresh baked goods. She looked up when she heard him come in and her eyes widened. "Oh, hi Nicholas. What can I get you?" She seemed to be in a good mood today, so he tried his luck. "Well, my brother would like a cinnamon roll, and if you have any of those pumpkin muffins left, I'd be much obliged. If you don't, that's all right, seeing your pretty face is sweet enough." He winked and relished the way a blush rose up her cheeks. She didn't look annoyed though. That was something. "We do, in fact, have one pumpkin muffin left." She took it from the display case and placed it in a bag before boxing up a cinnamon roll. "Will that be all?" Leaning against the counter, Nicholas eyed the leftovers from the day. "What do y'all do with the food that doesn't get purchased?" Violet shrugged. "It's different every day. Helen or Rose will sometimes take some home, or we'll give them out to folks as we leave. Helen won't allow any day-old goods in the store, so we do our best to give it away." "That's kind of you. I imagine it hurts a little to have to throw anything away." She shook her head quickly. "Helen's gotten pretty good at guessing how much we'll need for the day, so we don't typically have many things left. They're pretty easy to give. Today, I'll probably take them over to Lily's, and let them be a treat for the family." Chuckling, Nicholas thought of 3-year-old Hunter after he'd eaten sugar. "I know one little boy who will greatly appreciate that." Violet smiled, and the sight tugged at his heart. "He does love sweets. I know they make him wild, but he just loves them so much I can't resist." He knew the feeling. His nieces and nephews turned him into someone he hardly recognized. You should see Eliza when she gets scolded for something. Her little pout makes it impossible not to pick her up and snuggle her. "You're good with them," Violet said thoughtfully. It wasn't a question, so he didn't answer. "It's clear you love your family a great deal." Nicholas waved to one of the older couples as they left. Moving to their table to help Violet gather their dishes, he nodded. "I do. I guess it's why I've never tried to leave Pine Creek. I can't imagine not having them around." He chuckled. "Even though they do have a tendency to stick their noses into other folks' business." "You don't need to do that," Violet said as she unsuccessfully tried to wave him away from the table. "It's part of my job." He shrugged before continuing on. "I like talking to you, and I'd like to help." They cleared for a moment in silence before he spoke again. "Are you planning on going to the Christmas dance?" "Nope," she said quickly. "Why not?" If only she'd say it was because no one had asked her. He'd be happy to rectify that problem. She shook her head. "It's just not something I'm interested in doing." "That's a shame," he said as he placed a stack of dishes in the tub she carried. "I know there are plenty of men who'd be lucky to have you on their arm." With a scoff, she pulled the rag off the side of the tub. "Any man who feels that way should have his head examined." Glancing up with a raised eyebrow, she stared pointedly at Nicholas for a second before turning back to her task. "Funny," Nicholas replied. "I'd say the same of any man who didn't." Watching her clear internal debate to continue the conversation, Nicholas did a silent cheer when she apparently decided to let him win this one and abruptly changed the subject. "You're lucky to have such a wonderful family," she said quietly. "I'm sure they make life much easier." "They do. Both the good times and bad ones." He knew he treaded into territory that might shut her down, but he forged on anyway. "And the best thing is you don't have to be born into the family for them to do that." Violet sniffed but didn't look up from the table she wiped with a rag. "I know that's true, though sometimes even they're not enough to ease a burden." His heart broke at the defeat in her voice. Now that the last couple had cleared out, he decided to be as bold as he ever had. Reaching out, he lifted her chin gently so she looked him in the eye. "No, they can't ease every burden, but there is one who can. I hate to see you hurting so, Violet, especially when there's nothing I can do to fix it." She swallowed deeply but didn't pull away. "I'm not sure anyone can. I certainly haven't been able to." Maybe that's because you're trying in your own strength. He leaned down and pressed a light kiss to her forehead. We weren't meant to carry our hurts alone. We were meant to surrender them. Using every bit of willpower he had, Nicholas dropped his hand and tipped his hat. I'm here for you, Violet. Never doubt that. But as much as I want to chase away everything that haunts you, I've got to leave you in stronger hands than mine. With that, he turned and carried the treats he'd purchased out the door. Lord, walking away from her just now was one of the hardest things I've ever done. I know it was the right thing, but please be her comfort. Me trying to take your place will only lead to hardship. Chapter 10. The next day, Lily moved quickly into the bakery with an uncharacteristic frown on her face. She spotted Violet and Helen behind the counter and headed their way. I need something sweet to make it through today's practice. Do you have any cinnamon scones? Of course, Helen said as she pulled one from the case. But what's got you dreading it so? I thought you'd really been enjoying it. Violet couldn't imagine what had gotten into Lily. She'd always seemed so invested in their practices before. Did something happen yesterday? The last few days, really, though much of it happened at school as well. Lily closed her eyes and took a deep breath as she bit into her scone. I'm regretting telling the mayor I'd fill in through the next few weeks. This mess between Tessa and Penny has just escalated to a point that I'm exhausted. Violet furrowed her brow. What happened with Penny and Tessa? I thought they'd more or less decided to avoid each other. That was what I thought too, but it turns out that they've almost swapped places. For a while, Penny could certainly be hateful to Tessa, especially where Harry Randolph is concerned. I didn't realize it bothered her so much until she ran out of the church that day. Nodding, Violet recalled the day well. She was pretty upset. And Penny needed to be put in her place, Lily replied. But it's like Tessa has just turned into another Penny. She's hateful to her and talks about her to the other girls. Penny was the bully before, but it seems like Tessa has decided to fill the role now. I caught Penny crying behind the building after I let them out for a break today. I won't say she didn't deserve to be given a little of what she gives so freely, but Tessa has taken it much too far. Helen pursed her lips. It reminds me a little of when Belle Thurston was so set on Malachi and flirted so shamelessly in front of Sarah. She put her in her place and let it go. As I recall, Lily said with a smirk, someone else wasn't quite so eager to do so. Placing her hands on her hips, Helen huffed. I've matured since then. Besides, you can't blame me for being a little protective of those I love. No, Lily said, but I still don't know what to do about Tessa and Penny. Violet thought back to the conversation they'd had outside the church that day. I'm afraid that's my fault. Helen turned to her, confused. How so? With a sigh, Violet told the whole story, and everything she'd told Tessa. It didn't occur to me that telling her to stand up for herself would cause such a stir. I'm sorry, Lily. I'll speak with her today and hopefully fix this. She let out a grunt of frustration. She'd not meant any harm, but it seemed she was destined to ruin everything. Lily placed a hand on her arm. It's all right. Don't beat yourself up over it. If I could tell you all the times I've given poor advice to friends or students, we'd never make it to rehearsal on time. Her eyes held compassion. Don't let this steal the joy of working with them. No one is perfect, and this will give you a chance to see someone rectify a situation with humility and grace. Sometimes, that's the best lesson we can teach them. Doing her best not to blame herself too much, Violet bid goodbye to Helen and followed Lily out the door to head to rehearsal. She didn't know quite what she'd say to Tessa, and for the first time in a while, she was tempted to pray for guidance. Lord, if you still listen to me, I'd appreciate some help on this situation with Tessa. I didn't mean to mess things up, and I'm not sure how to fix it. Lily seemed to realize she needed the silence, as they didn't speak until they'd almost reached the church. Children played outside while some of the older girls sat on the steps in the sunshine. It wasn't too chilly, though the weather was known for turning in a snap. As they approached, she spotted Tessa quite obviously flirting with Henry Randolph, and the poor boy looked more confused than anything. Tessa darted a look toward Penny on the porch steps, then turned back and giggled at something Henry said. Lily was right, they'd essentially switched places. To the side of the building, Simon and Nicholas had already begun their work for the day, and Nicholas raised his hand in a wave. "All right everyone," Lily said as she clapped her hands. "Let's head inside for practice. We've only got 10 days until our dress rehearsal, so let's make them count." With a glance at Violet that communicated all she needed to know, Lily herded the crew inside. Before she got too far up the steps, Violet caught up with Tessa. "Tessa, do you mind hanging back with me for a minute?" The girl's eyes widened, but she nodded quickly. "Sure, Miss Violet." Once the rest of the group went inside, Violet gestured toward the steps. "Why don't we take a seat?" Tessa's face drew in, her hesitance clear. "Why do I feel like I'm about to get scolded?" "You're not," Violet said with a chuckle. "In fact, I think it's me who should be scolded." "You? Whatever for?" Violet paused, hopeful the right words would come. "I think I gave you some bad advice on how to deal with Penny." "Oh, no, it was perfect. She's completely stopped bothering me, and I finally feel like I can control the situation." The tenor of her voice told Violet that was exactly what the girl believed, but she also knew the path it would lead her down. "I know it feels that way right now, but I realized I let some of my own issues cloud my judgment when I told you to stand up to her." Standing up to Papa had felt good initially, and Violet didn't think she was wrong to have done so, but it hadn't left her with the peace the rest of her family seemed to have in the situation. She looked out over the churchyard and the creek in the background and did her best to share what was in her heart. "I've spent a while now bitter at my own bully. I stood up to him, but what I thought would bring me satisfaction hasn't given me the result I wanted." "I'm confused," Tessa said. "Are you saying I should have just let her continue to be cruel to me?" "Not at all, but there's a difference between standing your ground and becoming the aggressor. If I'm being honest, I'm not quite sure where that line even is, but I know it's the only place you'll really win. Otherwise, they've turned you into someone you're not, and that's a whole new problem." Tessa stayed quiet for a moment, a sheen of tears in her green eyes. "I guess I just don't know where to go from here." "I wish I knew," Violet said honestly. "I imagine scripture would tell us to forgive them, but it isn't always that easy. Papa had once been her hero, and the loss of the man she thought she'd known had hurt as much as anything he ever said or did." Nodding, Tessa stood and smoothed her dark green skirt. "I guess I'll just have to pray the Lord gives me the strength to do it, and I suppose I ought to apologize to Penny too." Her wisdom floored Violet, and she knew the answer was probably the same for herself. "Probably, though I understand how difficult that would be." "Maybe not," she replied with a shrug. "Pastor Alex always says God gives us the grace to handle what we need to in the moment, though it's not something we always have beforehand." Violet stood and embraced Tessa with a quick hug. "I think you've got it under control, go on back inside." After she returned the gesture, Tessa climbed the steps the rest of the way and opened the squeaky church doors as the sounds of children's voices filled the air. "Aren't you coming?" "I'll be in a minute," Violet said as cheerfully as she could manage. Once the door shut behind Tessa, the tears Violet had been holding back flowed in earnest. Why couldn't she have the wisdom of a 16-year-old girl? Why had she let her father's actions turn her into someone she hardly knew? And why, even knowing the right thing to do, did she doubt if she'd ever be able to forgive him? A familiar, deep voice behind her jarred her from her thoughts. "Whoa, now," Nicholas said softly. "You all right?" Without thinking, Violet turned and stepped off the porch into Nicholas's arms. It wasn't the first time he'd held her like this, not even the first time she'd sobbed against his chest, but this felt different. Suddenly, she knew the path forward to a life where she could actually hold the joy that everyone around her seemed to. The question was, did she have the strength to take it? Nicholas didn't expect Violet to fly down the stairs and bury her face in his chest, but he wasn't complaining. He hated to see her in tears, but at least she willingly came to him for comfort. He stroked her blonde hair and murmured softly. "It's all right, just let it out." That was something Pa had always said to Mama or Lily when they had a crying jag over the years. He'd instilled in the boys from a young age that, despite their first instincts, the best choice was generally just to listen and let the woman tell a man what she needed. Trying to rush out and be the hero didn't go as well as they thought. Violet's tears subsided much quicker than they had at the ranch, and he noticed even Simon had made himself scarce behind the church. Wiping her eyes, she pulled back and stared up at him. "Why is it you always seem to be there when I fall apart?" He reached up and wiped another tear that spilled over, though thankfully her sobs had ebbed. "I reckon you just feel comfortable around me, Vi. I'm happy to hold you as long as you need, but I've been told I'm a pretty good listener as well." He did his best to keep his tone light, knowing she'd only feel more self-conscious if he acted as concerned as he was. "And who told you that? Your bevy of admirers?" If his eyes weren't deceiving him, that might have been the tiniest of twinkles in her eye. He feigned thinking for a moment, bringing one hand up to his chin while the other remained solidly on Violet's arm. "You know, I can't recall. I suppose it might have been. Then, it could have also been my sister." It had, in fact, been Lily. Nicholas would happily admit that he hadn't stepped out with nearly as many young women as Simon had, though he'd certainly flirted with his fair share over the years. None of them took his breath away like Violet did, though. "I gave Tessa some bad advice," she said hesitantly, "but thankfully she's smarter than I am." He smiled softly. "I find that hard to believe." "Believe it. She made me realize something today that I'm not sure I'd have ever realized." It was clear that her mind was no longer there with him, but somewhere deep in the recesses of her memories. He didn't want to push, as she'd surely run from him again and undo the progress they'd made. "What's that?" She let out a laugh that was devoid of humor. "That I'm apparently my own worst enemy. I've spent all this time thinking it's my father when I don't know that it is." "Well, that's a good thing, isn't it?" Her eyes narrowed. "How so?" "The only person's behavior we can change is our own, right? Maybe you can stop making your life more difficult by doing something entirely different." This was twice in the past 2 days that he'd attempted to give her some bit of advice. She hadn't run out yesterday, but he feared he'd pushed his luck when her eyes flashed before him. "You make it sound so easy." She didn't sound angry, as he'd thought. She sounded broken, lost. He removed his hands from her arms and placed her hands in his. "It's not, but like I said yesterday, you're not meant to do it alone." In that moment, the temptation to kiss her was almost too strong to resist, but he had to. It wasn't the time, and she'd only just made a few steps forward to where the Lord would have her be. To kiss her now would likely send her running at best, or burrowing back into herself at worst. She sucked in a breath, the intent behind his words clear. As much as he'd like to carry those burdens for her, it wasn't his place. She'd have to surrender them to the Lord. I need to get back inside," she said softly. "Thank you for dash." "No need to thank me," he interrupted. "I'm here anytime you need me." He watched as she turned and moved back up the stairs. She didn't look back as she disappeared inside the church doors, but all he could do was pray the Lord would soften her heart. Simon appeared beside him and brought down a hand on his shoulder. "She gonna be all right?" "I sure hope so," Nicholas said truthfully. "By the way, where'd you get off to while we were talking?" Simon's face turned up guiltily. "Just hiding around the side of the building. I didn't want her to see me, but I had to have something to tease you about later." With a light smack to the back of his brother's head, Nicholas headed back towards the wood pile and set frames they'd finally finished. "I don't know why I expected anything else." Chapter 11. The joy of the Christmas season, Pastor Alex began that Sunday at church as Violet squirmed in the church pew. "It's not in gifts or programs or dances. It's not in cookies and cider and beautiful decorations. No, it's something much deeper." Violet did her best to listen, but something in her was uncomfortable and couldn't seem to relax no matter how hard she tried. She'd not completely avoided Nicholas in the past few days, but she'd not sought him out either. The nagging feeling that she needed to forgive her father wouldn't be silenced, and she wasn't sure if it ever would. If only it were that easy. Pastor Alex walked from one side of the stage to the other, stopping only to pick up his Bible from the pulpit. The 16th chapter of Psalms states, "Thou wilt show me the path of life, in thy presence is the fullness of joy. In thy right hand there are pleasures evermore." He grinned and placed his Bible back on the pulpit, the light shining through the single stained glass panel behind him creating quite a visual. We will not find fulfillment anywhere but in the full surrender to the Lord and what He has planned for us. Violet bit back a scoff. She knew it was what she was missing, at least that much had become clear. Still, the impossibility of it all seemed to choke her. "Trust me when I say," he continued, "that I have fought that surrender to within an inch of my life. I've fought the idea of becoming a believer and then fought surrender to the true lordship of Christ. I don't think I'd be remiss to suppose that many of you sitting here are doing the exact same thing. This may not seem like much of a Christmas sermon, but it is what makes Christmas so dear to us. The babe in the manger is either our Savior or just an interesting story. He accepts no less." Growing even more antsy, Violet took a deep breath and hoped to calm her nerves. Rationally, she knew Alex wasn't speaking directly to her. Still, every word seemed to pierce her heart like tiny pinpricks. "I hope, church family, that you will join Lily and myself this Christmas season as we ask God to reveal places in our lives where we have tried to wrestle control back from the only one who deserves it. He is to be trusted with our lives, and He will give us the strength to face whatever it is He has called us to. Now, join me in prayer as we prepare for our closing hymn." Those around Violet stood, and she was grateful to be able to move. She'd not begun sweating, but the air around her certainly felt hotter than it had when she entered the room. She had to force her hands not to grip the pew in front of her, and silently counted the seconds until she could move outside into the blessedly cool air. When the hymns began, Violet spotted Nicholas watching her closely, unashamed. He smiled softly, though his eyes did not hold their normal exuberance. He didn't wink or smirk, just a small turn of his lips before turning back to sing. She knew she'd unintentionally led him on by relying on him as she had the past few weeks. At no point had she meant to encourage his intentions, but Violet knew allowing him to comfort her had done so nonetheless. She'd have to be more careful in the future, otherwise he'd only double down on his efforts and leave them both with even more heartache. Pastor Alex's sermon on the joy of Christ was fine and good, but it seemed there were some holes one simply couldn't climb out of. Tessa might find it in her heart to forgive Penny and move on, for it certainly seemed like she'd done so, but Violet's wounds were much deeper. The first time her father told her he didn't have time for her, he had to go to work, had chipped away at some of the warmth in her spirit. Each time he ignored her, each time he was short with her, each time he held back the affection he'd previously given so freely, it had all worked bit by bit until she was uncertain she would ever feel joy again. Finding out what Papa had done with Black Jack Pruitt had served as the final step in turning what was left of it to stone. His betrayal and forced abandonment of the family, no matter his motives, had slammed the door closed on the woman she'd always wanted to be. When the singing finished, Violet slid out of the pew and was the first person out the door. She didn't want to stop and talk to anyone, and she knew beyond any doubt Nicholas would try if she allowed it. It was the coward's way out, but she pushed through the doors anyway. At one point, Violet might have said that if she'd just known how to move past her issues, it was the real battle. If she could just determine what to do to fix it, she'd do so happily. But now that she had determined what it was that stood in her way, carrying it out proved much more difficult than she realized. Nicholas stared after Violet as she scurried down the street back towards the parsonage. He'd known she'd been out of sorts since the day she talked to Tessa, but he didn't realize how many steps backwards she'd taken. Her long blonde hair flowed behind her as the blue dress he'd meant to compliment her on disappeared from sight. Footsteps sounded behind him, and his father's familiar presence appeared. "I'm sorry, son. I know this is tough on you. I just don't know what to do, Pa. I feel frozen in this odd place of knowing she's not ready for anything romantic but also unable to stop thinking about her." It felt hopeless, and no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't shake the feeling that it might always be. His pa didn't speak for a moment, just stood with him and stared out over the town. "I wish I knew what to tell you, son. I don't know why Violet refuses to forgive her father and move on, but I do know what it feels like to feel like the world is against you. You do? As long as he'd been alive, Pa had been a pillar of faith and trust in the Lord. He could be a hothead at times, but every year had cooled him down a bit more. With a chuckle, Pa nodded. Oh, yes. I spent years bitter that my family's land had been taken away from me after my pa fought for the Confederacy. Were it not for Uncle Tom giving me the job as deputy here, I don't know where I'd have ended up. Unfortunately, you and Simon got some of the worst parts of me, but at least they're split between you. What parts are those? Well, your brother got my impulsiveness and tendency to run off at the mouth. It's gotten him in trouble more times than I can count, but it's a mighty familiar trouble. You, on the other hand, you get an idea in your head of the way things are supposed to go and nothing will dissuade you from it. Now, I'm not saying that's always a bad thing, but it can shoot you in the foot. Nicholas narrowed his eyes. But I thought you set your sights on Mama early on and spent years trying to win her over. That seems like a pretty good outcome to me. It was, Pa said calmly. And there have been other times that the path laid out before me has been incredibly clear, such as taking over the ranch for Mr. Hyatt. Like I said, it's not always a bad thing, but I find I do quite a bit of talking at the Lord about how things are going to go rather than listening for his guidance. That sounded familiar. You're a good man, Nicholas. You want what's best for Violet, and your faith is strong enough that you know better than to court a woman who's so far from the Lord, but it doesn't mean that your feelings for her can't make a jumble of things in your head. There were times that I put my relationship with your mama ahead of the Lord, and she'd be the first one to tell you, that's when things start to go awry. Ray said something similar, Nicholas admitted. He said that a spouse will never fill the hole that only God can fill, they can never take the place of the Almighty. Pa smiled. The Lord did us a great service when he brought Ray and his family to us. He placed his hand firmly on Nicholas's shoulder. Your mama and I have been praying for you to have wisdom in this situation, but if I'm honest, we've also prayed that God would harden Violet's heart toward you until such time as her heart is softened towards him. The initial anger that rose up in Nicholas at that was quickly stifled by the sincerity on Pa's face, and the realization that he was exactly right. As bad as it tastes to say this, thank you for that. Pa grinned. I know how upside down a pretty girl can make your decision making, so we just ask the Lord to help you along. I have confidence that if and when she finally gives in to him, you won't be far behind. He could only hope. Thanks, Pa. I appreciate that. It's my job, Pa replied. Now come on, let's go get some food before your Uncle Cade and Robert eat enough for 5 men. Chapter 12. The wind whipped through the trees as Violet left the bakery the next day. They didn't have rehearsal that afternoon, so she'd worked a bit later than she normally did. The cool December air was comforting somehow, cooling her face with just the tiniest bit of bite. Rose had always hated the cold, though she appreciated it a bit more this year since pregnancy made her normally cold-natured sister run hot. As children, Violet would always wake up to the cool mornings of winter with anticipation. Her feet hit the chilly wood floor and woke her up instantly. It had always been something she and Papa shared. They'd sit by the cozy fire on icy mornings, him reading a book and her sewing or working on her embroidery. Sometimes, especially at Christmas, he'd read a chapter or two aloud to her from a Charles Dickens novel. Papa sipped coffee and gave Violet a tiny amount of the strong brew mixed with mostly milk. She pulled her cloak around her a little tighter and realized this was the point when she'd normally slam the door shut on her thoughts. She didn't like to think of the good times with Papa, any more than she liked to think about the bad. Still, something in her wouldn't let her forget as she continued walking past the parsonage property, completely unsure where she was going. All she knew was that keeping her feet moving, staying outside in the brisk wind, it felt right. The road ahead of her stretched out as far as she could see, a dirt path surrounded by pastureland, wooded areas, and thickets like the one in which she'd found Chester. He wasn't the first animal she'd ever brought home, their childhood cat Templeton holding that title. Rose, ever the practical one, had told her that they had no business bringing home something else to take care of. Mama was already pregnant with Bonnie, and her issues had already begun compounding. But this could make her feel better, Violet had argued. Look at his sweet face and his little sock feet. Rose hadn't thought it a good idea. She had insisted Papa wouldn't welcome the little brown fur ball with white feet. If Violet were honest, she hadn't really expected it either. It surprised them both when Papa took the kitten from Violet's hands and held it up to his cheek, then held him out for Mama to pet. For the next few months, despite Mama's increasing fall into melancholia, they'd been mostly the family they'd always been. Templeton would sit at Violet's feet in the morning and purr as though he'd never been so content in his entire life. It had all changed one evening when Papa came home from work, his face drawn. Bonnie was less than a year old, and Mama had mostly retreated to her room. Between the two of them, the girls kept the family fed and even got goat's milk from Mrs. Hammond for baby Bonnie. Mama hadn't been able to nurse her past the first few months, and Helen's grandmother had been kind enough to give them the stuff for free. Violet took on the caregiver role of their mother, while Rose took over with Bonnie. Rose had also been the one to keep the house running. She had always been the industrious one of the sisters, while Violet was much more free and unrestrained. She wore every emotion on her sleeve, and she didn't shy away from big feelings in others. Papa had slammed the door, grumbling all the time. He didn't always come home in a good mood, but he'd never made the house rattle with his fury. "They're going to ruin this town," he'd blustered as his face turned a beet red. "Jacobs is a fool." At the time, they hadn't lived in the home next to the bank, as Papa hadn't taken over for Mr. Jacobs yet. Their comfortable little home was just a few blocks away, though Violet hadn't been able to bring herself to visit since Papa went to jail. Rose had busied herself in the kitchen, eyes wide at Papa's outburst. Even at her young age, she'd taken up all the responsibility of the lady of the house. All Violet needed to do was make sure Mama had what she needed, though that role would change drastically as the years went on and Rose needed to work. "Papa," Violet had said with tears springing to her eyes, "what's wrong?" She'd run to him and tried to give him a hug to make everything better, but he'd more or less pushed her away. He'd never done that before, but he'd do it again many times over the next year until she finally stopped trying. She never did find out what decisions Mr. Jacobs had made that upset Papa so, but she'd gathered it had to do with making conservative investments instead of riskier ones. Papa believed that if the town's money was invested in higher yield possibilities, everyone would benefit. Mr. Jacobs, an older man set in his ways, didn't agree. A good thing too, or they'd likely have lost the town's money years before it actually happened. Gaining her bearings, Violet realized she'd ventured a mile or so down the road, and she'd almost reached the Circle H. Not wanting to accidentally come across Nicholas, she decided to move off the path and into the woods for a bit. She knew these woods well, having explored them thoroughly with Rose as children. That, combined with her love of animals and plants, meant she'd spent almost as much time in them as she did at home. She'd always loved learning gardening from Mama, even more than she'd loved learning to sew and embroider. Most of the plants lay dormant at this point in the season, but a few of the hardier ones still held their leaves. The crunch of the fallen ones under her feet was a welcome sound, as was the smell of the pines surrounding her on all sides. As a single leaf fell in front of her, floating to the ground as light as a feather, it reminded her of the girl she used to be. That day Papa came home and pushed her away was the beginning of the end for the joy in their family. Mama retreated even further into herself. Papa gave them little to no affection any longer. She and Rose took on more than any adolescents ever should. They didn't struggle with money until years later when Papa's bad investments cost them everything they had, but the love and warmth of their home was gone. Violet sighed and sat down on a rock under a canopy of pines. As usually happened when she allowed herself to venture into her memories, the day of Papa's arrest sprung to her mind. "I'm so sorry," Papa had said as tears streamed down his cheeks. Sheriff Carmichael led him out of the courtroom, the sadness on his face evident. Papa stopped for only a moment, and the sheriff allowed it. "I'm so sorry I let greed control me, that I let it take me from you girls." Rose and Bonnie both cried right along with him, but Mama had been unable to bring herself to the makeshift trial that took place in Hunter's Gap. No one expected her to, but Violet knew she sat at home rocking and wailing like she'd done for weeks. Callum had one arm wrapped around Rose and the other on Bonnie's shoulder, a message that comforted Violet somewhat. No matter what happened, he'd take care of his new bride and their sister. Violet had already moved into the parsonage, and Mama had just arrived as well. Papa sucked in a breath as Rose rushed forward and kissed his cheek, and again as Bonnie did the same. Rose whispered something to him, but Violet wasn't interested in knowing what it was. She was disgusted at the display of affection that should be reserved for fathers who deserved it. When he brought his eyes to Violet, as though pleading with her to do the same, she took in the man before her. He was thin, much thinner than he'd always been. His face was gaunt and pale, the stress of the choices he made wearing on him. "I'm so sorry, Violet." He choked down a sob, holding her cold gaze for one more moment. If he thought a simple apology would make up for years of emotional abandonment and hatefulness, he was sorely mistaken. As surely as the prison cell would close firmly on him that afternoon, she felt the door of her heart do the same. He'd pushed her away too many times, and now he could reap the consequences. She didn't shed a tear, didn't allow herself to feel that deeply. She'd grown increasingly numb to his hurts over the years, to the point that she'd become indifferent to him altogether. Without a word, Violet turned on her heel and strode out of the courtroom and away from her father. Her resolve threatened to crumble, but she steeled herself. He'd taken enough from her, she'd no longer give him that power. Suddenly, the courtroom around her faded, and she was no longer planted inside her own memories. With a shake of her head, she worked to dispel the image. It did no good to dwell on the past, not when there was nothing she could do to change it. As she stood, the sound of leaves crackling behind her made her turn, and what she saw made her heart race inside her chest. There, standing no more than 12 feet from her, was a pack of gray wolves, silent, but their eyes hungry. What could she do? There was no way she could outrun them, fighting them was out of the question. None of the trees close by had branches short enough to climb, and even if they did, what would she do then? The one in front was the largest, his stature as long as she was tall. His snout was broad, as was his head and shoulders. He didn't bare his teeth in that moment, but she knew they'd be razor sharp. The hopelessness of the situation laid out before her, she did the only thing she knew to do, she prayed. "Lord, is this how you intend me to go? Please either deliver me from these beasts or be merciful and let me go quickly. If you care, if you listen, deliver me one way or the other." The alpha lowered his head, stalking toward her with startling hazel eyes. 1 foot in front of the other, he approached with a low growl. Violet was frozen in her spot, afraid to move lest she provoke them, but knowing there was no way out. Just as her heartbeat started to slow and she realized death was inevitable, hoofbeats behind her sounded, accompanied by a loud yelp. She didn't dare turn, but hoped whoever it was had brought a gun. More hoofbeats sounded, at least 2 more horses, and gunshots filled the air. "Get out of here," a familiar voice shouted. "Go on, get." The others echoed the sentiment, and the wolves backed away, turning to run as soon as they reached a safe distance. "Violet," Nicholas said as he swung off his imposing brown mount and ran toward her. "Are you all right?" He pulled her in close before abruptly stepping back, eyes scanning her cloak, dress, arms, and face. "Did any of them bite you?" "No," she stuttered in a state of disbelief. "No, I'm fine." How did you know I was out here?" A shaggy blonde dog she hadn't noticed before ran up beside them and brushed his head against her hand. Nicholas dropped to his knees and pulled the dog in for a hug. Bumper here must have smelled the wolves, and he went absolutely nuts. "You're on Circle H property, the fence line is only about 50 yards that way." He pointed in the direction they'd come before going back to pet the dog. Bumper may have started a little clumsy, but he's got a nose that can pick up a predator for miles. "We thought there might have been something eyeing the cows, since we hadn't heard any howls." He stood and pulled her back in close. "Thank you," she said softly. I don't know what I'd have done if you hadn't come." With a kiss to her forehead, he sighed. "I don't even want to think about it." He stepped back and turned to Simon and a man she knew by the name of Ray. "I've got it from here, gentlemen. Thanks for your help." Ray sent Nicholas a look that seemed to convey more meaning that Violet could understand before nodding. "We're mighty glad you're safe, Miss Violet. The Lord sure was lookin' out for you today. Seems he ain't done with you yet." With a slow grin, he directed his mount back in the direction they came. Simon followed behind after a quick tip of his hat. I'll accept payment in the form of a dance at the festival." Before she could respond, he spurred his horse forward, and they were out of earshot. Nicholas knew Violet had to hear his rapid heartbeat. It felt like it might burst right out of his chest, but he couldn't seem to calm. Seeing Violet in the sights of a hungry wolf pack had taken at least a year off his life. If they'd been a few minutes later, who knows what would have happened. He stroked her hair and held her tight, thankful she didn't try and pull away just yet. "What in the world are you doing out here by yourself?" He didn't blame her for what had happened. Goodness knew his sisters and female cousins had spent plenty of time in these woods over the years, but he couldn't help the rush of fear that the moment had stirred. She breathed deeply, the rise and fall of her shoulders the only indication. "I used to love wandering these woods, it was comforting. I'm not so sure it will be now." "You don't have to be afraid of these woods, Vi," he said sincerely. They'd brought peace to him on a number of occasions. "Just don't come alone without protection. I don't know what I'd do if something happened to you." She pulled back then, tears glistening in her eyes that hadn't spilled over. She just stared at him for a moment, thoughts unclear. He could see it within her, the shutting herself off that happened every time he revealed any piece of his heart. "Don't do it, Violet." His voice came out more gruff than he intended, but he couldn't seem to control his tone. "I know you're about to run off again. Don't do it, let me in." This was deeper than his feelings for her. He'd sensed it since her conversation with Tessa, but Violet was at a crossroads. One path would lead her to abundant life, the other would take her further down a road no one wanted to travel. Her voice cracked as she tried to speak. "I don't know what you want from me, Nicholas. I can't give you what you're after." For the first time, Nicholas wondered if there would ever be a resolution to their story that would satisfy him. He couldn't force her to get right with the Lord, and he wouldn't court her until she did. "It's not about me, Vi." He brought her hand up to his lips and pressed a gentle kiss to it. "I'm going to walk you back to the ranch, and I'll ask one of the hands to take you home." Could one physically feel a heart as it broke? If they could, he now knew how that felt. "Thank you," she said softly. "After that, I'll not be bothering you anymore." The words would barely come out, but they had to be said. "If you ever need me, I'll be there, but I won't keep doing this to the both of us." At this point, he knew she had feelings for him too, deep ones. But her shadows ran deep, and she couldn't feign change for his sake. It would only bring hurt to them both. I understand," she said. For the next 10 minutes, they walked in silence back to the ranch where Nicholas asked Mateo to take Violet home. She thanked them both and sent him a sad smile as she hoisted her way into the wagon, up before either could offer to help. As Nicholas watched the two of them ride off down the long drive, he wondered if he'd ever feel about anyone the way he felt about Violet. There was hurt, but there was anger too. Why couldn't she just move on? His mother stepped out onto the front porch of the big house as understanding filled her eyes. "Was that Violet? Ray told us what happened. I'm so grateful she's all right." At his nod, Mama moved down the steps toward him. Beth Carson had had her share of hurt in her life, so she didn't immediately speak again. She simply placed her arm in his and leaned her head against his shoulder. After a minute, he broke the silence. "I know I did the right thing." She lifted her head and looked his way. "I'm sure you did." "Then why does it feel like I can't breathe?" The wagon disappeared onto the main road, fence line blocking their view, but Nicholas couldn't look away. Mama squeezed his arm. "Just because it's right doesn't mean it's always easy, son. Letting her go may be the only thing you could do." "Do you think she'll ever make peace with God?" He could barely bring himself to hope that, but a tiny glimmer remained anyway. "I hope so," Mama said honestly, "but not for you. If the two of you get together afterwards, fine, but this is all so much bigger than any earthly relationship." Mama was right, of course she was, and he wondered if he was even right to hope that Violet would come around. If she'd had no interest in him, it would be one thing. He'd eventually get over it, though it would take time. Knowing she felt the same way he did but had sentenced herself to a life of bitterness was really the thing that twisted the knife. If she was happy, he could move on, but not if she stayed miserable. Keep trusting him, son. Mama started to step away and walk back towards the house. He's never let us down yet. Chapter 13. Violet sat in the large, comfortable rocking chair placed in the sitting room of the cottage. The building had only 2 rooms, as the sitting area blended with the small kitchen and left the bedroom separate. She'd spent many evenings in this very room since she moved in, generally engrossed in some sort of needlework. Embroidery, something she'd always loved and shared with Mama, had quieted her spirit to a place where she almost felt like she'd entered into a trance. The needle moved through the white fabric of the curtains she worked on, the tiny flowers and stems forming as she went. This project combined 2 of her favorite things. She could search her mind's eye for the beauty of her favorite flowers and translate them onto the simple white fabric. What would have been fine and functional curtains would be dainty and beautiful by the time Violet finished with them, the strip of lace she'd pulled from an old dress adding a little something extra. Holding the fabric up to examine, she realized she'd made the most prevalent 3 types of flowers, the ones she and her sisters were named for. Bluebonnets danced across the bottom of the curtain as though waving in a Texas field. Roses stood abundant and yellow as they provided more depth for the scene. Lastly, beautiful purple violets dotted throughout the field, clusters creating a pop of color where there might otherwise be none. In reality, these 3 flowers likely wouldn't all exist in the same field, certainly not at the same time, but they looked like they belonged together, interspersed among the wildflowers she'd added as well. Before Violet could allow her emotions to take over, a knock sounded at the door, and she placed her project to the side. Coming. She opened the door to find Lily standing there with baby Lottie in a carrier and Hunter at her side. He'd lost his baby fat in the last few months as his walk had become a non-stop need to run, generally in an attempt to keep up with Edie's twins. "Hi, Violet," Lily said brightly. "I hope we're not interrupting anything." "Not at all." She glanced at her watch. "I was going to stop soon anyway to head over to rehearsal." Baby Lottie cooed from her mother's hip and reached toward Violet. Lily chuckled and kissed her daughter's head. "Do you want to go see Aunt Violet?" The endearment likely meant nothing to Lily, as their family tended to use the term for both friends and family, but it moved Violet nonetheless. She'd done her best in the last few days not to repeat the conversation she'd had with Nicholas over and over again in her head. The hurt in his eyes when he'd more or less told her, "Goodbye," the way he'd watched the wagon pull away, it had all been enough to break her heart. Had it been another time and place, Violet might very well have been an aunt to Lottie and Hunter. As things stood, the door on that possibility was shut for good. Baby Lottie cooed again and clapped her hands. Unable to ever frown in the face of such an adorable baby, Violet grinned and held out her hands. "I'd love to see you, pretty girl." As Lily handed Lottie over, she glanced down at her son who was busy digging in the dirt in front of the cottage. "We were about to head over to the church, and I thought you might like to walk along. I've got to make a quick stop at the mercantile, but we won't be long." Glancing at Lottie's chubby cheeks and pudgy hands, Violet didn't know how she could refuse. "Of course, just let me get my things." As she donned her cloak one arm at a time due to Lottie and stepped out into the cold air, the baby burrowed deeper into her side. Lily replaced the hat that had fallen off Lottie's head. "There you go, love. That should help." She summoned Hunter, who took off ahead of them at a sprint, clearly needing to work off some energy. "He takes after his father," Lily said with a soft smile. "He can be a bit shy around strangers, but he has the energy of 10 men. That thought surprised her. "Pastor Alex is shy?" He'd never given Violet that indication, but of course Lily knew her husband better than anyone. "Interestingly, yes. He's coached himself out of most of it over the years, but he always feels a bit of anxiety when he meets a new person. His calling superseded that, so he did as the Lord asked, but it didn't come as naturally to him as other things might have. The man's size alone likely intimidated plenty of others in turn." "I never would have thought." "He'd be pleased to hear that," Lily said as she kept an eye on her sons retreating back down the boardwalk. "Hunter," she called after him, "stop when you get to the mercantile and go see Mrs. Emma." The little blonde boy nodded boisterously at his mother and stopped on a dime when he reached the mercantile doors. Flinging the door open with all the might his little body could muster, he disappeared inside the building as though he were a lawman bursting onto a crime scene. "I'll be so thankful when he starts school," Lily said with affection. "He needs both the structure it provides and the energy outlet of playing with the other boys. I hate to wish away his childhood, but I know he'll love it so much that I can't help but look forward to it." That made sense. "I imagine his energy makes it difficult to manage 2 children anyway," Violet replied. "Oh, that it does," Lily said as she held the door open for Violet. "Every time I nurse Lottie, Hunter takes advantage of my preoccupation and gets into everything he can." They stepped through and saw Hunter holding a penny candy with a triumphant grin. "I don't know how Edie did it with 2 at once." Emma, one of Edie's best friends and the one who ran the mercantile with her parents John and Rachel, moved their way from the back of the store. "I'm convinced that Edie has figured out how to be in multiple places at once. It's the only way she can be the kind of mother and physician she is at the same time." Having often wondered the same about Edie, Violet nodded, but the sound of the bell above the door jingling sounded before she could speak. Tessa Jackson's mother's eyes lit up at the sight of them. "Violet, Lily, I'm so thankful I caught you both." Lily stepped forward and pulled the woman into a quick hug. "How can we help you, Jean?" Jean Jackson surprised Violet and pulled her in for a quick embrace as well, slightly complicated by Lottie on her hip. "I just wanted to thank you ladies for talking sense into my Tessa over the nonsense with Penny. Why, for a few days I hardly recognized her. Then, it was like someone snapped their fingers, and she was back to normal." She turned warm eyes on Violet. "She told me how you spoke with her, and she initially misunderstood. I so appreciate you following up to correct her." Violet wanted to shrink back under the praise. She'd been the one to give Tessa the poor advice in the first place, it wasn't Tessa's fault at all. "Oh, Mrs. Jackson, Lily cut her off with a look. "Violet did a wonderful job with Tessa, and we are so thankful to have her working with us. Tessa's also a wonderful girl at heart. She'd have likely seen the error of her ways soon enough. You've done a lovely job with her." Mrs. Jackson clasped her hands in front of her. "Well, thank you both again. I know you and Mrs. Walter filling in for their teacher has been difficult on you this month, so know that we appreciate it." Janet Walker had finally agreed to switch off weeks teaching with Lily until they let out for Christmas, so she didn't have quite so much to do. This was her week, and it had taken a load off Lily's plate to be sure. "It's been my pleasure," Lily replied. "But we'd better get going, or we'll be late for rehearsal." She quickly spotted Hunter where he
Oh.
D and
Ah.
D with John Thompson over some of the hand-carved toys, calling to him. "We're leaving in 3 minutes, Hunter. Mama just needs to pick up something I ordered from Mrs. Emma." Hunter nodded vigorously. "Yes, Mama. I'll get that package for you," Emma said as she scurried behind the counter. "Is it for the program?" Lily nodded excitedly. "It is, and I can't wait. We've made most of the children's costumes, but we lacked a bit more special fabric for the wise men. Mama was able to write to a friend of hers who works in textiles, and this is what they sent us." "It's good to have a mother who knows her way around fabric," Violet said. Beth Carson had once owned the dress shop in town but had, for many years, designed fashionable but practical dresses for women in the West. They were printed in catalogs, along with the patterns for them, and she'd enjoyed quite a bit of success. "My skills are nowhere near those of my mother's," Lily said without the slightest bit of hesitation, "but her connections sure do come in handy from time to time when I need something like this." They paid, and Lily hurried Hunter through the door. As soon as they'd left, she turned to Violet with reproving gaze. "I know you were about to tell Mrs. Jackson that Tessa's choices were all your fault, but that's not the case. I gave her the bad advice in the first place." Violet still felt terrible about it, but at least everything seemed to be fixed now. "She wouldn't have started acting that way if I hadn't spoken to her." Lily shook her head. "No, she'd still be at the mercy of Penny and her need to assert herself as the dominant female of school. She'd be hurting and upset, not confidently at peace like she is now. That really came from her. I didn't do much there. Lily raised an eyebrow. Whether you told her the truth or guided her to find it herself, that is what a good teacher does. We all make mistakes. We all give bad advice at times. The job of a teacher or parent or really any adult is to teach the children in their life how to grow and learn for themselves. If they need to apologize, we model that, but we don't need to withhold forgiveness from ourselves any more than we do for other people. She couldn't possibly know the extent of Violet's recent thoughts on the idea of forgiveness, so Lily's words hit Violet like a ton of bricks. What if we can't forgive ourselves or others? She spoke softly, almost inaudibly, but Lily heard. We remember the Lord forgave us everything. We stop trying to play judge and jury. We accept what He's offering us. Her voice held conviction and compassion in equal measure. And where we can't, we surrender. He knows we're not perfect, Violet. We are the furthest thing from it. The only thing that separates a believer from a non-believer is that we are well aware of our shortcomings, and have given our lives to the only one who can help. They approached the church, and the pink hues of sunset behind the white steeple looked almost majestic. Lily placed her hand on Violet's arm, and they stopped, Hunter already well ahead of them. The church door opened, and Pastor Alex jogged down them and swung his son into the air. Lily watched them both for just a second before speaking again. Forgiveness isn't for your father, Violet. It's for you. It's the only way you'll find joy again. Having spotted Alex, Lottie began waving her hands in his direction and doing her best to dive out of Violet's arms. With a soft smile, Lily held her hands out for her daughter. I'll take her to Alex. He's taking them back home today. Just do me a favor and think about what I said, all right? We all love you, Violet, and we want good things for you. Lily's words almost felt like a sermon Alex might have preached, but tailored expressly for her. Thank you, she said as softly as she'd spoken earlier. Lily seemed to realize Violet needed a moment alone and turned to walk towards her husband and son. For the first time since they'd arrived, Violet noticed the wagon Simon and Nicholas always brought parked out to the side. Neither were outside, but the set pieces weren't either. They must have gotten them to a point where they could be moved inside and painted. That meant Nicholas would be inside with them for the duration of rehearsals, as he'd be the one in charge of that. For all she knew, Simon wouldn't even be back, his work mostly done. She took a deep breath and steeled herself for all the emotions she'd no doubt face in the coming days. Everything Lily had told her rolled through her mind as if on a loop, as did the scene in the woods with Nicholas. Was it possible that her joy could return? Could the Lord give her the strength to forgive her father, and maybe more importantly, herself? It hadn't occurred to Violet that the reason she'd withheld forgiveness this long might have had more to do with feeling ashamed of how she'd handled things. Was it some type of self-imposed punishment? Or perhaps a faux vindication that she was right as long as she wouldn't admit otherwise? Neither sat well in her gut, but she didn't have time to dwell on either possibility as the few children who lived in town and had run home after school came spilling back into the schoolyard alongside their peers who'd stayed. Lily called them all inside, and Violet followed the mass, unsure quite how to proceed. Lord, it feels like I only come to you when I need something, she prayed silently as she climbed the steps. I'm sorry for that, but if Lily's right, you can forgive me for that too. I'm still not sure where I stand with you, but I'm not sure how much longer I can go on like this. If you care the way everyone says you do, I'd really appreciate some guidance that everything Lily said was correct. It feels like you've abandoned me, but maybe it was the other way around. With every bit of strength she possessed, Violet walked through the door to find Nicholas hard at work painting the murals on stage. She didn't go to him, didn't attempt to speak, but occasionally she'd look up to find him watching her sadly. Unlike before, he always turned away when she noticed, and each time she felt the pinpricks of regret in her heart. Chapter 14. Nicholas's brush moved over the wooden backdrop with ease, the dark blue paint coloring the night sky around the town of Bethlehem. He didn't know exactly what Bethlehem looked like, so he had to use his imagination the best he could. So far, all he'd managed to paint was the first layer of dark blue, but within the next few days, he'd add layers of lighter blue and even white to create dimension. When that dried, he'd add the stars, the Star of David in the forefront, before moving on to the landscape below. Initially, he'd planned a grassy plain, but Alex told him it was likely to be much sandier than the rolling plains of Texas. The students began pouring out the door as they finished, but Bonnie Gilbert hung back. She'd come into her own in the last few months, always a bit reserved while they still lived with Frank. Between their mother's healing, Rose's attentiveness, and Callum as a stand-in father figure, Bonnie had blossomed. "Nicholas," she said excitedly as she rushed to the front to give him a hug. "I can't wait to see what you do with the backdrop. I know it will be beautiful." "Thanks, kiddo. I'm hoping you're right." Bonnie didn't have a specific part in the play, preferring to be an extra. "Say, how's that rabbit of yours doing?" She beamed from ear to ear. "Chester's great. He's growing like a weed, and even Callum can't help but love him." With a snicker, she leaned in and whispered, "The other night after dinner, I went out to the barn to feed him, and Callum was holding him and singing to him. He may act like he doesn't like Chester, but it's not true." Nicholas would absolutely be bringing that up to his cousin at family dinner that evening. "He's an old softy, no matter what he wants you to think. Now, you better get going over to Aunt Carissa's for the family dinner, or Rose'll wonder where you got off to." Bonnie hesitated, looking a bit more like the little girl she no longer was at 13. "I just wanted to say that I'm sorry things didn't work out between you and Vi. I think you'd be really good together, and if she's not smart enough to see that, I just wanted you to know." Her thoughtfulness touched Nicholas, despite the feeling of a twisting knife in his chest at her words. "Thanks, Bonnie." It wasn't like he hadn't stolen plenty of looks at Violet throughout practice, despite how much he tried to practice self-control. Bonnie hadn't reminded him of anything he didn't already bring to mind 100 times a day since their talk in the woods. "I appreciate that." Letting Violet go and knowing there was a good chance she'd never come back had been a blow he wasn't prepared for, but he knew in the depths of his soul it had been the right thing. She smiled sadly and waved as she turned around. "Oh," she said as she turned back, "Mama's coming to dinner tonight for the first time, and she wanted me to try and convince Vi to go. Will it be too hard for you if I do?" I don't think Mama thought about it before she asked, but I know she'd like to see her. As hard as it would be to see Violet surrounded by his family, he'd never deny Mrs. Gilbert the opportunity to see her daughter when she so rarely left the ranch. "Ask her, Bon. I'll be fine." He winked to hopefully put her mind at ease, despite the fact his was currently in turmoil. There was no way he could bow out from dinner, not without Bonnie knowing what had happened. No, he'd go, and he'd enjoy the family God had given him. Bonnie moved quickly back up the aisle and followed the path Violet had forged out the door a moment before. With a long sigh, he turned back to the mural and began gathering his paint supplies to clean up before dinner. As he worked, he prayed God would give him the strength to hold to his convictions. The more he saw Violet, especially around the children where she was more herself than she had been since before her father was arrested, the harder he had to work not to recant. By the time he finished cleaning up, he was the last one inside the church, and the sun had rapidly begun to descend behind the clouds. Aunt Carissa and Uncle Matthew didn't live far, and the chill in the air cleared his head. He arrived to see 3 wagons parked out front, as well as many of the men in his family standing on the front porch. "Evenin', Nicholas," Uncle Matthew said with a tip of his Stetson. "We're glad you could join us, son." Neither one of his uncles were as verbose as his father, nor were they as apt to get in his business, but the man's eyes communicated more than his words did in the dim lamplight. Jesse stood beside him, Robert, Uncle Cade, and Malachi rocking back and forth in the chairs that had been there since before Nicholas was born. The door opened, and Pa came out with Simon at his heels. "There he is," Simon said as he spotted Nicholas. "I thought for sure you'd chicken out once I saw Violet come in with Bonnie. I tried to bet Lucas $1 that you wouldn't show, but he refused to take it." Pa sent a look of chagrin his brother's way and lightly smacked him upside his head. "You don't need to be placing money on things. That's a quick way to lose the shirt off your back." Rolling his eyes, Simon took on the same air of exasperation he had since they were children when he got scolded. "It was only $1, Pa. It's not like I bet the ranch." Not that you could anyway, Malachi said with a snort. You'd have to actually be on the deed to do that. Face it, see, you don't have much collateral to lose. You'd better do your best to keep it. Simon moved over to the fourth rocking chair on the porch and flopped down. I don't know why we're so focused on me anyway. He's the one who's late. I'm late because I was helping our sister with the program sets. It's not my fault you outlived your usefulness and are banned from picking up a paintbrush. The rest of the men broke out into laughter just as the door opened, and Lucas stepped out onto the porch. It seems I arrived a minute too late, but Carissa wanted y'all to know that the food's ready. The laughter died down as the sound of boots clapping on the wooden porch took over. One by one, the men made their way inside with Nicholas bringing up the rear. He'd do what he needed tonight, and he'd try not to make his thoughts known. Violet had every right to be here, and he wouldn't begrudge her that despite being tempted to do so. Closing the door behind him, he stepped into the large dining room and took his place at the table. It hadn't been intentional that he was on the complete opposite end from Violet, but he couldn't say he regretted the placement. She sat next to her mother and looked beautiful in the same, pale green dress she'd had on at rehearsal. Her blonde hair was swept back into a braid, a light flush in her cheeks evident. Nicholas, Malachi said as soon as he sat down. I'm glad you made it tonight. Sarah would like to start a kitchen garden behind the cabin, and you're the best man to guide us on best practices. Thankful for the distraction, Nicholas dove into conversation with his brother and sister-in-law. Malachi could have just as easily asked their mother for help, as Nicholas had learned most of what he knew from her. Still, he took the excuse to turn his attention away from Violet with eagerness, and forged ahead discussing the one topic he knew like the back of his hand. Violet's been such a help with the program, Lily said kindly. I can't imagine how I'd have managed these last few weeks without her. Mama squeezed Violet's hand, something she hadn't done in years. She was always good with children. We're trying to convince her to sit for the teacher exam, Helen piped up from her seat next to Jessie. The children adore her, but she refuses to entertain the idea. That wasn't entirely true, not that Helen knew that. Violet had entertained the idea on multiple occasions, even going so far as to write a letter to the committee in Lehigh who administered the test. She'd not sent the letter, having lost her courage at the last minute, but it sat in a drawer in her cottage. Lily agreed with Helen. We have, and I know she'd pass easily. She's always been smart, but I don't think our attempts have worn her down any. She winked at Bonnie from her seat as she pushed her plate out of the reach of baby Lottie. Perhaps one day. Mama and Rose both sent her understanding looks, each knowing full well the reason she'd not become a teacher immediately upon graduating. Carissa Carmichael must have sensed there was more to the story, as she took that opportunity to graciously change the subject. Rose, dear, tell us how the pregnancy is coming along. I feel like I don't make it out to the ranch nearly as much as I need to, and I always seem to visit the bakery on your days off. Are you feeling better? Yes, thankfully, Rose answered. Summer feels like it'll never arrive, but at the same time, we've got so much to do between now and then. Carissa's eyes took on the haze of someone lost in their memories. I remember when we were expecting Edie, I'd make list after list of everything we needed to finish before she came, but then get overwhelmed and just cry over it. Finally, Matthew just took the lists from me and enlisted Beth and Rachel Thompson's help in doing the things he couldn't. Between us, we got everything done well before her arrival, and my last few weeks were the most peaceful of the entire pregnancy. Beth nodded, no doubt remembering those days as well. They did the same when I was expecting Malachi, and we continued the tradition when Abigail had Helen. She glanced down the table at her firstborn, a look of peace over her face. Don't worry, dear, we will help you just the same. Returning from the blanket on the floor where most of the children sat, Edie took her seat again. I truly don't know what I would have done without all their help. I began suspecting I would be having twins a few months before birth, so I went ahead and made extra of most things just in case. I figured one can never have too many diapers, she said with a chuckle. Thankfully, Aunt Beth had experience with twins and was able to give me some tips when they came. Not to mention, Mama and Emily stayed at our house on rotation those first few weeks. Emily, Edie's little sister and the youngest of their cousins, grinned. I had so much fun doing it, but I won't say it wasn't a little daunting for when I have my own children one day. The ladies laughed, but it occurred to Violet that she hadn't seen Emily out with anyone since her childhood sweetheart Justin Blackburn left for the army. He'd been a year ahead of Emily in school, if she remembered correctly, and everyone thought they'd marry for certain. Suddenly, they'd broken things off and Emily was heartbroken. Justin hadn't stayed in Pine Creek but a few more days, though Violet never knew the circumstances surrounding their split. You've got plenty of time, Edie told her sister. I'm so thankful I had some time to experience life in Chicago as a single woman before I got married. It's not the most popular mindset, but I think it made me a more confident wife and mother overall. Callum, Edie's brother, let out a snort. Was there ever a day in your life you weren't confident? I certainly don't remember one. Grinning at his jab, Edie teased back. I wasn't all that confident you'd ever graduate school or lock things down with Rose, but look where we are. Everyone on that end of the table burst into laughter, followed by more good-natured teasing that left very few untouched. It was special being welcomed in this family, even if Nicholas being just at the other end of the table threatened to choke her with sadness. When Bonnie had begged her to come, it had gone against every one of Violet's instincts to go. Still, she couldn't deny her mother the one thing she wanted when she'd made the incredibly difficult step to leave the ranch for the evening. Maybe, if tonight wasn't too difficult on her nerves, she'd come back to church. Violet hadn't realized until just then, but Mama still had hold of her hand. She squeezed it again, and met Violet's eye. Thank you so much for coming tonight, darling. I know it was difficult for you. She could barely be heard over the racket of this loud and loving family, but Violet heard everything she needed to hear. I'm so glad you came too, Mama. I've missed you. For years, she'd taken on the bulk of Mama's care while Rose handled everything else in the house. She understood why Mama had moved out of the cottage and out to the ranch after the bank reclaimed their home, but it still felt a bit like she was missing a piece of herself after so many years of seeing to her mother's needs. Both sat back and watched the chaos unfold around them, Violet with equal parts amusement and regret. She happened to glance down the table at Nicholas, where he was deep in conversation with his brother. He was a good man, and he'd make a fine husband for some woman one day. The idea that it wouldn't be her didn't sit as steadily as it once had, and when his eyes swept over the table and found hers, a rush of warmth spread through her. Disconcerted, she averted her eyes and studied her plate as though she'd be tested on its intricate design of white with navy and gold flourishes. The plate was beautiful, and Violet wondered how in the world Carissa had come to own them. Next to it, a simple glass jar held the cider they drank along with the meal. The difference between the two felt as different as Violet and her tenuous place in this family. Swallowing back her tears, she looked up again to find Mama watching her. Draw near to the Lord, my love, she whispered gently. He will make your path clear. Chapter 15. Don't you need to get going? Helen bustled forward from the kitchen just as Violet finished tallying the day's sales. Rose was truly the master of numbers, but Violet was pleased she hadn't seemed to make a mess of the books since Rose had cut back her hours. I do, Violet said hastily with a quick look at the clock. Do you need anything else from me before I leave? Helen furrowed her brow and thought. I don't think so. I'm not going to make it over to the church to finish decorating for the program, though. Will you let Mama know when you see her? The breads are taking longer to rise now that the cold has set in, and I'll regret it tomorrow if I don't coax them on a bit. Abigail Jones, Helen's mother, would be at the church with the other ladies in the family to decorate for the Christmas program. The dress rehearsal was in only 2 days, so anything that hadn't been done yet to transform the simple space would be done today. Of course, she said as she donned her cloak. Stay warm. The weather had turned quickly, a fairly normal occurrence for this time of year in Texas. One day, it might be cool but comfortable, and the next it felt as though the whole state might freeze. At times, it felt like they might have all 4 seasons in one day. Even knowing exactly how cold it had gotten, the sharp chill still took Violet's breath when she pushed out into the street. From what she'd heard Edie mention, the cold here felt different than the cold in Chicago. The moisture in the air in Texas combined with the chill to create a cutting temperature, one that almost seemed to reach your very bones. Violet moved as quickly as she could past the businesses in town, intent on reaching the church and its wood stove. No doubt, Alex had filled and lit it as he normally did before practice, to the point that the place was normally cozy by the time she arrived. A mother with a baby hurried by, the little one no more than a bump in her cloak as she tried to keep them warm. Between that, the blanket she held, and a knit hat on the infant's head, barely an inch of skin was visible. The church blessedly in sight, Violet nearly ran the rest of the way. Wagons and horses stood out front, signaling she was not the first one there. The children wouldn't practice today due to decorating, but they were instructed to run lines with their parents and siblings. Bonnie had stopped at the bakery on her way home, and Helen had sent her off after a visit with a piping hot cinnamon roll to warm her. Violet, Beth Carson called with a wave from where she climbed down from a buckboard wagon. "I'm so glad you made it today." Reaching Violet, the small woman pulled her into a hug that seemed to hold far more strength than she would have guessed. "I am too," Violet said honestly. She was a bit uncomfortable around Nicholas's mother, knowing without a doubt that she'd hurt the woman's son deeply. Still, Beth and the rest of the family had always been nothing but kind to her, so she'd not avoid them simply due to what happened with Nicholas. "I know you and Lily have been working hard on the decorations, and you already made the town look so beautiful." Beth smiled, her features so similar to Lily's that it was impossible not to recognize it. "We certainly enjoy creating beauty from ordinary things. For me, it's always been a bit of a nod to our creator when I'm able to do some creating myself." It made sense, though Violet had never thought of it that way. Beth hurried her up the stairs and inside the doors where the women were already hard at work. Edie and Lily hung wreaths in the windows, while Helen's mother Abigail and Emily hung garland above them. Carissa stood at the front with some sort of list, decorations piled onto the stage around her in what looked like specific groups. Behind her, Nicholas put the finishing touches on the backdrop, and the image was so beautiful that it took Violet's breath away. Rolling hills of sand made up the bottom portion of the picture, with a multicolored night sky in the background. Small stars, bright white and beautiful, littered the night sky while one large one drew the eye in the middle. In the distance, primitive structures in different shades of brown and tan clustered together to form a small town, while a stable and inn sat in the middle. The contents of the stable were what he worked on at the moment, and Violet knew when he finished them they'd be just as lovely as the rest. They'd covered the backdrop with cloth at church on Sunday, so as to lend more of an effect at the program itself. This was the first time she'd seen it so far along. "It's lovely, isn't it?" Beth's pride at her son's artistic capability was clear in her voice and the loving way she watched him. "From what I understand, he got that talent from you." Beth shook her head. "I love painting, but his talent far surpasses mine. I may have taught him a few techniques, but that is a gift straight from the Lord." Carissa spotted them then and waved brightly. "Welcome, so I guess the only ones we're missing are Sarah, Rose, and Helen." "Helen isn't going to be able to make it," Violet said with a glance at Abigail to ensure she heard. "Something about the bread not rising as quickly as it's supposed to." "It has a tendency to be difficult in the cold weather," Beth said knowingly. "Sarah and Rose weren't far behind me, so they should be here soon. Both of them are moving a bit slower than normal these days." She winked at Violet before speaking again. "I told Rose it was simply practice for when the babies arrive and slow them down even further." Nicholas still hadn't turned and didn't as he chimed in. "Blame Simon," he said lightheartedly. "He was always the one with dirty hands and clothes that had to be washed before we could leave." "That may be true," Lily said from her spot setting out candles, "but generally you were the one who pushed him in the mud in the first place." It was a team effort, to say the least. Those within earshot chuckled, and Violet tried not to let her gaze linger on Nicholas. She turned to Carissa and gestured around her. "What would you have me do?" "I'm at your disposal." The woman perused her list, her eyes lighting up as she landed on a specific task. "Did Rose tell me you're great with a needle and thread?" "I can get by," Violet said with a smile. With a nod, Carissa wrote in her name next to a task. Perfect, you can help Beth put the final touches on some of the costumes. She turned to Lily to confirm. Can you think of anything else that's more pressing? That's perfect, Lily replied. Some of the costumes have taken a bit longer than we realized, so I know Mama will appreciate the help. Beth hooked her arm through Violet's and steered her towards a pew that already had a pile of fabric neatly folded within it. I'm so glad to have some help, she said brightly, and I get to visit with you. Over the next few hours, each woman worked diligently on the tasks as Carissa assigned them. At first, Violet wondered why Lily had asked her aunt to be in charge rather than doing it herself, but fewer than 5 minutes inside the church made it incredibly clear why that was the case. Carissa was calm and methodical, checking things off her list one by one. She didn't get overwhelmed by the tasks before her, simply provided support for any group that needed it, while also solving problems as they came up. Carissa Carmichael was a marvel, and Violet realized she'd be the perfect person to have on your side in a crisis. That must be where Edie got her energy. Rose and Sarah arrived shortly after Violet, and they were set to work tying bows of ribbon around the edges of the pews. Through it all, the women talked and laughed while working together. Nicholas didn't turn or speak much, and Violet wondered if he was avoiding looking at her or simply engrossed in his painting. Oh Violet, Beth said as she studied the gold edging she'd just sewn on. Your sewing is lovely. Who taught you to make such tiny stitches so quickly? Blushing a little, Violet appreciated the praise. My mother did, and I have to admit that I enjoy embroidery far more than general sewing. Both help hone skills for the other, though, so I don't mind. Beth nodded. I can tell you know your way around a sewing kit. Your mother was a wonderful teacher. She paused before continuing. I know it must have been very hard for you over the years, but your mother says you took such good care of her. Swallowing back the tears that threatened, Violet smiled softly. Thank you, that means a great deal. You had to grow up quickly, Violet. Carissa, Cade, and I know a good deal about that. It's not easy, but it does give you a perspective of compassion and empathy few understand. It occurred to Violet that she still didn't know their story beyond what Helen and Rose told her while decorating the storefront. If you don't mind me asking, Helen told me a tiny bit about your childhoods, but she said it wasn't her story to share further. Beth sighed, and Violet opened her mouth to reassure her she didn't have to talk about it, but the kind woman simply held up a hand. I don't mind sharing the testimony God has given me, it's simply a long one. You see, Carissa, Cade, and I didn't grow up with a traditional family. Our father, Marcus Jones, was one of the most notorious outlaws in the West at the time. Not only did he force our brothers to go out on the road with him and turned all but Cade into monsters of their own right, he threatened Cade that if he didn't fall in line, he'd sell us to whatever man was willing to pay for us. Violet couldn't imagine anyone could be that evil. My goodness, that's horrible. I'm so sorry. It's been many years since then, Beth replied, but I won't say I don't still have nightmares on occasion of some of our worst times. How in the world had the accomplished, kind woman before her grown up with such hardship? How in the world did you leave? Our mother, the woman who introduced us to the Lord, passed away. She gave us the small inheritance her father had given her and told us to run. God was gracious to us, and we ended up in Pine Creek. That wasn't the last we'd hear from our father and brothers, but we were once again delivered. The way she spoke, it was as if she talked of another's life and not her own. Violet, I want you to know that I understand how tempting it is to let the wrongs others have done to us control us. It's an even greater betrayal when it's one of the few people who should have loved us the most. This time, Violet couldn't stop the tears that sprung to her eyes. The needle and thread moved through the fabric, but she hardly focused on it. You don't deserve to be held captive by the hurts of your past forever, Beth said softly. You deserve to live in the joy of abundant life. I don't know if I can forgive my father, Violet croaked. I don't know if I can forgive myself. Beth placed her sewing on the pew beside her and put her hand over Violet's. Sweet Violet, of course you can't. None of us can without asking God to give us the grace we don't deserve. You don't have to do it, nor will you. Only He can do it in and through you. The pressure is off, dear one. All you need to do is open your hands to his will, and he'll help you with the rest. It all seemed so simple when she said it that way, and Violet wondered if she'd just been making the whole thing far more complicated than it needed to be. They sewed in silence for a while, Beth seeming to understand that Violet needed to process all she'd said. By the time she looked up again, the sun had started to set and the light in the room wasn't quite as bright as it had been before. "All right everyone," Carissa said with a satisfied smile. "This place looks wonderful, and I know it will bless our town deeply. It's probably time to get home so we can get our families fed, but know what a spectacular job you did." Lily stepped next to her aunt. "Yes, I can't tell you how grateful I am for your help. I've got to run home and feed Lottie, but I love you all so much." She blew kisses at the rest of the ladies, and she and Edie both rushed out the door. Both were still nursing young babies, and needed to be home in time for their next meal. A bit slower, but still with purpose, the rest of the ladies gathered up their things and made their way out. Rose stopped to give Violet a hug before she left. "Are you all right, Vi? I saw you talking with Beth, and it seemed like you might be upset." How in the world did she explain something she didn't understand herself? "I'm not upset, but I want to stay and pray for a while. I haven't done that in so long. I think it might be my missing piece." Rose pulled her into a tight hug, and Violet could hear the knot in her throat as she spoke. "I'm so glad, Violet. I'll see you at the bakery tomorrow." Pulling back, Rose wiped her cheek of a stray tear that had fallen before she stood and followed Beth and Sarah out the door. Carissa, the last of the group still inside, didn't press Violet as to why she was still there. She merely waved on her way out the door and told Violet she'd see her soon. The chapel empty, Violet realized she hadn't seen Nicholas leave. It didn't matter, as she wasn't there for him anyway. She stood and walked up the aisle to the front row of pews. The backdrop blocked the single pane of stained glass that normally stood behind the pulpit. It depicted Jesus washing the disciples' feet and had been there as long as Violet could remember. "Lord," she prayed aloud as she was the only one left in the building. "It's been a while. Beth tells me that the only way I'll be able to move on is to ask you for help in forgiving my father for hurting me so. That, plus forgiving myself for how deeply I let myself spiral into bitterness and anger at those around me. I'm not sure if I'm doing this right, but I ask you to help me. Give me the grace that I apparently lack. Give me the strength to forgive." I don't know why it all seemed to hurt me more than it did Rose and Bonnie, but it did. I don't suppose there's always a reason for these things, and I'm finished torturing myself for it. She paused to take a deep, shuddering breath. There was no miraculous warmth that filled her, no light shining from heaven. Still, in the little chapel that was growing dark quickly as the sun set, she looked up and saw the bright star of Bethlehem on the backdrop, the one that had led the people to Jesus. "I'm opening my hands, Lord. I'm surrendering everything that was yours to begin with. Show me what path to take, Lord, and give me the strength to walk it." Chapter 16. Nicholas hadn't meant to eavesdrop, but just as he'd moved to step out of Alex's office, he heard Violet doing what sounded an awful lot like praying. He'd gone inside to store his cleaned brushes and paints, but there was no way he would interrupt her in what seemed to be the moment she finally surrendered all her pain. Listening to her speak made him want to run out there and place his arm around her, supporting her as she did something so difficult. But somehow he knew that wasn't his place. He wasn't her husband, wasn't even her beau. This was something between her and the Almighty, and he couldn't be any more involved than he already had been. No, it was too important. Looking around Alex's office, Nicholas decided he'd stay there until she was finished. When he heard the creak of the church doors, the ones his mother said would always let them know if they were late, he'd leave. Bibles and other books on doctrine lined the bookshelf on one of Alex's walls, while a framed photo of Lily sat on his desk. Sermon notes for Sunday littered his desk, his office the place where he did the majority of sermon preparation, while another list seemed to keep track of all the shut-ins and those who were ill. Alex was an incredible husband for his sister, and he knew there was nothing about their relationship that the Lord hadn't put together specifically. The same was true of Malachi and Sarah, each complemented the other seamlessly. If Violet was truly ready to surrender to the Lord, as it sounded like she was from her prayers, could they have something like his siblings had? It would likely be a long courtship, something like what Helen and Jesse were doing, as all her wounds wouldn't be healed overnight. Still, for the first time since that day in the woods, he allowed himself to hope. The telltale creak of the door sounded, and Nicholas waited another moment before stepping out into the chapel. The ladies had done a great job, they'd truly transformed the place. He hadn't looked closely while painting, mostly because he tended to lose track of all that was going on around him when he painted or farmed. It wasn't the most convenient of traits, but it was there nonetheless. The door creaked open again, and Violet stood there with the dim light of dusk behind her, eyes wide at the sight of him. I forgot my cloak." He glanced down at the pew beside him and saw the thick black fabric laid over it. "Yes, I imagine you'll need that." He could try and avoid making it obvious that he'd hurt her, but she would figure it out anyway. I hope that whatever you took care of with the Lord brings you the peace you need." He could hope, but it wasn't about them. The peace she'd sought for months went much deeper than that. Her eyes went to the plank floor, but her lips turned up in a smile. "I wondered if you heard that. I didn't realize anyone was still here." The glow of the wood stove was the only real light in the room, minus the dim hue cast from outside. Red ribbons, green garland, and white candles seemed to surround them, as did a warmth that had nothing to do with the heat source. He stepped toward her, and she did the same. The back door remained open, leaving the room a bit less shadowed, but much more, and his eyes would have to adjust once more. "I'm happy for you, Violet. No matter what happens between us, I can be happy if you're at peace." She met his eyes again, the indecision in hers clear. "I don't know where we go from here," she nearly whispered. Their steps brought them closer, only a foot or so apart, and Nicholas reached up and placed his hand on her cheek. "There's no need to decide today." His voice was lower than normal, thick with emotion in a way he barely recognized. "I'm just happy we finally have a way forward." She nodded, and a stray tear spilled over her lashes and onto the cheek he held. As though some great power propelled him forward, he slowly leaned toward her until stopping with his lips less than an inch from hers. He paused, not wanting to push her further than she felt ready to go. Her thoughts were clear on her face, and he knew she'd close the distance a split second before she did so. With a relaxed grin, she leaned forward as well and met his lips with hers. His other hand came up to cup the other side of her face, while hers touched his side softly. He'd known she'd feel good in his arms, but as he moved his hands from her face to pull her closer, he realized he'd never known how much. Far before he wanted to, he pulled back and dropped his hands to hers. "I could do that for the rest of my life, and I hope I will, but for now I think it's best I walk you home." Violet's face was flushed as she stepped back, and she nodded quickly. "I think you're right. I'll just get my cloak, and we can leave." Feeling lighter than he had in months, Nicholas led Violet out onto the church steps and shut the door behind them. He wanted to take her hand, but didn't want to make such a public declaration of courtship until he knew exactly where she stood. He knew he probably shouldn't have kissed her, but seeing the weight of the world finally leave her shoulders and a genuine joy on her face was too much to resist. 2 more days until Christmas Eve, right? "Do you and Lily think the program will be ready?" "It better be," Violet said with a chuckle. The great thing about programs like these is that the mishaps make them even more special. It's not quite as serious as if the cast were older. Remembering all the programs they'd taken part in as children, he couldn't help but agree. "Do you remember the program where John Jr. forgot he was supposed to go on So Edie and Emma just had to make up dialogue until he got there?" They were both laughing now, the cold air around them forgotten. "Oh yes," she exclaimed. When Malachi found him and pushed him on stage, his costume was all disheveled because he had run out the back door into the churchyard for some reason. Without the slightest bit of guilt, Nicholas raised his hand. "That was mine and Simon's fault. We dared him that he couldn't run around the church 5 times before his cue came up, but then we locked the door on him. We had to do all the stall mucking for weeks after that, but it was worth it." Violet laughed so hard she nearly stumbled over a rock, but he reached a hand out to steady her. "You two were behind much of the mischief that took place over the years. If I remember correctly, you pulled a few pranks yourself. That was a fact, and one of the reasons he'd started to notice Violet in the first place. Only for the greater good, she said with a smirk. You can't tell me Paul Randolph didn't deserve that spider down his shirt after he pushed Lila Thornton into the creek for no reason. He did, Nicholas agreed wholeheartedly. How did you know he was so afraid of spiders? She grinned, and Nicholas thought it must be the most beautiful sight in the whole world. I may have heard his sister discussing it at one point. They'd nearly reached her cottage, and Nicholas spotted Lily watching them out the window. He couldn't make out her expression from here, but he imagined it was one that would embarrass Violet if she saw. Placing his hand on her back, he guided her the rest of the way into the yard, hoping he could block his sister's nosiness from her view. When they reached the small front porch Alex had added to the cottage a few years before, Nicholas took her hand gently. I'll see you tomorrow, Violet. He really didn't have to attend rehearsals again, as the mural was finished, but he'd add in a few finishing touches if it meant he could walk her home again. Have a good night, Nicholas, she said as she stepped through her door. I'll see you tomorrow. He'd need to walk back to the livery to get the horse he'd ridden into town, but he didn't mind the extra time in the cold one bit. Lord, thank you for this gift you've given Violet. You've started to restore her joy, and because of that, we might just have a future. Violet could hardly believe all that had happened in the past 24 hours. She'd gone from wondering if God cared about her at all to being certain he did, even if she wasn't quite to the place she wanted to be with forgiving her father. For the first time in months, there was no shame accompanying that truth. She sat down in the rocking chair she did her embroidery in, basking in the peace of the low lighting. After a moment, she decided to light the lamp that sat on the table beside her and work a bit more on the curtain. The project had really come right along, and she didn't realize until then how cathartic it had been to produce it. Sometime later, a knock sounded at the door. Violet, it's Lily. The woman's voice was muffled by the door, but her words were still clear. Violet happily put aside her embroidery and glanced at the wall to find it was nearly 8 o'clock. Slightly alarmed, she opened the door. Lily, is something wrong? Scenarios flashed through her head, but Lily's face didn't look like one in crisis. Goodness, no, she said quickly. I'm sorry to have startled you, I just needed to wait until we put the babies to bed to stop by. I hope I haven't come at a bad time. Violet stepped back and waved Lily in from the cold. Of course not, come on in. She'd paused earlier to light the stove for warmth and extra light, so the effect was quite cozy in the small cottage. Can I make you some tea? No, thank you, Lily said as she took a seat in the second rocking chair in the sitting room. I just came by to check on you. Mama stopped by after decorating and said I should reach out, but then Nicholas walked you home, I wasn't sure what to think. She smiled softly. I don't think it's a secret that we've all become quite fond of you in our family, and we all want to see you happy. Warmed at the depth of love in this family, Violet sat and clasped Lily's hand. I've finally surrendered my life back to the Lord. Your mother and I had a conversation while we sewed. She told me all about their childhood, and all the things they'd gone through. As she spoke, the path forward became more clear to me than it had ever been. I can't say I'm to a place where I've forgiven my father, but I believe I've started to forgive myself. There's a peace in that, and I think it must be the first step. Lily's eyes filled with tears, most of which quickly overflowed onto her cheeks. I can't tell you how thrilled I am to hear that. We've all been praying for you so earnestly. Does Rose know? I told her I had some things to work out with the Lord, Violet said. I'll see her the night of the program and share more. Biting her lip, Lily paused. Did you tell Nicholas? Was that why he walked you home today? For the next hour, Violet told all about how Nicholas had been inside Alex's office the whole time she prayed aloud. He'd undoubtedly heard every word, and Violet wasn't the least bit upset about it. She shared about how she'd left and returned for her cloak, only to find him there in the midst of the church decorated so beautifully for the program. As a child, I always loved Christmas. It was always such a special holiday for our family, and the season meant a great deal to me. Seeing Nicholas standing there in a sea of Christmas decorations, the lighting dim, I don't know that there was any way I could have walked away. She felt the heat rise up her neck and face as she thought about the kiss they'd shared. It had been her first kiss, and it was more perfect than she could have imagined. More tears flowed down Lily's cheeks, but she allowed them to fall unbidden. I can't tell you how happy I am for you. Does this mean you and Nicholas are courting? She didn't speak with judgment, only curiosity over a question Violet pondered a bit herself. Not yet, Violet said. We're certainly moving that direction, but I think I have some growing to do with the Lord before I can bring him into it officially. I'm not sure if that's the best decision, but it feels right. Nodding, Lily finally wiped the tears from her cheeks. I think that sounds very wise. You'll want a firm foundation to build a relationship on, and I can attest that God's word is the firmest one there is. She stood and Violet followed suit, both women standing eye to eye. Lily pulled her in for a tight hug, one that communicated more than words could. Thank you for being patient with me, Lily. If you'd pushed me, I think I'd have retreated even further. It wasn't always easy, but Alex kept reminding me how God's word never returns empty. The tiniest tidbits of truth were pricking your walls down, there just had to be enough of them to make them fall. She looked at the clock and sighed. I'd better get back, or my husband might come looking for me, and then we'll all be up talking all night. Violet moved to see her out, heart lighter than it had been since well before Papa went to prison. I'm so glad you came by. As Lily made her way back to the main house, Violet shut the door and took a moment to reflect on all that had happened. She didn't know where the path ahead would take her, but she knew God would walk alongside her as she figured it out. Chapter 17. Students, Lily said as she clapped her hands to get their attention, we need to focus. Our dress rehearsal is tomorrow, and then the next performance is showtime. Let's see if we can run it once more from the top. Tessa took her place at the piano, while the other children took theirs backstage. Bonnie had done an excellent job as stage manager, making sure that the younger children paid attention to their cues and came out on time. She was also in charge of any props that needed to be run on or off the stage, and Violet couldn't be prouder of how well she'd taken on the task. Over the next hour, they ran through the program one last time before dress rehearsal. With the exception of Bert Hampstead missing his mark and knocking Lucy Simon over into the manger, everything went well. Penny's song was perfect, and Violet had to admit the girl had experienced some growth over the course of their rehearsals. Lily had even told her that she'd cut back significantly on her teasing of others, and more or less left Harry alone. On that night, Harry said in his role as narrator, the whole world would welcome the baby that would one day save his people from their sins. The story was not over, but a new chapter had begun. Both Violet and Lily burst out into applause as he finished, and Lily showed them how to take their ending bows. Nicholas, who'd showed up to put some finishing touches on the backdrop, now sat in the pew and joined in the applause. Violet sent a grin his way as she joined in with the closing hymn they'd asked the congregation to sing. Finally, after what felt like years, she'd regained the joy of Christmas that always existed in childhood. She'd continued to pray for the strength needed to fully forgive her father and move on, but it appeared God didn't withhold his peace until a person had it all figured out. It seemed, at least in her experience, it was available in abundance for a heart seeking him. Somewhere throughout the rehearsal, the sky had darkened significantly, and Violet realized it was much dimmer than it should be at that time of day. With a furrowed brow, she stepped toward the outer windows and studied the scene. Oh goodness. Lily, you might want to come see this. The sky outside had been cloudy when they began, but it seemed the clouds had grown much darker in the time they'd been rehearsing. If the trees were any indication, the wind whipped at a feverish pace, and Violet wouldn't be surprised if the temperature had dropped even further. Heavens, Lily said as she turned back to the children. Indecision was clear on her face, and her lips pursed at the sight of snow that began to fall from the sky as though a barrier was removed. The children can't walk home in this, she said worriedly and glanced at her watch. They'll have to stay here until it passes. Worry clouded her face, and Nicholas approached from his spot on the pew. In the time it took him to reach them, the snow came down even harder. Lily, he said quickly but calmly, has Lottie started solid foods yet? No, she replied with a trembling voice. And she'll be hungry soon. I fed her just before Alex took them home, but it's been nearly 3 hours. Tears filled her eyes, and Violet couldn't help but feel for the young mother. You go, Violet said as she put a hand on Lily's shoulder. I'll stay here with the children and make sure they're safe. If it lets up, come back after you've fed Lottie, and we can decide what our next steps are. Otherwise, stay home with your babies. Lily shook her head. I can't leave you all alone with them. Plus, what on earth will we feed them? Mrs. Hull? Tessa stepped up beside them with Harry just behind. We'd like to help. I live just a few blocks away. I know Mama and I can fill a few baskets of food to bring back for their dinner. If you want, Harry and I can even take a few of the town children home before it gets too ugly out there. Biting her lip, Lily shut her eyes for a second. All right. Thank you, Tessa, Harry. But only go as far as the children who live very close, Katie and Johnny's house perhaps. Let the rest stay here. Violet, can you stay with the children who live too far out? Of course, Violet assured her. Nicholas took her hand and squeezed it gently. I'll get Lily home, then come back. It might take a bit, so don't worry about me. I promise I'll return. He leaned over and pressed a quick kiss to Violet's forehead. It's all going to be all right. Thank you, Nicholas, Lily said. You don't have to walk me home, though. He raised an eyebrow and lifted the corner of his mouth into a smirk. Can you imagine what Pa would say if I let you traipse through a snowstorm alone? Not to mention what your husband's response would be. Of the two, Alex definitely scares me more. Go on, Lily, Violet said reassuringly. Everything will be fine here. Tessa and Harry will be back before you even get home. With a deep sigh, Lily nodded. Let's go. She and Nicholas exited the church and stepped out into the ever-increasing snow. In just a few minutes, the haze might render them unable to see much. Lord, Violet prayed silently, keep them safe. Switching into her caregiver role, she summoned the rest of the children. We've had a change of plans, friends. As you can see out the window, there's been a nasty snowstorm pop up. I can't say I've ever seen one of this magnitude in Texas, but I've heard tell they're a once-in-a-generation occurrence. She did her best to make it sound exciting rather than something to fear, and the awe on some of the children's faces told her she at least partly succeeded. Sally Morgan raised her hand. Can we go out and play in it? Oh.
Yeah.
Bert exclaimed, we can have a snowball fight. The children burst into conversation at all the things they could do in the snow until Violet placed 2 fingers in her mouth and whistled loudly. Students, she said firmly, we cannot go play in it until the snow lets up. I know it's hard to tell how hard it's coming down through the window, but we need to stay inside until it stops or risk one of you getting lost or too cold. She paused and gestured to Tessa, who stepped forward. Anyone who lives further out than the block of homes nearest the church will need to stay here. We will bring back food for dinner, but it's not safe for you to travel any further. For the few of you who do, come with Harry and me, and we'll take you home. Violet expected some grumbling at having to miss what the children assumed would be an impromptu sleepover, but the handful of children who lived close seemed to be young enough to want to go home. Thank you, Tessa. As for the rest of you, we're in for a night you'll never forget. Taking her cue from Carissa Carmichael earlier, she tried to think through every issue that might pop up throughout the night and do what she could to make it easier. There was plenty of firewood outside in the lean-to, but she had some of the older boys bring as many armfuls inside as they could in one trip. Getting to the outhouse would be nearly impossible, but she found a few larger pots to set up in the closet behind Alex's office. If they used it one at a time, it should be workable until they were able to make it outside. She'd let Nicholas deal with the aftermath of that particular situation in the morning. Thankfully, that closet also held blankets they gave out to those who needed them, many of the women in town contributing to their supply over the years. There were enough there that the children shouldn't have a problem sleeping somewhat comfortably on the pews, not to mention it seemed children could fall asleep anywhere. By the time Harry and Tessa returned with Mrs. Jackson and baskets of food in tow, they'd almost finished setting up everything they'd need for the evening. A few of the children ran lines for the program, while most of the older girls sat around and talked. The older boys took turns keeping the wood stove fed and asking Violet periodically if there was anything they could help with. The snow had kicked up significantly, and Violet couldn't even see the large oak tree that sat in front of the church through the gust. As she glanced out the window for what felt like the 10th time in as many minutes, she prayed again for Nicholas's safety. Lord, I surrendered it all to you, and that has to include him. Keep him safe, and help him return quickly. Amen. Nicholas held his hand out to the side, following the boardwalk down the street as far as he could. Making it to the parsonage hadn't been too difficult, but for the first time he wondered if he'd make it back. Wind whipped around him, throwing the white canopy over his face and biting his skin each time he moved forward. He'd make it back. He had to. Violet didn't need the worry of wondering where he was on top of everything else, not to mention the fact the children would need another adult there. Sure, he could take refuge in one of the businesses along the boardwalk, but he wanted to help. He needed to help. Alex had been grateful for his walking Lily back, as he'd been debating how to go and get her with the children home. He'd been between a rock and a hard place, and seeing his shoulders visibly relax when they stepped through the door had been more than worth it. One tiny step at a time, Nicholas shuffled his feet and held onto the boardwalk railing as he went. The most difficult portion of the trip would be once the boardwalk ended, and he had to just keep going through the blinding gale without its comforting guidance. On and on he went, slipping once or twice on the ice, but mostly making it to the end of the town businesses without issue. He stopped for a moment and studied the road in front of him. He could barely see 6 feet in front of him, much less the church steeple in the distance. He'd never considered the distance far before, but realized in that moment that it was at least a quarter mile. Under these conditions, it might as well have been 10. Taking a deep breath, he stepped out into the abyss and prayed God would lead him by faith rather than sight. Violet paced along the wall of windows on the north side of the church. Where was Nicholas? Surely, he should have made it back by now. The way the storm had kicked up even further, she wouldn't be surprised if most would have just stayed at Alex and Lily's, but she knew better. Nicholas didn't know Mrs. Jackson had come to help, and he'd never leave her alone with all the children in a blizzard. A blizzard. Were the situation not so dire, it would have been laughable. Who would have thought a Christmas blizzard would occur this far south? The only warning they'd had was a few days of bitter cold, but even that had in no way prepared them for the onslaught of snow from above. Miss Violet, Tessa said as she approached, some of the children are getting scared. Do you mind if we lead a few hymns with them? Her heart calmed at the simple request. Of course, Tessa. Go ahead. Tessa took her place at the piano and began to play Christmas hymn after Christmas hymn. Everyone joined in, including the older boys and girls who likely wouldn't have under normal circumstances. It was a special moment, really. The church was lit by candlelight alone as the setting sun made visibility outside even worse than it already was. Christmas decorations filled nearly every inch of the small chapel, and students young and old huddled together to keep warm. The blankets had been a blessing, as had the wood stove, but even those sources of heat had begun to lose a bit of their efficacy in the frigid temperatures. Still, the children seemed perfectly content sitting shoulder to shoulder, smaller ones tucked snugly in some of the older ones' laps. Were Violet not so concerned for Nicholas, the sight might have moved her to tears of gratitude. Lord, she prayed again, please keep him safe. Guide him back to us in ways only you can do. You guided me home from a dark and dreary life caught in the bitterness of the past. Guide Nicholas home through the darkness now. She prayed through 3 more songs, each prayer lifting a bit of the knot of tension in her chest. Finally, the creak of the back door sounded, and Cold rushed in as a shadowed figure she'd recognize anywhere shuffled his way through the door. Nicholas, she exclaimed as she jumped to her feet. Running towards him, she caught his telltale grin the moment he removed the scarf from his face. I can't tell you how grateful I am to see you. He removed the rest of his outerwear and pulled her close to him. Not half as grateful as I am to see you. She hung on tight to the man she'd fallen for begrudgingly, unwilling to let go lest he be a figment of her imagination. How on earth did you find us? I followed the boardwalk to the edge of town, he said quietly as the hymns continued around them. When I reached the end of it, I prayed God would guide me, and he did. I nearly got turned around a few times, but right when I lost my bearings, I heard y'all singing in here and followed the sound. Thank you for that, by the way. Violet chuckled. That wasn't me. I was too worried about you. Tessa's the one who took charge and started the music. Mrs. Jackson approached timidly, a smile on her face and a cup of the warm cider in her hands. Welcome back, Nicholas. I imagine this might help to warm you up. She handed him the cup and placed a hand on Violet's shoulder. This young lady cares about you a great deal. I think she barely stopped praying for you since you left. The feeling is mutual, ma'am, he responded. And I'm much obliged. Taking a large swig of the cider, he paused and closed his eyes. Thank you for praying for me. I don't know that I'd have heard y'all singing without some divine intervention. The rest of the evening was spent singing and praying together, playing games with the children, and doing everything they could to keep some of the younger boys from running out into the snow to play. It finally let up around midnight, but by then, the children were fast asleep on the pews, the only light left from the wood stove and a few candles. Violet sat on the stage as Nicholas fed the stove, the last two holdouts from letting sleep claim them. She was grateful for Mrs. Jackson's presence there, as she'd been a steadying presence for them all. Penny for your thoughts, Nicholas rumbled softly as he took a seat beside her. She had no idea where to begin. I just can't believe we're here. Could you have ever imagined? He took her hand and brought it gently to his lips. Yes, I could. In fact, I prayed for it more times than I can count. You prayed for a blizzard? No, he chuckled softly. I prayed that God would show you without a doubt how much he loves you. I prayed that he would restore to you the joy of your salvation, and that you would leave the burden in his hands. I prayed that this Christmas would be the one that had you back to yourself again. Hands still clasped, Violet leaned her head over on his shoulder. Thank you for believing in me when I didn't believe in myself. And I guess more importantly, thank you for believing in his power. He's not failed me yet, Nicholas said with a quick kiss to the top of her head. I didn't know how all this would work out, but I hoped it'd be like this. They sat that way for another few minutes before Nicholas stood and pulled her to her feet. Why don't you get some sleep? I'll stay up and make sure the stove doesn't go out. I don't mind taking turns. I'd hate for you to get no sleep at all. As if on cue, a yawn escaped her, and both of them grinned. I'm used to it, he said as he handed her a blanket from the pile. There has been many a night during calving season that we stayed up to make sure everything's going all right. Not to mention, this is even more pleasant because my brother's not jabbering in my ear the whole time. Violet stood up on her tiptoes and pressed a kiss to his cheek. Wake me if you need anything. She took her place on the pew, surprised at how comfortable it was with the thick blankets underneath her. The fact that she was exhausted probably had something to do with it. Shortly after she laid down, she drifted off to sleep and dreamed of the first Christmas in years that she looked forward to. Chapter 18. Early the next morning, Nicholas stood outside on the church steps and took in the scene around him. White blanketed everything from the trees to buildings to the grasses on the other side of the creek. It weighed down the strong pine branches of the woods, but only enough to contrast against their deep green. In contrast to the day before, there was not a cloud in the sky, as the storm had rolled out somewhere around 3 o'clock in the morning. The sun shone brightly, and he could tell that the temperature would quickly be enough to melt the snow. Nicholas, came a harried voice from the side of the church. Lily moved as quickly as she could and still avoid falling, but he stepped down to lend her his hand anyway. I came as soon as I could this morning. Is everyone all right? The worry in her eyes was clear, but Nicholas grinned to dispel her nerves. The little ones are just beginning to stir, he said gently. Everyone was warm and cozy all night, and the Jacksons made sure everyone got fed their dinner. In fact, Mrs. Jackson, Tessa, Penny, and a few of the other girls just left to gather up breakfast from the Jacksons' home. They'll be back shortly. Lily put a hand to her chest and breathed deeply. Thank the Lord. I imagine parents will be arriving soon to collect their children, and I am so grateful to you and Violet for keeping everyone safe. As she spoke, Nicholas spotted the first of what would undoubtedly be a flood of parents arriving on horseback. Nate and Janie Park's father arrived, a second mount following along by lead rope. Just as Nicholas waved at him, another 2 or 3 horses appeared in the distance, coming from the farms on the south side of town. Here we go, Nicholas said with a yawn. Better get everyone up. Lily nodded and stepped inside to do just that. Parents continued to arrive throughout the next half hour or so, each one releasing a sigh of relief to find their children safe and sound. Mr. Parks shook Nicholas's hand once he tied his mounts to the railing. Thank you for helping keep our children safe, Nicholas. I tried to get out to get them yesterday evening, but I couldn't see 5 feet in front of me. Had I gone any further, it would have been a search and rescue situation before long. The farmer, as well as each of the other parents who came in one after the other, looked as though they'd gotten no sleep the night before. Nicholas could only imagine how worried they'd been for their children. Thankfully, the storm started before they were supposed to be released from rehearsal rather than afterwards. The Lord was looking out for us. Callum appeared shortly after, just as Mrs. Jackson and the older girls took breakfast inside. Most of the parents had waited to let their children eat the biscuits and jam, though a few who lived close had already gone home. I imagine you had quite the evening, Callum said as Nicholas greeted him at the door. Were it not for knowing you, Violet, and Lily were here, I'm not sure I could have convinced Rose not to ride out in the middle of the night to collect Bonnie. We had everything under control, Nicholas replied. Bonnie was actually very helpful in calming some of the younger children. She's apparently got the same touch her sisters do. The smirk on his cousin's face told Nicholas exactly what was coming next. Speaking of, Callum said mischievously, how are things with a certain young lady? Rose said she thought Violet had a breakthrough after they decorated the church for Christmas, but hasn't gotten to speak to her. Just then, the door creaked open, and the woman in question stepped outside. Nicholas wrapped his arm around her in answer to Callum's question. Just fine, he replied as Violet looked up at him in question. Things are just fine. Glad to hear it, Callum said as he tipped his hat toward Violet. Mornin', Violet. I trust you kept this man from getting too scared of the storm? Chuckling, Violet nodded. He hid in the closet for a bit, but we coaxed him out with some of Mrs. Jackson's cider and ginger cookies. Atta girl, Callum replied. I'd better get in and collect Bonnie before Rose loses her patience and comes looking for us. Y'all have a nice day. I'm sure I'll see you at the ranch later, Nick. Lily pushed through the door just as Callum went in. I've told all the children that we'll forego the dress rehearsal today. I want them to get home and rest. I think the parents will understand if tomorrow's program is a bit haphazard with all they went through last night. Besides, with the way the sun's shining, the snow should be good and melted by tomorrow afternoon. That's probably a good idea, Violet agreed. I believe all the parents are here. Do you mind if I go home and clean up a little? Oh yes, please go home and rest, Lily said hurriedly. You too, Nicholas. I can handle things here. You've both done enough. Nicholas should have been more tired than he was, as he'd more or less stayed up all night feeding the stove. Whether it was all the excitement from the night before or finally feeling like he could move forward with Violet, it didn't really matter. Either way, he held out his arm for her. May I walk you home, milady? With a giggle he hadn't known if he'd ever hear again, Violet nodded. Yes, good sir. Lily sighed softly and placed her hands on either side of her face. I'm just so happy for you too. I know this is the beginning of a long road to walk down, but at least it's a beginning. Thank you for all you've done for me, Lily, Violet said as she pulled her in for a hug. You'll never know how grateful I am. After a quick goodbye to Bonnie and collecting the rest of their things, Nicholas escorted Violet back to her cottage. Can you believe tomorrow is Christmas Eve? No, I truly can't. For the first time, I'm a little sad at the thought of my father spending it all alone in prison. Her vulnerability took him aback at first, but he realized what a step it was for her. I don't know what your father is experiencing there, but I know he'd love to hear from you when you decide you're ready. He watched her for any signs that he'd pushed her too far, but her expression was calm. She thought for a moment, then nodded. I think he would. I can't say I'm there just yet, but I think I'm close. The Lord has done something I can't explain. It's as if, after so many years, Papa is no longer the enemy. He never has been, my sweet. We have one enemy, and he lies to us to keep us from the Lord. It's the only weapon he has, lying to get what he wants. The Lord's protection is the only defense we have, but it's a mighty powerful one. The sun shone down on them as they walked, her hair sparkling in the bright light. I guess I've finally realized that Papa felt a greed just as I felt a bitterness and withholding forgiveness. It's really not all that different, though I don't know if we'll ever have the relationship we might have otherwise. I don't think you're meant to, but you may get an even deeper one. He pulled her closer and pressed a kiss to her hair. He'll guide you, and I'll be there to support you every step. She turned to face him, her features even more beautiful than he'd ever seen them. I know you will. Now, he said with a smirk. I do believe you turned me down for the dance tomorrow night, but I wondered if you might reconsider. Mama held her hands together in front of her lips as she studied her. You look beautiful, Violet. Tears filled her eyes, and Mama stepped forward to hug her deeply. Mama, Violet, Rose, and Bonnie stood in Violet's cottage as they all readied for the program. It had been difficult for Mama to agree to come, especially with all the people that she hadn't seen in ages, but Rose and Callum assured her they'd sit in back and let her do whatever she needed to do. Thank you for the dress, Mama. I can't believe you made one for me even though I said I wasn't going to the dance. I prayed you'd change your mind, she said fondly. And I was right, this fabric looks beautiful on you. The dress was a red and green plaid with white lace adorning the collar, the trim, and the middle as accents. The sleeves bustled a bit at the shoulder but tightened again at the wrists. It fit her like a glove, and Violet couldn't believe Mama had made it all so perfectly tailored to her without measuring. Rose wore a dark green dress with similar lace accents, while Bonnie wore red. Both her sisters looked beautiful, and she couldn't hold back the tears of joy that misted in her eyes. Rose and Mama exchanged a look, and Mama nodded. Rose pulled a piece of paper from her pocket and took a breath. Violet, we don't want to push you further than you want to go, but we got a letter from Papa a few days ago. We haven't read it yet, as we wanted you to be with us when we did. That is, if you want. Did she? Pieces of her screamed to throw the letter in the fire, but a much larger piece wanted to know what it said. She chose the one that would potentially lead to the reconciliation she craved and nodded. I'd like to hear it. Rose smiled and walked to one of the rocking chairs in the corner of the room. Her stomach had only just begun to poke out from her thin frame, but Violet couldn't wait to see her as the babe grew. If you're all amenable, I can read it to us. Everyone nodded, and Mama took the seat beside Rose. Violet and Bonnie sat on the floor, hands clasped for the strength they didn't know if they'd need. My dear ones. It feels odd, preparing for the Christmas season without you. I know I've made so many mistakes over the years. I regret so many things. Rose, when you wrote and told me you were expecting your first child, my heart rejoiced and broke at the same time. I hope, with everything in me, that it is a pleasant experience for you and that this babe comes into the world safely. You and Callum were always meant to be together, and I'm sorry for letting my greed and fear get in the way. Violet, my strong and sensitive girl. You have every right to be angry with me, and I will never be able to apologize enough for how I acted through your adolescence. I have no excuse, but I do hope you'll be stronger than I was. I allowed sin to take over in my life from a single foothold, and it cost me everything. Your mother tells me you've had a difficult time, and I beg the Lord every day to deliver you from the pain I caused. I rejected you all and pushed you away for the thought that you needed a father who provided well for his family. All you really needed was a father who loved you. I deserve every moment of my 3-year sentence, and I'd gladly serve a lifetime if it meant you could be free from the bonds that hold you. Bonnie, precious girl. You never really knew the father I used to be, so I wonder if you grieved that man at all. I know your sisters did, and I'm so sorry that I never showed him to you. I will spend the rest of my days trying to make it up to you. And lastly, to my dearest Cora. Never once did you deserve the frustration I cast upon you, particularly when I was the one who denied your care. I'm grateful to know that you're thriving under the care of Dr. Carmichael, and I hope one day you'll be able to forgive me for all the wrongs I've done to you. Every one of you deserved better, but I pray the Lord allows me to see all He does in your lives in the future. If not, I'll understand, but it is my greatest longing. Always. Papa. Violet wiped the tears from her eyes, as did her mother and sisters. I didn't realize you'd both written to him. Once, Rose croaked through her tears. I told him about the baby, and how Mama and Bonnie had moved to the ranch. I let him know how happy Callum and I were. I didn't know for sure that he'd care, but I hoped he would. Mama took Rose's hand. I wrote to him once as well. I had quite a few things I needed to get off my chest, not for him but for me. At the time, I wasn't ready to forgive him, but I did a bit later. He sent me my own letter along with this one, and it's clear he regrets so many of his actions. I wish I could have known the real Papa, Bonnie said wistfully. If that letter is what he was like, I feel a little cheated. Rose moved to pull her into a hug. Of course you do, and you were. Papa wasn't always the man he'd become by the time you were born, he was warm and kind. It's my wish that you'll get to know him when he's released, as it seems the Lord has gotten hold of his heart once again. I hope so too, Bonnie replied. I guess it's like Pastor Alex always says. Sin doesn't destroy us all at once, it's usually so slow we don't see it coming. It won't separate us from God's love, but it can make our lives much more difficult than they're supposed to be. Violet joined her sister's hug. You're wise beyond your years, Bon. I wish I'd understood that at your age. Mama joined them on the floor, a seeming pile of emotional women. He is faithful, even when we are not. I had to believe that for your father for many years, and I believe it for all of you. When we stray, he pursues us to bring us back to him. The warmth of their embrace was the bolster Violet's courage needed. I wanted to tell all of you how sorry I am for the way I've acted. I knew I was wrong, I knew I was letting my hurt control me, but I didn't know how to stop. Mama, I think I wronged you most of all. Thinking back to the short time Mama stayed in the cottage made Violet cringe. At her most vulnerable time, the first time leaving their old house in years, Violet had treated Mama with scorn directed at her father. Please forgive me. My love, Mama said gently as she wrapped both arms around Violet's trembling shoulders. I've already forgiven you of that, and I've prayed every day God would heal you of these wounds. I knew you were hurting, and I wanted to be there for you, but I couldn't then. On my knees every morning and evening I prayed God would send you people who had the strength to help bear your burdens, until you surrendered them to the Lord. Violet swiped a tear from her cheek and thought of all those the Lord had sent. Rose, Lily, Nicholas, and Helen, they'd all played a part in turning her back to the Lord. He did, Mama. I know he did, darling. He is faithful. Chapter 19. May I have this dance? Nicholas bowed in an exaggerated fashion as he extended his hand to Violet. I wanted to snag the prettiest maiden here before anyone else caught sight of her. Violet laughed and handed Bonnie her cloak to put with the others. They'd only just arrived, as she preferred to ride with Mama and her sisters after the program. Nicholas had understood, something for which she was eternally grateful. Why yes, good sir, I believe you can. Bonnie beamed as she hurried off to her friends, while Mama blew Violet a kiss. Have fun, dear. I don't know how long I'll stay, but I assume Nicholas will make certain you get home all right. She winked at Nicholas. You can count on it, Mrs. Gilbert, he said respectfully. She's safe with me. Mama followed Rose and Callum over to some chairs in the corner where Beth Carson and Abigail Jones sat. It was the first moment Violet had to study the barn they'd congregated inside. Forrest Underwood's ranch had grown quickly as his nephew Nathan Archer became head wrangler. They'd always been successful, but this was even larger than she'd realized. My goodness, this barn is larger than any I've ever seen. Stalls lined the outer edges, at least 20 of them, with a large paddock in the middle that currently housed chairs, bales of hay for sitting, a makeshift stage for those playing instruments, and a dance floor. It was decorated simply but still festive nonetheless. A few strands of garland and red ribbons hung from stall doors, and a few of the horses even wore bows attached to their halters inside. "They've done well for themselves here," Nicholas said with a nod. Forrest has stepped back in more recent years and allowed Nathan to run more of the day-to-day operations. Nathan's passion is really horses, and he's created an excellent breeding and training program here for ranch horses. He paused and lowered his voice. He said he's even venturing into a new area, training trick horses for Wild West shows. It's something he's never done before, but there's one based in Dallas, so he's going to talk with their owner in another month or so. A Wild West show? What on earth is that? Chuckling, Nicholas shook his head. Just what it sounds like. It shows the city folks back east a little taste of what life on the range is like, though it's pretty dramatic. There will be ladies doing tricks on horseback like standing up and things like that. Other folks will make impossible shots with their pistols, and I hear there's all sorts of other nonsense that goes on. It all sounds a little silly to me, but Nathan says training their new horses will bring in a good deal of money for the ranch, so I can't begrudge him. Of course not, Violet said. She couldn't imagine anyone being that interested, but the romanticized version of the West might be rather exciting. Will he have to go on their circuit with them? I think they'd bring them here, but I'm not sure. Pa actually knows the owner of the show, and he's going with Nathan to Dallas. Jed Harper was a childhood friend of Pa's, and he owned his own ranch for a while. Pa says he's always had more business sense than cow sense, and he's done well with a couple of business ventures over the years. He's also helped Pa with some business decisions he's needed to make. Will you go with them to Dallas? With a smirk, he began to lead her out onto the dance floor as the fiddle started up. Why? Would you miss me? I just might, she said as she pressed a quick kiss to his cheek. Though, I suppose Simon might do in a pinch. He threw his head back and laughed before twirling her around in time with the music. My dear, I think this is the beginning of a good life for us. She followed his lead and danced the steps she'd first learned as a girl in the parlor of their home. Papa would take turns with her and Rose, practicing until his feet had to be sore from all the missteps they'd taken. For the first time, she could think on those memories with fondness, and thank the Lord for his grace. Nicholas spun her again, then brought her close. The play seemed to go off without a hitch. You, Lily, and the children did a great job. It really had gone well. There was only one mishap when Penny forgot one of her lines, but she recovered quickly. Her song had been beautiful. It did go well, didn't it? I'm so thankful to have been a part of it. Have you given any more thought to sitting for the teacher exam? Lily told me she's been trying to convince you. It was hard to admit how heartily the thought had taken up residence in her mind, but it certainly had. I think I'm going to. I wrote a letter a while back that I finally sent this week to the board. I'm not sure when the next exam is offered, but I plan to try. He beamed, the joy written all over his handsome face. I'm glad. I didn't want to push you, but I know you'd make a great teacher. Who knows, they might even let you fill in after the break even before you receive your license. I heard Miss Turner send in her resignation as her aunt is sicker than they realized. Violet had heard that as well. It might mean good things for her, but it still made her sad that the woman's aunt was so gravely ill. They might, but I'll not count my chickens. For now, I'd rather dance with a handsome fella until they make us leave. Happy to oblige, ma'am. Happy to oblige. Nicholas looked at the letter before him with hesitation. Are you sure you want to share this with me? I understand it's private. He held the envelope in his hand and studied Violet for any sign that she might be rethinking her decision. No, I want you to read it. Violet looked out over the Circle H on Christmas morning from where they stood on the front porch of the big house. I can't explain it, but I just think this is one of the most important things I'll ever do. I think forgiveness might be more of a process than I realize right now, but writing him a letter is the first step. The smells of Mama's bacon, eggs, biscuits, cinnamon rolls, and fresh brewed coffee wafted out from where she and Lily prepared them in the kitchen. Violet had ridden in with Lily's family early this morning, the rest of the family coming in for a late breakfast after they opened presents. He reached up and pushed a lock of Violet's hair that had fallen behind her ear. "I'm so proud of you." "It's time," she said with more certainty than he'd have dreamed. "I realized last night after you took me home that I don't have to wait until I've reached the final rung of the ladder to try and rebuild some type of relationship with Papa. I can make small steps now and let the Lord guide me along the way." Swallowing the lump in his throat, Nicholas opened the letter. He took her hand and guided them both to the porch swing. She continued to watch the horizon of the Circle H's gently rolling hills as he took in the contents of the page. "Papa. I'm not sure where to start, to be honest. Rose read your letter to us, and I appreciated all you said. I know what it's like to let sin take a foothold in your life, and I know how easily it can lead to ruin. I don't want that for you, and I don't want it for myself. I've finally surrendered to a different path. I won't say my anger is completely gone, but it's waning. I still have moments of sadness and bitterness well up at memories from our childhood and adolescence, but they're mixed in with fond ones as well. I pray every day the Lord will give me the strength to completely forgive you for everything just as He's forgiven you. I pray that when the time comes, I'll keep no record of wrongs, and we can move forward with whatever relationship He guides us to. In terms of life updates, I wanted you to know that I'll be sitting for the teacher exam soon. I know you have opinions regarding the profession, but please keep them to yourself. This is a calling I believe the Lord placed upon my life long ago, and I'll be following His lead. Further, Nicholas Carson and I are in the early days of a relationship. We're in no rush, but we are both clear on each other's intentions. Nicholas is a good man, one who leads me to love the Lord more with each day we spend together, and I'll be forever thankful for His presence in my life. Lastly, I hope you're well. It makes me sad to think of you alone on Christmas, but I know we're never truly alone. When you're released, perhaps we can sit in front of a fireplace on a chilly morning and read Charles Dickens once more. Those are among the memories I now hold dear, and I will cherish them always. Sincerely, Violet." Nicholas stared at the page in awe. She was so strong, her words gentle without mincing words. He looked up to find her watching him, cautious hope on her face. "Vi, it's perfect." Gently folding the letter and placing it back in the envelope, he wrapped his arm around her and tucked her in close to his side. "I love you, do you know that?" Was it too soon to talk of love? No, it was what was in his heart, and he not withhold his feelings simply because they had a long road to the altar. She leaned her head onto his shoulder, fitting perfectly there. "I love you too, Nicholas. You believed in me when I didn't believe in myself. You saw the Lord pursuing me when I didn't know what I believed, and you gently led me back home." Nicholas reached over and lifted her chin to face him. "Consider this my promise. I will marry you, Violet Gilbert, and I'll be the happiest man alive. I'll wait as long as I need to, as long as you need, but you are my future." Her eyes misted, and her lips turned to a soft smile. "I like the sound of that future." She leaned her head further up, and he took her cue. Softly pressing his lips to hers, he imagined all the kisses they'd share. He thought of children running around with her spirit and his humor. He thought of the home he'd build for her on the plot of land Pa had deeded to him for farming. He thought of sitting, just like this, and watching the sun rise over his family's land for years to come. Pulling back, lest his brother come through the door and embarrass her, he took in the face that he hoped to see every day of his life. "It's a date,